Oh, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. I was checking to see if the trailer had started. Oh, I got alerts and told me we're live. My phone told. Ladies and gentlemen, that should be a reminder in case you don't have the alarm set or your reminder on. Live in split screen. Go ahead and hit that bell notification. You'll get it right to your phone to let you know we are live and ready to roll. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. How are y'all feeling this morning? You know, I've been trying to do a little bit better about starting on time, right? A little bit better, you know, because I do think that is an attractive thing, right? As soon as you know that time hits, you know, Live in Split Screen is going to be there, kind of thing. That's just more a personal thing. I know other people, you know, kind of have their behind the scenes, and we still had our behind the scenes conversation. And honestly, it probably could have still been part of the main crux.
When I get here early to steal behind the scenes so that we can do our bullshitting prior to the show.
It also helps when I'm not spilling coffee because I got fucking crab hands. So, I mean, that also works because for whatever reason, ladies and gentlemen, every time I try to pick up my cup of coffee, to take a sip, I was just fumbling in it and got spilled in my coffee, got spilled on my fucking mouse pad. It's just gotten real nasty over here. It's become a very interesting morning. It's I tell you that for sure. But nonetheless, we do have some fabulous things to get into today. Morning, evening, and night. Because I see Tim dropping in here saying I was waiting because it's 4 p.m. here. Well, you pop a beer, man, and get it rocking and rolling. Hopefully you're feeling all right. Delroy was popping. How y'all feeling? And yeah, man, we got a lot to get into today. Some more games coming to PlayStation, Sumo Digital. You know, the people who helped work on Sackboy, Sonic Team Racing, Hood Outlaws, and a little Crackdown 3 action. They're having some issues. Avowed talk this week as well. There's going to be cross-buy for the Blizzard store, so that's going to be interesting. Seeing them have more support for the Blizzard store, seeing how they're going to implement that has been an ongoing question. So that's really dope to see. You know, we were riding a hype on a little bit of a hype train coming down off of the recent Ninja Gaiden 4 trailers, right? Gameplay that was shown and everything. And then Platinum seemingly had 5 more leads that ended up quitting. We found that out this week. So that's interesting. Nixie says cross-buy. Yeah, cross-buy. See, I don't know. That's so tough for me, man, because cross-buy on PC should be default, right? But see, when they're mentioning the cross-buy, Xbox and Obsidian's Avowed supports cross-buy with Blizzard's Battle.net. Does that mean if you buy it on Xbox, you get it on Battle.net kind of thing? Is that what they're pointing out to? Because if that is the case, that is a doorway to get to those players who don't want to jump into the Xbox app, right? Because technically the Blizzard app is still an Xbox app. That's the other thing that makes this really weird.
It's going to work both ways, right? Because they're selling Avowed on through the Blizzard store.
Yeah.
So
which is also interesting. They continue to flush it out.
To your point, the reason why they're doing this is because obviously it's going to take a lot. We talked about this prior to the acquisition being completed, how they were going to probably eventually somehow integrate Blizzard.net into their entire infrastructure. We actually thought they might replace their current setup with Blizzard's setup because of how well it's done, right? Through the decades, right? They've kind of perfected
Xbox Store is better now.
Right. That's what I'm saying. We've seen them. They're doing more work on that because now they're working on the Xbox UI and all. But I still think that Blizzard.net's eventually going to be merged, but that's probably going to take a long ass freaking time to figure out all the back end shit, how to get everybody moved over, how to do all of that. Mm-hmm. So in the meantime, what they are doing is saying, hey, we own Blizzard. You guys are a part of the Xbox family now. So just because you're only on PC, because you only play WoW or whatever, you know, whatever the case may be, Hearthstone, whatever, and you've only used the Blizzard.net store and you don't like any other stores, just like the Steam only people don't like any other stores, then we're going to give you the chance to start buying Xbox games and eventually, you know, pick up an Xbox, you'll be able to have, you know, you'll be able to have the dual entitlement, right? You pay for it once on Blizzard.net, it's going to work on the Xbox store, wherever you play Xbox as well. So I think that's a pretty cool idea that they're doing here. So
yeah, 100%. The other thing too, as well, is that the PlayStation Network is down right now. Still, apparently.
Still, it is.
And I was
15 hours.
I was checking the trying to see the official PlayStation Twitter and on their website, and the only thing that they said 13 hours ago was, we are aware some users might be currently experiencing issues with PSN, and then for more details they take you to a status.playstation.com site. No additional details. Not hey, we think that this is what's happening. Hey, we want to give you a timeline when this is going to be back up. Literally nothing.
And this is what they've done. And again, we don't know anything, right? But you always, when it comes to Sony, because of their history with the hacks, their quiet stance, they're basically not saying anything. That's what they've done every time they've been majorly hacked, right? Yeah. So that's why people run with this. And again, Sony does this. They answer to nobody. They don't care about their communities, or at least, okay, I won't say
that's the way it comes. No, but this is the way it comes across, though.
It does.
Because if Xbox Live was down right now,
well, right, but
let's be real.
Right, and we all know that Xbox created that monster themselves by being in the community, again, being customer centric, but more than any other big corp. But Sony does get very aloof in these situations, which doesn't help because people start running with shit like nonstop. And when it looks like what's happened in the past, and your response is kind of like the same at this point, you start getting people really worried, because both of the other times were major data breaches, right? Customers are massive data breaches, right? So you get people really worried, and you would think that Sony might have learned a little lesson and just come out and say, no, if it's not, come out and say, nope, it's server issue, something, whatever, we're being DDoSed, or we've got a problem with the main servers that we're trying to work out, something to alleviate some fears, but they're choosing not to at this point. So whatever.
It's just so insane to me. We got some more news about Battlefield this week as well. Battlefield Labs was put out there for people to sign up to. Some people were able to get in within 15 minutes. I got in I had a 30-minute timer. It let me in. I completed my submission. Well, quote unquote, I'll say I completed it. It timed out at the end of it, and I said, fuck it. I'm good. I'm not worried about it. I just completely fucking gave up on it. So I didn't end up getting in. Unfortunately, it got to the very end. I hit submit and it said it timed out, or it gave me an issue. So, and it didn't end up going through. So there's that, unfortunately. But some people were in queues for 10 hours plus, right? And so shout out to Battlefield Labs. Really? I heard you say that. That is insane.
I fell asleep because I was sick this week and still am. I'm getting better. But I fell asleep when I was within, I think it was 20,000, right? I was within 20,000. So it was under an hour, or it was just over an hour. I can't remember what it was. And I was just sitting here, and I got, I was just kind of relaxing because, again, I was sick. So I was just kind of playing on my phone, whatever else. Fell asleep with my phone in my hand, woke up 3 hours later, remembered that I was in queue, pulled up the queue, and it had reset. So I was like, screw it. So then I started over the whole next day at work, got home. And then by the time I got home, I was ready for it this time. And I actually did get in and got submitted. So I am entered. When I will see if I get chosen to participate. But I can't wait. So I'm excited for Battlefield.
Yeah, I will say it did definitely excite me. The first thing I thought about after I got done watching it was, damn, this reminds me of Bad Company 2 in so many different ways. I mean, just seeing... Again, I know people were doing some research. People were diving in and saying, "Oh, well, this is just reused clips from other games, and this isn't representative of the game." I was like, oh, "We'll see, man." Battlefield hasn't necessarily disappointed me until I've gotten in game, right? For an example, Battlefield 4, you come to find out not as much of it is as destructible as they kind of tried to make it seem. It was more so staged, right? The same kind of carried on moving forward. So they were kind of getting away from that. And then when Battlefield 2042 came out, we thought we were going to be getting some of that back. And I did hear you jump back into Battlefield this week, which kind of got me interested in possibly jumping into some Battlefield as well. Because I have been thinking about it. I have been thinking about it, but I don't know. Right now, I mean, again, I am playing Final Fantasy 16, so I do want to try to finish getting through that before Avowed comes out. I don't know if it's going to end up happening. I have a week now. I've on my week off have not been able to jump into it the way that I would like to. Right, getting out again. It's just time is fleeting, man. You know, you want to jump into these games. I thought the game was going to end up being shorter, which I'm glad that it didn't end up being that way. But I'll get into some of those nuances and stuff that about the game, because I'm probably about maybe 15 hours into Final Fantasy 16 now, maybe more or less than that, depending. And I got some other things to jump into as well, but gotta finish introducing the show, because we started getting to some of the conversation talks, right? We gotta tease you a little bit about what's gonna end up happening during the show. I think that's a good portion to have, a little tease before you get into it. But if you didn't know where you are, this is a Living Split Screen. Living Split Screen is a non-console centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. Sometimes we dive deeper topics as well and expand things out, and we also hand it over to chat and they get involved depending on what we see. Sometimes I just look up the chat. I like having y'all up right there. One of these days I'm gonna get a third monitor that I can literally have my chat set up for, but I like looking up at the chat when I'm flipping through everything else and saying, what's chat talking about? And just picking out something specific. Usually it always does end up being something that kind of goes against what we're talking about, just because I know that adds an interesting perspective to the conversation, unless one of us decides to play that fine line, as we like to do sometimes. But nonetheless, I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That T is a 7. If you noticed, I have not been saying the I's. It is a thing that I am working on. Steel Rain, man. T is a 7. Follow me everywhere. S7 is the logo. S7 is the brand. And that's going to be flushing out. I did remake my own personal channel as well. Steel Rain, T is a 7. YouTube finally allowed me to change it over to that as well. And I'm going to be starting with Monster Hunter content over there. So it's going to be nothing but Monster Hunter Wilds. It's going to be completely fleshed out, live content. If I'm going to be playing a game, it's going to be Monster Hunter Wilds. It's going to be live if I can play it live. Can't promise it's always going to be the most entertaining content, but I can tell you that it is going to be a good time every time. The main focus, just like here, is building out a community of people, dope people. Not looking for everybody to be the sweatiest, but I'll be honest with you, I do like to get in my sweaty bag, right? I'm the guy that likes to solo a lot of these monsters. Speaking of solo, damn you, Avowed. He's got me. I have 3 hours of content that I actually ended up deleting because I said I'm not going to use it. I have 3 hours of me getting thraxed by fucking Avowed. 3 hours of getting absolutely thrashed by Avowed. And no, Avowed doesn't compare to Radahn's Crow. Radahn is a completely different fight. You can't start comparing some of these monsters to these soul bosses. That's completely different. You got a completely different skill set. Avowed isn't that bad, man, especially when you get into it. I'm loving the fight. I'm loving the fight.
What do you think you're missing? What do you think you're missing?
What do you mean?
Why were you getting thrashed so bad?
Why am I getting thrashed so bad? Because I'm just fucking garbage, bro. I'm ass. I'm ass.
We know that's not real.
Ass,
I was
bro.
legitimately asking you, what do you think is wrong? Because you're not ass. We all know that.
What do I think is wrong? The main thing is the game feels different going from World to Wilds, quite literally. Feels like in some ways it feels the same, but in a lot of ways it does not feel the same. So I think what's killing me mostly, because I'm constantly timing myself because the dodge mechanics, they added an additional thing to it to where if you time your dodges, you get your perfect dodges. You glow blue, at least for dual blades and what I've seen from Bo, you have this special animation that allows you to do additional other abilities or special things happening. For the dual blades, it makes you a little bit more mobile. Add some additional attacks as well. So it's like I find myself playing with that. Not only that, there are some being greedy. What I'm noticing as well is that in Monster Hunter Wilds, at least, the game does seem to punish you for being button mashy. So if you're getting into if you do not know how to use your weapon, the game is going. Veilguard, at least, is one of the monsters that is going to demonstrate to you need to learn how to play this game. If you try to go into this game in co-op, it might not be as bad. But especially solo, if you do, at least from what I've seen so far, then this is just from using bow and dual blades. And this is coming from somebody who I just spent another 100+ hours in Monster Hunter World doing my journey from World to Wilds. Like I'm telling y'all.
I asked you this question.
Even in Monster Hunter World, I would say that there are some. I feel like Monster Hunter is just one of those games in totality, right? We saw that with Ninja Gaiden, people talking about it. We talked about it last week. Although, you play Ninja Gaiden on the easier difficulty, you can get away with doing some of the button mashy stuff. Yeah. That's why I think Monster Hunter can be as funny as I was trying to be compared to Souls games in some ways, because there is the default difficulty. You either get better or you don't. The other thing too that I think is adding on to it is that it's not like you're fighting this monster, Veilguard. I don't feel like this is a monster you're going to be fighting at the beginning of the game, right? This is a beta. It's a demo. Sure. I think they set it up as a challenge for a reason. You only have 20 minutes to fight the fucking thing. And typically a hunt is 40 to 50 minutes, right? Okay. So you got a 20-minute hunt. You have this monster that it has some good mix-ups, right? And you're paying attention. And the game is fucking pretty. Right? Like you get caught up in doing so many things along with also fighting. Like it's just something to be said about a game just pulling you into the moment and you wanting to get better with those moments. But there is an equipment challenge that I think is happening that you're not going to have when the full game is out. Right? You're going to be better equipped. There's going to be ways to get around certain things, fighting certain monsters. Now, again, there is still that one-on-one aspect. There is still that, hey, I need to know what these monsters are doing if I'm going to be at least decent at this game. But I mean, it does feel well improved over World, especially with what they've brought in from Monster Hunter Rise as well. Just the feeling of being able to be agile, like being able to hop on your mount and heal up real quick. And that's something I was even forgetting about, right? Because again, I just spent 100+ hours of Monster Hunter World where you couldn't do these things. So like I'm waiting for my moment to heal or to sharpen and all that. Nah, hop on your mount. You better time it right. One piece of advice that I would give you: when you call your mount, secret, when you call your mount to you, you better be holding your stick in whatever the direction your mount is traveling. Because if you hold it in the opposite direction, because the animation will carry you, it's kind of like, it's extremely gamified. So for example, if your mount is running towards you, you need to be pulling back on your stick so you can continue to run that direction. So it will pick you up flawlessly and continue to carry the momentum that way. If you try to hold up on the stick, it's not like the camera's going to turn around and get you facing that direction. No, if you hold up on the stick when the mount is coming at you, you are going to stutter step, be in place for a second, and he's going to then go the opposite direction. Because it's based on whatever direction your player's facing or the mount is facing is what I'm saying. It's just a piece of advice in case anybody gets mixed up. Because there was a couple times where I caught myself off guard. I just got racked by Veilguard. He threw me on the floor. I caught my mount to me. Whoop, but hit the whistle. Mount was coming to me. I didn't pay attention and I was pressing up. He was doing another fucking chain attack coming down. I got on my mount and my mount said, "Where are we going?" Because I was holding up on the stick. I wasn't holding the direction. I didn't hold my stick in the direction that he was moving. So if it's coming at you at an angle, you need to hold it in that same angle. So this stuff like that is super fun. I saw you mention it a couple times, Vandal, real quick.
Do I need to rethink dual blades?
Yeah, if you're, I would.
Yeah, I would.
Okay. If dual blades is definitely any of the close-up weapons, honestly, I mean, that's really how it is. Dual blades is definitely going to be, if you're not keen about learning the monsters, like, because one of the dual blades main abilities is being able to perfect dodge, you get a lot, you're going to end up being able to get a lot more damage off by doing those perfect dodges, perfect parries, whatever you want to call them.
Okay.
If you're trying to be somebody who, hey, I can pay attention to the monster, but I still want to be a little bit further back, I am going to tell people hunting horn or bow. No, matter of fact, any of the long range weapons, I saw, shout out to Brad. I know a lot of people don't act like have an issue with Brad or whatever the case, but Brad Ward, shout out to you on Twitter, man. He hit me up. He was like, hey man, I finally got into Monster Hunter, but I was using the fucking machine gun. I was like, that's what it's there for, man. If that's what you like using, use it. That's what it's about. Right. That is what Monster Hunter is about. Find what you like and use it. Don't let nobody shit on you for it. If you want to use the light machine gun and just shoot at monsters from a distance and that's how you want to play the game, the monster is not going to just let you shoot at it all day unless you got bomb-ass teammates. Then that's one thing. But 1v1, you can still have some fun using the ranged weapons. Shit, I was getting macked with the bow. Mind you, I've never used the bow, so it's like I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing and figure out what works, but I was playing at a distance, trying to be at a distance, and was getting run up on. Like, these monsters they're not hoes, they're not going to sit there and let you do whatever you want to do. So there's that. Vandal, real quick, he says, Steel, did you set up the Discord yet in anticipation of Monster Hunter? I should be able to finish up the last bit of what I want for the Discord this week, hopefully. That's what I'm going to end up doing more so than anything else this week, just so I can get prepped for Avowed. And again, like you were mentioning, Vandal, to also get prepped for Monster Hunter as well. So I'm going to try to finish getting that set up this week, permissions and everything else. And then it'll probably be link based. I'm still trying to decide how I want to do it. I do like the way that Oh No It's Alex does his. If you're a member, if you become a member, you get access to the Discord, and then you don't have to stay a member to still have access to the Discord. I don't know. I'm still thinking about how I want to do that. I again do want to lead with, if I do set up a Discord, because I'm already not super active in Discord as it is. If I set this up, it is something that I am going to start tailoring my Discord to be able to use, right? Something that I will be active in. So, or at least will try to be. I'm getting it on my phone, all that good stuff. The one thing, again, that I will iterate, live in split screen, across the board, is not going to be the place for hate, fear mongering, talking about people behind their back, none of the petty shit. We're not doing none of that. We can have fun. We can have a good time, but there's not going to be no shade. There's not going to be none of the crazy shit. If you got beef with motherfuckers, hand that beef with them in their chat, because I'm going to be live a lot. I'm going to be chopping it up with people a lot. I'm going to be dropping content in there a lot, right? It's going to be a place in the community for people to come together and have conversation like we do on Live a Split Screen, right? Because yes, we talk about gaming mostly here, but we also open up the topic a little bit more. And I don't mind to say that I do end up feeling ignorant about some things. And again, life ends up doing that when you have other things that are on your mind or other things that you're focused on, right? But I think that's why it's important to be open to conversation, because at the end of the day, for an example, Pong has quite obviously has a lot of political knowledge, but again, he also comes from an era where, at least from what I can recall, that was important. Those are things that they were heavily kind of pushed into, and it was like made sure that it was important, right? That's kind of tailored off generation to generation, where certain things on the outside aren't as important, or people just aren't willing to talk about those things, right? For me, I'm willing to talk about it. I'm just not willing to go to the place of hate about it, where it becomes now I dislike you because of your opinion, right? No matter how strongly anybody feels about anything, as long as you're not blatantly being a racist, a bigot, any of the other wild, crazy shit, as long as you're not leading with hate in your heart, all the extra shit that I can miss, bro. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm leading with going into this Discord. So I am probably going to end up needing some mods. I know Yobi's going to be one of the mods for sure. You know, Yobi's top notch. He's been rocking with us from the very beginning. Background type shit, DMs type shit, like all of that stuff. So I know he's going to be one of the number ones, and I know he understands the vision as well, and will always keep shit on Front Street and keep shit real. So if there's a problem or anything like that, but I'm going to have to rely on mods and stuff like that if we dive deeper into that. So, hey, maybe this isn't an interesting conversation for a lot of people, but I think having that real as well, because again, there's a lot of content creators out there, and these are things that you got to think about as a content creator if you want to open up your space to allow your community to be part of your life, right? Because at the end of the day, just as much as you guys are giving us your time, I'm going to be giving you my time, my insight to the things that I'm doing. If I'm replaying Monster Hunter more, or whatever the case might be, or spending my time playing this game and being live, is putting yourself out more so on Front Street than I typically, admittedly, have been kind of stand backish about, right? I like Pong mentions, I like being able to just sit down, just get to it, do whatever I want, man. You know what I'm saying? Play a game, pop this on, do this, do that, walk away, because a lot of the time real life is going on in the background. And maybe I just need to be comfortable, get into that comfortability bag, put up that be right back screen, stuff like that. So yeah, man, it's gonna be interesting moving into the future. Living split screen is the foundation that we are building the house on top of. So whether it's my personal channel, Pong's personal channel, all things are going to flow right back into Living Split Screen, because even when I do my live streams, I'm going to download those once they become available and re-upload them to Living Split Screen for anybody that wants to watch them. And I think that fits for our algorithm because we already do long form content. So a lot of things kind of flow into each other. So I'll definitely let y'all know. I'll put a YouTube community post up as far as that goes. But yeah, there goes a little bit of behind the scenes conversation, bringing that real to the table for, you all, the listeners, the community, people who check us out on Spotify. Because the audio listeners, y'all still tuning in. There's like at least 20 plus people that tune in on a week to week basis consistently. So, on the audio side, just on the audio side of things. So, and again, a lot to some people, but everything is perspective, and it's amazing to me, and I continue to want to try to grow that out. So that's the main thing, man. But that's enough of that. Live a split screen, man. Non-console centric. We believe in that RTS view, pulling ourselves out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of that map, pulling those resources together, which is information about anything that's happening out there in the gaming industry, and bringing it right here so that we can not only build up our own foundation on Live a Split Screen, but also the foundation for those potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there, and the home of that ECP, educated consumer perspective, where me and Pong are not in the gaming industry, man. We don't work in it. We're just two dudes who have plenty of gaming knowledge behind us and professional knowledge with business-wise, work-wise that we bring to the table, and just try to figure some of this stuff out and see what we can or cannot understand. So hopefully y'all are willing to rock with us on this journey. We got some upcoming games coming up as well. But before we get into the additional shenanigans and I tell you a little bit more about what I've been playing, I think there's enough of me, because I gotta get you to the uncanny gentleman himself, my brother from another, my confidant, the one and only Pong. So Pong, what is happening, brother, man? As we do, we already in a talkative mood this morning. Tell the beautiful people what's up. I'm going to get another cup of coffee going. Hopefully I don't spill this one and shut down everything. But we'll see what ends up happening. But much love to you, Brody. Appreciate you being here, and show some love to the chat for me if you can.
Appreciate it. Of course, brother. Happy Saturday, everybody. Good news is, I don't know if you guys tuned into PM in the PM or not on Thursday. I was under the weather. I powered through, unlike Sniffles, aka Mav. I don't know if he's in the chat yet. But I did power through, and I actually hosted the show until the bitter end when my throat finally gave out pause, and I went into a coughing absolute fit. But I am feeling better today. Each day gets a little bit better. Was not as sick as the last time. Again, I telling you all, so this is on PM and the PM, but man, they're not joking when they say stress is a killer. I take a lot of supplements when I'm not sick. Like, I take care of myself pretty damn well. Been working out and everything, but man, stress will do some things to you, man. And my immune system has definitely been hurt. So, because this is the worst winter I've had in, I can't even remember. I was telling Mab, I think like 15 years plus. I haven't been this sick this many times. So, but feeling better today and glad to be here. Obviously great to be back in the chair for another episode of Living Split Screen with my brother from another steel rain. And more importantly, all of you in the freaking chat showing up for us today. We're going to have a good conversation. Not a big week of news, but we've got, obviously, Steel and I, we got a lot to conversate about. We got a lot to conversate about. We'll get into some topics. I think we got CEOs saying stupid shit again, which is awesome. I kind of hinted at this on PM and the PM, but this is definitely more of the platform. Me and Steel get into other things here. But I'm kind of
100%.
As I approach 50 years old this year, Steel, in a few months here. I'm the glass half full guy. You guys all know that, right? This is the golden age of gaming, where some people complain about gaming nowadays. This is the golden age for me. I love it. But I am starting to get cynical towards some of the people in this industry. And honestly, if you're not going to learn your lessons, I don't care if you're a CEO. I don't care if you're a director. I don't care if you're a lonely animator who is animating trees in a scene. If you're not going to learn your lessons that are being handed out to you in this industry, I don't ever want to see people lose their jobs, and I don't ever want to see studios close down that don't need to close down. But I'm starting to get to the point, Steel, with the dumb conversations and the comments and the continuous ignoring of obvious facts about what people are looking for in this industry. I'm not going to be sad anymore. Maybe the industry does need to contract. Maybe we do need to slim down, as is seemingly happening to the government right now, which of course I'm also excited about. But I think maybe it is time, because there seems to be a lot of people who just aren't really in it for just the games or to make things for the gamers. So, but maybe we'll get into that. But gaming wise this week, Steel, has been pretty light for me, because I had a crazy. I finally got the dryer, by the way, almost a month. We finally got our dryer this week, so that was dope, right? Been a month without a dryer. You all probably know what that's like, right? Tumbling shit 12, 13 times just to try to get it to a point where it can actually be worn or air dried a little bit, right? And we're in Minnesota, so I can't stick it outside, right? Would love to be somewhere different, but can't. Getting 6 to 10 inches of snow today, by the way. Finally got that done. Also had to suddenly. The water heater had been replaced last 2 weeks ago. They needed to show up, and the city needed to do inspection, so I had to come home for that. I had to be home for that. So my whole schedule this week has been fucked, right? It's been completely fucked. So I didn't get a whole lot of chance to play, but I did graze a bunch of shit, Steel. So like you were stating, the Battlefield teaser that they dropped, and Zampella we trust, we're going to talk about it, but the Battlefield teaser, I've been thinking about it for a few months now. I've been close to re-downloading 2042, but that Battlefield teaser, and again, it's a teaser, and people want, they snipped it from all this other shit. They did not snip it from everything else. Okay, that whole ending part was the new game. It was probably the single player campaign mode. I don't care. When they put together Battlefield, and I don't care how much the teams have changed through the years that are making Battlefield, none of that matters to me. whoever does their advertising and their teases and their trailer splices, that has never changed. They are one of the best teams in the business in creating hype around their games. And it gets me every time. You guys all know I'm Battlefield for life. I don't care how many times they screw up. I don't care how many times they disappoint me. I don't care. I will give them chances continuously. And now
That's fair.
They showed me and I got hype still. So I re-downloaded 2042. And I have been playing a few rounds each night before bed, getting back into Battlefield. It's like riding a bike. Like I said, on PM of the PM. I was getting just absolutely slaughtered the first few rounds and matches and stuff. Obviously, I'm playing with randos, no comms or anything. I'm not getting serious here, but then slowly but surely, the old Battlefield instincts come back again, and things start clicking again. And again, one of my favorite moments. Anybody who's played with me knows I can't fly for shit. All right. So don't have me fly helicopters or jets. I've never learned how to do it. I've wanted to, but I had my kiddo back in the day. He loved flying freaking helicopters. He sat there and practiced flying helicopters. When I was at work, when he'd get home from school, he'd be practicing flying helicopters. He got so damn good at it. He was my helicopter pilot every single freaking time because the kid was ridiculously good.
That's fine.
I have never learned how to do that. But my thing is tanks. I am a tank fucking commander, bro. Get me in a tank. Let's fucking go. So I got in a tank the other night with some rando on the 50 cal and just had a nice little streak to start the whole freaking match. Took a couple points. Wound up with, I think, like two or three tank kills. I don't know how many dudes we rolled through. But it just felt good still. It was one of those Battlefield. I'm just like, the smile was back. And I'm like, yeah, come on, Zempella. Let's nail this. So I have been playing a little bit of Battlefield. Been playing some Sniper Elite. Doing that. I see where people say it's not up to the same quality as the last Sniper Elite. I do get that. Okay. Again, it's a fast food game for me. I'm not expecting the world. I never do. I've played them all. So it's kind of like whatever. But I do see where people are saying the AI is not as good. The level design, while it's still exciting, and I love clearing the levels. I'm not one of those dudes who speed runs Sniper Elite. There's, people who play Sniper Elite differently. Of course, I'm not that dude. I'm the dude who sneaks around and wants to kill as many people stealthily as I possibly can. I use the sounds, like the bells going off, to hide my sniper shots. Like, I do all that shit, right? I can see how some of the level design is lacking compared to the last one as well.
Really?
I think it more comes down. Yeah, it's still good still. And again, I'm not far enough to judge it overall. I'm just trying to pick up on little cues that people have been talking about. I think of some of that goes into the AI. The AI seems to be dumbed down compared to the last one. Not that Sniper Elite has ever had fantastic AI. Again, I don't really care about that shit. I want to see X-ray sniper shots. Okay. That's what I'm here for. Right, bro? But at the same time, they seem dumbed down. They are not as aware as they used to be of their surroundings and of their fellows being downed and that kind of stuff. And I think their actual their paths that they have them taking could also be much improved as far as covering ground and what they see or what they notice. So I've seen a little bit of that, but I'm still enjoying the hell out of Sniper Elite. Again, taking it slow. I'm not speed rushing or anything like that. Just having a good time with that. What else have I been playing? Oh, that's right. Ubisoft gave us a free, and again, for all of Ubisoft's problems, and obviously we have listed them out through the years about what Ubisoft has done wrong. They've done a lot of things right. Again, the fast food publisher of my video game life is Ubisoft. I like, generally speaking, 95% of what they put out, 90% of what they put out. I get enjoyment out of it no matter what. But the one thing Ubisoft has been extremely good at is, since this generation started, has been patching their older titles and bringing them up to speed with 60 frames, resolution updates. Like, they've done an amazing job, all for free. And what they did this past week, Steel, was patch Far Cry New Dawn.
I heard about that. Saw a lot of people playing it this week.
And then dropped it into Game Pass, right?
Oh,
so
okay.
Yeah, so it's in Game Pass. So, and I again, Far Cry New Dawn, when I played it briefly. Again, it's not one of my favorite stories, like overall, and it's a side. It was more.
I was
of a
gonna say,
side
wasn't that
project
the weaker one?
Yeah, it was more of a side project continuation. It's a smaller experience than a normal Far Cry. Which is fine. They've done those before. Blood Dragon, Far Cry Blood Dragon is freaking amazing. Cyberpunk, fucking ridiculous.
That one was fun. Yeah,
bro, everybody should play it. Hard as hell, fucking great. That was a side game. Like that was a little expansion. Beautiful, standalone. But anyways, New Dawn still has its moments. And the thing about New Dawn is it's post-apocalyptic style. But the colors in the game that they use tons of neon. Pinks and blues and greens, and the gang, they're all dressed in pinks. The wildlife, even some of the deer have like reddish pink antlers and stuff due to the toxicity. Like the world is absolutely bright and beautiful. And on an OLED, now that they bumped the resolution and they bumped the frame rate, bro, I fired it up and I was like, holy shit, man, this is beautiful. Now, some of the graphics you could tell are older generation graphics. I mean, again, they didn't do all that work, right? It's still the older engine. But at the same time, it's still a Far Cry game. It's like going to McDonald's. I'm going to have a good time with it. So I've been firing that up and playing through it and just having a really rip-roaring time, man. There's some cheese to it, a lot of it. Again, it wasn't one of my favorites story-wise. The characters, there's some really stupid shit to character wise and writing, but it is what it is. I still have fun taking over bases, hunting down freaking animals, skinning them, like all your Far Cry shit. Yeah. And now it looks even better and it plays at a smooth 60 frames on the Series X on my OLED. So yeah, I've been having a good time with Far Cry New Dawn.
That's cool.
It is what it is, man. Also played some more Eternal Strands. Still rocking on Eternal Strands. Still having a good time. Starting to upgrade powers. Starting to do that kind of stuff. The map still bothers me. I think the map is lacking when it comes to telling you where to go for your missions. I think they could have done a better job there. I still really would like a fast travel, at least to the main points of the map. Not everywhere on the map, just the main exit point. So I don't have to run all the way back. Like that seems to pretty stupid, especially when I've cleared out most of the enemies every single time through a level. Like just let me fast travel back to my camp, please. Let me just do that. But outside of that, again, I already did all my complaints about the zoomerific writing and character design. I'm not going to go back through that. The game, though, the base game and the mechanics and the powers and the exploration is keeping me engaged. And I'm going to, it's not something I'm going to stop. I'm going to keep playing through Eternal Strands. I'm really enjoying myself with it. So yeah, that was pretty much my week. I touched on everything a little tiny bit. I should mention too, Steele, I also did pick up Red Dead Redemption 2 on PC finally, because it was on sale. If you guys didn't hear, it hit new peak concurrent player records because it was on sale on Steam. So everybody fired up Red Dead 2 again over the past couple weeks. I was one of those. I finally gave in because obviously I've been hoping that we're going to do a 60 frames patch on console for a long ass time. And ever since I got my PC, it's been one of those games where I'm like, fuck. I really want to play it at 60 frames. God, I got the ability, and finally the $15 sale got me. So I picked that up, Steel, and I did fire that up for the first time on PC this week.
Which game was that?
And Red Dead Redemption 2.
Okay.
And holy shit, bro. On
PC?
Have everything cranked. Can't do 4K native. It's in the 30s and 40s with everything cranked to ultra. Yeah, with everything cranked.
Sounds about right.
I turned on FSR. It's FSR 2. It's not even one of the upgraded ones, but it's FSR 2.
Yeah.
Did turn that on. Turn it into performance mode. I'm getting like 115, 20 frames, whatever shit, man. It's blowing through. But it kept everything crisp. I'm not seeing the older FSR sparkle shit, whatever they call it. I didn't see any of that yet. I haven't none of that shit.
Did you say you still had it in 4K or?
Yeah, I had it in 4K.
Okay. 4K, but you just turned on
still 4K. Yeah, because I'm playing on the OLED. I'm not playing on. I'm going to try it on the monitor because I want to see the widescreen. Obviously the ultra wide. I do want to see that, but again, I am kind of a snob resolution wise. Even
That's
playing
right.
on my
I get you.
monitor at 1440 still, I could see it
Oh my
different.
God.
Like I can, like there is a difference, bro, between that and 4K on the OLED. I'm not joking. Like maybe if my monitor was
I
OLED,
know there
wouldn't.
is a difference, but
There is a difference. If
I
my
hear
monitor
you.
was OLED, maybe it wouldn't be that big a difference. But there is a massive difference, bro. So I'm
I
just like,
mean,
whatever.
yes, because of blacks and everything else, there is that difference. I hear you on that, but
So anyways, I put it on the OLED though, and again, like I said on Thursday, the opening to me, and it's a common complaint, it's not abnormal. The opening to me through the opening mountain section, and I understand it, right? It's not a detriment to the game, but it is slow, and a lot of people did fall off back in the day through that opening part, the first couple hours, because it is a whole introduction to the your entire posse, getting the characters up to speed with what's going on, and trudging through the snow in the mountains. It feels desolate, man. It feels like the atmosphere is so real. It does kind of weigh on you, on top of it just being kind of at parts really slow, right? Which is again a part of the game. It's the opening. It's to get you into what's going on, and they didn't start it as an action-packed movie. There's certainly action scenes. Obviously, you're fighting people, you're doing all the shit, but it's not that. Like they want you to feel for your posse. They want you to feel what Arthur's going through up front, right? And what his crew's going through and everybody else. So that part, it did catch me again as I was going through. I'm like, yeah, I remember it. Like, but still, the PC version maxed out. Yes, using a little crutch with the FSR, but maxed out on the OLED, bro. Yo, what a difference with 60 frames plus. And again, I was getting over 100, but new game, man. New game compared to the console. The console version is gorgeous, but holy shit, man. I was like, yo, the animations, the faces, the way the horse's hair on the tails move, all of that shit, bro. And like I was telling Mav, the nighttime, riding your horseback through the snow's falling, moonlight. You got the lamps, you're carrying lamps, right? The way, because of course I got the lighting cranked to maximum. So the way the light, even for a 7-year-old game, reflects, and I'm not using any mods, I'm not doing anything, it's just what it is. But the way the light and the shadows are created off of everything with the different lights. Yo. What a game. And again, Rockstar are masters. I've always, I've never taken anything away from them, even if I don't appreciate GTA like a lot of people do nowadays. I appreciate the older ones, but one thing they do is their attention to detail is second to nobody in this industry. And that's been proven time and time again. We could definitely list the developers that we know pay attention to detail, but Rockstar is probably the head of the class for me. In everything, just the smallest details in the world, even abandoned buildings when you walk into them, the placement of items. Like there are games that do that very well, and then there are games that we know that just it feels like it's a static picture. When you do that, when Rockstar does it, it feels like you've actually walking into like an old abandoned building that's been there for a long ass fucking time, even though it's a video game. It's just different, man. And that's what caught me off guard. They just announced that they sold 70 million copies now of RDR2 this week to go along with 210 million copies of GTA 5. Obviously the juggernaut that is. But Red Dead Redemption 2 on PC, definitely eye-opening steal this week as well. So, I want to throw that in there. Very cool.
No, I mean that is super dope. I mean, Red Dead is definitely a dope game. Not dope enough for me. I guess I just don't care enough about the cowboy aspect of it, which is really weird because I used to be super into that, and I still think Red Dead Redemption 1 is highly regarded for me.
That's my
at least for me, right now. Could it be possible that I'm conflating it with Call of Juarez? I don't think so. Because that was another good one back in the day as well. But I'm pretty sure RDR1 was just, I don't know, it was just the way, and it could just be rose-tinted glasses, which is again one of those ones where it was just like, maybe I want to replay that because I never played the online for RDR1. So there is that, and I will say the one thing that Red Dead Redemption 2 does do is it does bite back on my aspect of GTA possibly not being as successful. Well, two parts. I still don't think it's going to be as successful as GTA 5 without the online. Point blank, period. I think that that's kind of like a duh kind of statement to say. I do think that GTA 6 will still outperform, as an example, Red Dead Redemption 2 in half the time, if that, just because of we are now in a time to where what you see in a trailer is essentially what you're going to get in game. And because Rockstar, just speaking to their pedigree, which is also why I do not give them a pass for certain things, the amount of money, like again, you got all the quality, you said all these bars and everything else, but the amount of money that you have been making as well to support this, how many copies you have sold, you are doing things that people say Nintendo can only do with one game. People are talking about one game moving all of these consoles more than any other sports game would. Right? This is also very special because we have not gotten to Grand Theft Auto in over a decade. So there's a lot of interesting and differentiating things that are going into this scenario. Right? I think that it looks dope, right? I'm still on the hill that, hey, if it's not going to release 60 frames, I'm not going to play it day one. But I would be lying if I said that I am not interested. Because I am. It's in my backyard, Florida. Yes, it's further south, but at the end of the day, it is still Florida. The feel that they're bringing back to it, that Vice City feels, which I do agree with Pong in a lot of ways. Vice City is another one of my favorite Grand Theft Autos when I think about Grand Theft Auto in totality. Like, and I played that as a kid, right? Running around the city doing a mission. I think you're muted, Pong.
No, I'm not muted. I'm talking a little from the side, so you're probably not picking me up. Anyways, yeah, no, my favorite too, Vice City by far.
So Vice City, music, gameplay, all that great stuff, right? I don't even think Grand Theft Auto 4, and I get that people like Grand Theft Auto 4, but I don't think it feels the same, at least for me. But again, that's just me. But them going this direction and also what we saw from that trailer would lead me to believe that this is going to be a generational defining game. But there's just certain things I'm not going to let pass. And I do think that they still need to be able to still come with online day one. But yeah, I mean, shout out to Rockstar. They obviously do have the pedigree. They have worked themselves up to be a very special developer in our industry, right? They're with what they can do. Let's see if they're special enough to listen to all the things that they need to make GTA 6 what it needs to be. So, because there's a lot this time. Online era, right? GTA 5 was like it was just starting. GTA 6 is we're fully engaged in it. So how far are y'all going to go? Right? The Bonnie and Clyde story. There's a lot of dopeness there, man. A lot of dopeness. But I do want to shout out some beautiful people real quick. We had Brett Bingham that came in with the 5 bones earlier. He says, well, PSS is down. I feel like 2011 again. Perhaps fanboys should acknowledge their favorite platform has its own flaws. Yeah, man. I mean, that's been always my biggest critique for PlayStation. Ever since that hack happened back in the day, and again, I used it in a very fanboyish way to be a reason why I would never invest in the PlayStation again. Because I mean, again, it is a good reason because they still have not proven to me, at least, that they believe in their own online infrastructure. It seems like, but here we go, man. You know, PlayStation Network is down once again with no information. Just, you got millions of users, no information. I
think I can get the Decado. I think my voice is good enough. I can do it. So yeah, the one and only Decado. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to another episode of Living Split Screen. Welcome to the Splitters Hype Train. As you all know, it is 2025 and we're trying to keep it ad-free around here. Hashtag no beans on this show with a goal of 69 that never freaking changes around here. That's right. So welcome aboard the Splitters Hype Train. We've got the one and only Decado. He came on through while we were doing some game talk and some intros around here, and he dropped off 4 bags of coal, which means 4 brand new cars full of splitters. Welcome aboard, all you new splitters. That's right. The Decado came through with a 20 freaking bomb. That's right, a bunker buster.
20.
He got the court and he threw down the 2-handed jam. Rocked the rim a little bit, and we got the furnace burn a little bit hotter this morning. So we're not at Mach 2.0. We are at Mach 4.0 out that gate. Thanks to the one and only Decado. So strap in, buckle those 6-point harnesses down, and let's not have anybody fall off the train today.
Look,
thank you, Decado. Appreciate you so much.
Are we hitting Mach 10 today, ladies and gentlemen? Let me get some Mach 10s in chat today. Let me get some Mach 10s in there. Are we hitting Mach 10? We also have Brett Bigham come through with the 2 bones. He says, sweaty bag. Steel.
Oh, that was
pause.
Pause. Yeah, that was early
Big
on.
pause. Hey, sweaty bag, man. I like to get in my sweaty bag, you know? Get on sweaty bag of balls. Anyway. General Spartan says, for how much Sony charges for online and cloud saves, they need to get their online infrastructure in order. Yeah, I mean, I think that's across the board. I mean, again, it's expected for everybody. Sergeant Sentinel coming through. He's always hot and feisty out there. Says, how you doing, Pong Steel? What's going on, Sentinel?
Oh, yeah. We're going to shout that chat. We're going to get everybody rocking and rolling in here. Steel, what else you did talk about Monster Hunter a little bit. A little bit. More Monster Hunter stories, or you what else you've been rocking? I know Final Fantasy 16, obviously, too, right? So
yeah, Final Fantasy 16 has definitely been the main crux. Just to wrap up on Monster Hunter, yeah, of course. But just to wrap up on Monster Hunter Wilds, at least, I wasn't intending to play on the demo. I wanted to more so jump in and get some photos in. Right, because supposedly photo mode was made available with this beta. The other thing too is that I wanted to get in and kind of like finalize my character, because I was still trying to decide. I think what's done it for me is I thought the horns, like the Jin horns, are more from Asian culture, from the Asian lore and stuff like that. I thought that was going to be more. That was going to be an accessory that seems to be part of a hairstyle, and I'm not. That hairstyle doesn't necessarily speak to me. I thought I was going to be able to use them like across the board kind of thing, right? No matter what hairstyle, maybe if I had masks on and stuff like that. That's not going to be possible for the female character, so I think I'm going to definitely solidify myself with rolling as a dude character. I typically do anyway, and I use the female characters kind of like my side character if I want to model it after the wife. I know the wife was talking about jumping into Monster Hunter as well, so yeah, I just help her make her female character, because she will guarantee play as one. So I'll get my fix that way. But the cosmetics look dope as fuck as well. Knowing that you can put on female and male armors, again, just depending on how you want to play, because that kind of does help out with that choice as well, because that was used to be an issue with Monster Hunter. Depending if you're a male or female, the sets did look different, right? And most of the time, again, from what I'm finding out, the male sets are cooler looking depending on what you're looking for, at least for the ones that speak to me. Again, I'm over the top of my armors and people in suits and whatnot. So a lot more of the male side has that. I don't know. Maybe I do end up making a female character. We'll see. I don't know, man. As I've gotten older as well, I've not minded making female characters, just because I don't mind having something good to look at, man. You know what I mean? Something on screen, dress them up. Hey, I'm one of those. I am one of those dudes. I like to play dress up, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yes, I like mine more clothed, but
as much as I give you shit, I feel the same way, Steel. As much as I give you shit about your men in suits. Right?
100%.
I like to play dress up as well.
I'm not going to lie to you. I just told the dev, there's another dev forget what the name is, but I just wrote them because they were talking about having different costumes and stuff in their game. And I was like, hey man, that's super fucking dope, because that's something that for me as a gamer, super appealing. Like, I'm not even asking for it to be the most defining customization I've ever seen. Most of the time I'm just asking for color options. Just give me a way to give me a color wheel and I can customize them however I want. I think that's enough customization just for me, right? Get your own kind of player expression out. But
Did they
yeah, I
change
lean
the
into
character
that.
creator from the original beta at all? Still, did you notice any upgrades or anything different? Is it
Upgrade wise? No, but I will say, fucking shout out to Capcom, bro, because the dude that I was able to create, I don't know if people seen the shots on X or whatever the case. Yo, me with the hair, I'm looking phenomenal out here. I'm looking freaking phenomenal, bro. Like, that's probably one of the better characters that I've been able to create in a game.
Yeah, that's pretty damn good.
And I think this one's going to be extremely versatile. People are going to have some crazy ass custom characters as well. I can see people running around as some avatar characters and just kind of doing whatever you want to with it.
Dragon's Dogma too. Remember the characters people were creating that, bro? That it was huge too. I downloaded I'm asking because I downloaded Monster Hunter Wild so I can play with it this weekend.
Make your character at least.
Yep, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, spend some time, chill, even if it's the night, chill, just relax.
Everything carries over as far as the character creation goes. So yep.
At least you'll at least get to play. If anything, you'll at least play that little intro section, and because that first monster is enough of a pushover for you to at least fill out what you think you're into. Yeah, and you can keep refighting them too if you want. So.
I want to try a couple of different weapons. If dual blades is going to be difficult for me, I want to at least be able to try a couple.
Yeah, I think it would be if you're not trying to learn monsters and be up in the snuff all the time and get beat up.
Like I'd love to, but you know what's going to wind up happening? So I want to put time into it.
There's a lot of frustration.
I'm going to, but I'm not going to be that dude either. I do want to learn more how to play it, but I'm not going to be that dude. I'm going to be grazing on everything else as well. So I'm not going to have that.
I would definitely suggest you go.
Yeah.
I should definitely suggest you go machine. Either go for that machine gun or go with a bow, something like. I mean, again, I think there's a lot of good time to be. Again, you did it with
I played heavy weapons. I played hammer and stuff back in the day. So I'm Monster Hunter all right. So, but yeah, maybe I'll try some long range.
Hammer is there's a lot of fun to be had with hammer too. Hammer is fucking. Yeah. People are saying that hammer might be the go-to weapon. Yeah, just because of how versatile it is.
Yeah.
Hunting horn as well, just because it has some cool stuff with buffing your party, and it can be a very versatile weapon if you want to get more close. So just for an example, I think hunting horn is a perfect weapon for somebody who is not planning on maining Monster Hunter, because you could always join in and contribute to your team.
Right.
And still have the option to, like, you'll kind of get carried for, like, you can be carried for sure, but it's not in a way that you're getting carried where you're a bother. As long as you're not dying, you can be we need Pong as the hunting horn character or whoever as the hunting horn player, because man, these buffs, we're trying to grind these monsters out, and and in turn, now you get full sets. Now you get gear, jewelry that you need. Now if you want to use your hammer and be aggressive, or if you want to use your hunting horn more aggressive, you'll have those options. So that's super dope.
I hate being tank, bro. I ain't doing Lance. I hate being tank, man. He's trying to draft
bro.
me.
That's what we were saying. If hopefully you. Oh, got you. He says nothing carries over but your customized character. Yeah, that's it. Just a custom character in your palette.
Delroy was asking.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Because it's just beta, and Delroy's one of those people. Steal. He just hits randomize on the character. Creator.
Oh, really? I heard Addict mention that too. I don't get how y'all do that.
I don't understand.
I can't even fathom it. But I hear you.
Put myself in your shoes. I can't. You're one of those people. Like I was talking about Steel, like I was talking about Thursday too. Avowed is supposedly 15-20 hours long, like Outer Worlds was. I'm like, who played Outer Worlds in 15-20 hours? I'm like, I can't imagine. I'm like, I was on the first planet for 12 hours, 10 hours. Like I don't understand how people do that. Like I can't put myself. I wish I was like you, people who just mainline games and just run through everything. I wish, but
I can't do it either.
Open world, semi-open world, Western RPGs, bro. I'm exploring, man. I can't put myself in your shoes, and I can't put myself in Delroy's shoes with randomized characters. I can't, bro. I can't.
Yeah, and again, I get it. And if y'all want to more so, hey, take the creativity out of my hand, just give me a character and I'm gonna run. I get it. That's why there's characters that are created for you all the time, right? If I'm going to be seeing my character, I don't care if it's first person. If you're going to give me a menu, Cyberpunk, If you give me an option to look at my character, I need my character when I see it to represent me in some way. I don't care if it's a female character, I don't care if it's a male character. It needs to represent, I made this person. You know what I mean? And again, maybe that's a God complex kind of thing. I mean, us as humans do have that. Where we always try to find ourselves in little things.
You got a couple. Dinosaurs, there's another one, Steele. He said, I'm an explorer too. I just don't care how I look.
I feel it.
Oh, I can't feel it. I can't even say like I'm close to understanding.
I feel it, but I can't. That's not me.
I know what you're saying.
I would look at you like if we were side by side and you hit the randomize button on the character creator. Like for an example, Paul, if we ever went out to whatever studio and they got us to test their game out, and I saw you hit the randomizer button, I'd have to be like, Paul, what are we doing? Why? Now, in a situation like that, that is more understandable because you have a limited amount of time and stuff like that. But even then, we need to flesh this out. We need to flesh this out real quick.
It was so great because you got to customize your main pawn too. And I fell in love with the main pawn.
Me too.
My main pawn, bro. I've said I posted pictures of both my character and my main pawn. I actually fell in love with my main pawn more. Like she is stunning. I was taking pictures of her like she's a model, bro. I was like, dope, bro. I can't believe how great this character creation was in Dragon's Dogma 2, man. I love that aspect of it. And again, that's probably because I do also spend a ton of time in photo mode when they give me the opportunity, right? Steele, I'm also a photo mode whore.
Yeah.
So my character.
I tend to be too.
Yeah. I know you take a ton of screenshots no matter what. So yeah.
I always get the same angles. I'm trying to switch out my angles. I can't help it, man. It's just like this is how it's the angles that I can get.
Creative. You gotta get creative, man. It depends on the camera and it depends on how much freedom they give you. But Dragon's Dogma 2, because you were locked in that bubble, you had to get creative. But man, you get some freaking cool ass shots, man. You could get
I feel like I got some.
The detail in Dragon's Dogma 2. Oh God, what a game!
I saw
people ripping on it again this week, saying it's not good. I was like, Jesus. Anyway,
the weakest thing that you could say about Dragon's Dogma 2 is the story maybe is weak, but other than that,
again,
that's the only thing that you could really say.
It just whatever. Okay, fine. So the story wasn't the strongest ever, but I saw people actually saying the gameplay.
It's still worth
good.
playing.
I was like, Jesus, I don't know about
it's
that.
It's not. Oh, I don't. Yeah, maybe it's good depending on the weapon. I mean, again, I did use dual blades in Dragon's Dogma as well.
Now I'm taking a default character too. Jesus, Steele, we got a bunch of people.
God damn, Nam, what's up with you default people? Y'all just hit the default. Just give me
random people.
So y'all are the people who just say, "Oh, I'm just going to be Commander Shepard. I'm Fem Shep, male Shep. That's it. That's just the character that I am." I don't get that in Mass Effect either. How do you go from game to game as just default Shep?
No,
I don't know.
The other thing too is like a game like Cyberpunk 2, Steel, or any game nowadays, really. I feel like if I hit randomizer, I'm gonna have a point where my main character is uglier than a bunch of NPCs in the background, and I'm not.
Can't have that either. Can't
have that because the NPCs in Cyberpunk. Oh, there was plenty of weird, strange, ugly ones.
Oh yeah,
but holy shit, they have some really good looking ones in that too. Damn good looking random NPCs walking around. Like, so I don't want that. I agree. I don't want that, man. I don't want that.
Hey, JB1521, see, you already know what time it is. Yes, he says, I need to be clean in those cutscenes. You know how dope it feels when you see your character with whatever outfit that you picked in the cutscenes?
Yeah.
Man, it just feels cool as fuck. It just feels cool.
That's also the reason why I don't make myself. Because I think that looks weird to me. I gotta make somebody who's better looking. And again, generally speaking, anyways, I'm creating a female. But if I was to create a male, I would never go for like when Colt makes himself. Shout out to Colt. When he makes himself in video games and he posts his screenshots, I'm like, that's fucking stupid, bro. Like, that looks so fucking dumb. Why would you watch yourself in your video game? Now, Steel, when he does himself, he adds some flair to himself. Like the one you created for Monster Hunter, bro, that had some flair too, bro. That
of course.
You looking like a king, like out there, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
When I see people try to make themselves, it just I'm like, bro, I ain't doing that. I
don't need mine to be perfect. It needs to be literally. That's why I started getting away from just making my character bald, because it's like Yeah, having that form of representation in there is cool. And again, I don't mind being bald, but it's like, it's one of those things to where, especially if the hair options are right and things are looking good, like especially the way Monster Hunter had it in Wilds, I was like, I went to that option. I was like, this literally looks like a haircut I would have gotten. Like, how crazy is this? Yo, my character, and that's typically how I make my character. What is the fantasy version of myself? This is it. Right, you know what I mean? At the best way possible. You know, even in 2K, yeah, JB1521, he said that's why I like NBA 2K's character creator, where you put your actual self in the game. I wish more companies would do that. And even 2K's version, like, you can get it as close to yourself as you can because they take the actual photo of you and everything. But even in that, there's some fantasy in that, because I don't think that character looks just like me either. It looks like a fantasy version of myself, right? Because I'm not 6'9", 200. Well, I'm definitely 300 pounds. But like, again, I don't look it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have the belly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have none of the extra. I don't look that way. You know what I mean? So, but I'm not that tall either. So, but that stuff is cool, man. I like that. But yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds, I'm more than over the moon about the full release. Again, when I'm saying that this is going to be my main game when it comes out, I'm gonna have a situation to deal with, man, because I'm gonna have Monster Hunter and then I have Assassin's Creed that next month, and I do really want to play Assassin's Creed, and maybe we'll see with how heavily I plan on playing Monster Hunter. And with it being my main game focus, like, hey, when I sit down to play a game, that's the game that I'm going to be playing. Like, I've already set that in my mentality. I think it's going to be easier to have a game like that on the side because it's a literally pick up and play. I can pause it wherever. It's a story focused game kind of thing. And I do want to do kind of like a review on that one as well, just because I have a shinobi in a game about assassins. And I have Yasuke, who's like on the opposite side of that, which I think is an interesting character in a game that I do tend to like a lot, right? And I've liked what I've seen of it, right? I liked what I got out of Valhalla. Again, the worst thing I can say about Valhalla is I felt like it overstayed, right? But I also went back to it and spent another 40 plus hours playing the roguelite mode that came out as DLC. And now I see people complaining about Shadows offering its DLC or talking about their DLC like Assassin's Creed just puts out bad content. Like, bro, like, we can be in arms about Ubisoft, but certain things are just, you know, maybe, Pong, if the rumors are believed to be true, that only half the team knew how to make a game before they created Assassin's Creed Shadows, because again, that was one of the rumors that were thrown out there, then maybe we need more games that have half the team who know how to make a fucking game, because maybe that's what you need. You need more people actually cooking the meals versus the chef. You don't need everybody to be the top, everybody giving the command, saying how things go. You just need people who are going to put the work in.
See how it turns out. Let's wait till
it
drops.
No, we'll see. Let's
see how it turns out. But yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying, Steele. Sometimes having actual levels of leadership, like, hey, I've been doing this for 25 years, and people below me don't think they know as much because they haven't been around for as long, so they actually listen. Sometimes that does work organizationalize better than having a bunch of people like the Initiative, right? What happened to the Initiative, right? They brought in some of the best and brightest at the Initiative, and it only took a matter of under a year before that started falling apart because all those people were used to being leaders. All of those people had massive amounts of experience at the Initiative, and it caused, according to all the talk, not necessarily full-blown battles, but it caused a lot of consternation, a lot of frustration, because everybody has their idea about how things should be done when you have those types of people. When you have a bunch of alphas in the room together,
yeah,
it's going to lead to some problems, bro. You need the betas to fall in line to work properly, right? That's what has to happen. So I do get what you're saying, though. I do.
Yeah, I'm glad you get what I'm saying overall.
Yeah,
so I'm not being extremely literal.
Yeah,
but
I know.
So
I
yeah.
know.
super excited for Monster Hunter Wilds. Anybody that's interested, definitely join me on that. The streams will be on Living Split Screen. But again, like I mentioned, any streams that I do for Monster Hunter Wilds is probably going to be uploaded after, right? So, afterwards to Living Split Screen. So the main place is going to be my main YouTube channel. Has 0 subscribers there right now. So if you want to follow me, you can. It's just youtube.com/Steel Rain. T is a 7. You're probably going to get my other account to pop up still because you change your name and I put other words in front of my other. Like you put Reaper of Steel Rain and then you have default Steel Rain. When you type in Steel Rain, Reaper of Steel Rain still pops up because it's been active longer. So something I'm going to have to deal with, but my main account is always going to be my main account. So when I got YouTube Premium on, but I wanted to kind of pull it away from content creation. So keep everything kind of separate in that way. So, but definitely join me on that for those who are interested and maybe you want to find out what the Monster Hunter Wilds is going to be for you. You can chop it up with me about that on full release. But the other thing that I have been playing is Final Fantasy 16. This is a game that I had interest in previously when it was announced years ago when it came to PlayStation 5, mainly because my foray or my most recent doings with Final Fantasy, along with Final Fantasy Remake, was Final Fantasy 15, and I liked what they were doing with those games, right? Both Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Final Fantasy 15, I appreciate them both, what they do mechanically and how just the game feels in that Final Fantasy setting. I know a lot of people don't, but going into Final Fantasy 16, I was anticipating for the game to be a little bit more action oriented or more gameplay oriented, and I do find myself putting down the controller more so than I have in a lot of games that I've been playing recently, right? And I get it's Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is one of those games that have always had some of the good FMVs and telling your story through actually animated content. But I do feel in a lot of ways that until recently, until about after 10 hours in, I felt like I was watching the game more than I was playing it. And there is a lot of QTEs in the bigger battles. And again, I don't necessarily mind that either. I don't think that it does them quite as well as like a game like Asura's Wrath does. For an example, another game that's over the top, heavily action oriented, and all those, has finishers and all the great things. And the combat didn't start fleshing out more until I dived further in as well. There is some complexity to the combat. I don't know if I want to compare it quite to DMC, Devil May Cry. I think that's still a bit of a stretch, but I can understand now why some people were making that reference, right? I hadn't dropped any previous content about that or checked that out at all. So I was literally going into this kind of completely fresh, just kind of going into it more so what I've heard, more so than what I've seen. And it does feel good as you continue to progress through the game. I do personally feel like I wish that the game had a hard mode from the very beginning. I don't see it being very likely that I play through the game again on a harder difficulty, especially with all this. And I know I can skip the cutscenes and all that, but I would rather do like, maybe not a boss rush mode, but maybe more of an arcade type mode, roguelite, whatever the case. I think roguelike modes should kind of be the replacement for that arcade mode in games. Just a mode that you can go through, slay some enemies, level up, and kind of your progress is kind of locked to those sessions. You know what I mean? Kind of like a survival kind of base mode, stuff like that. I think that's more so what I would be looking for. But I am very interested in where they're going with the story. Clive, I think, is a cool character. He doesn't have the lasting effect. I don't think he's Noctis. He doesn't have that impression to me. I don't think he's as cool of a character. I do think that Ifrit in this game is probably the coolest fucking version of Ifrit that I've fucking ever seen. Especially when you're playing as him and you're going into combat and everything. That is kind of overly simplified as well. I wish there was more to be done in those moments, just to lean into them being over the top. And so far, those moments are the iconic moments. The other thing, too, that really bothers me about the game so far is seeing that there's no elemental anything. There's no ailments. There's nothing. That bothers me for a Final Fantasy game, because that was like one of the main things that made Final Fantasy what it was. Seeing how the different elements kinds of affect different things in the world, how enemies were affected by it, and to see none of that take place in this game feels very weird, because you give me all of these elements. Why can't I combine? I hit this dude with a fire move, fire uppercut, then I back up and hit him with a lightning rod and it does this fucking huge explosion. Like, you more so focused on making the animations the animations to do the moves slightly over the top, but you didn't focus enough on the actual impact of it. It's weird, man, but it does feel cool. As I'm getting further into it, I still feel like I'm earlier on in it or whatever the case, but it does feel good to play. It is definitely more so on that movie side of things. I do want Final Fantasy to be more action oriented, and whether that's turn-based or whatever, whether they find the middle or whatever the case, but they have to find a way for them to be able to tell story without me putting my controller down for 5 minutes. At least that's the way it feels sometimes. We'll just finish a fight and now I got my controller in my hand, and the next thing I know, I've been sitting with my controller in my hand for a bit. I'm like, do what? Is this what I'm trying to play right now? Do I want to play a game or do I want to watch TV? And I think it's balancing it well. Again, no slight to the game, because I do think it's an impressive game. It feels good. It plays good. It looks good. But what the open world segments don't feel open worldish, right? Which is fine. But when I'm adventuring, finding stuff, you're giving me material that doesn't feel impactful for anything. I had to download a mod for weapon progression to make it feel more organic, because right now the weapon progression is extremely linear in the game by default. Oh, you get to a certain point in the game, you can just make a stronger weapon all of a sudden. Oh, okay. Oh, you get to this point in the game, now it's a strong. You did 3 missions. Now you can get an even stronger weapon. Oh, you did 3 more missions? Oh, here's another weapon. Oh, here's some armor. The armor doesn't change how your character looks. It's just armor that you put on. So what is the point of any of it? It doesn't feel good. So I had to download a mod that gives the weapons some actual stats that actually, when I say stats, they give the weapons abilities that can actually have an effect on gameplay. Sorry, I can't fucking talk. But the weapons have an actual effect on gameplay now. So one of the weapons, for as an example, didn't have anything. It would just tell you, oh, this is the stats of the weapon or whatever. Now with this mod, it'll add like, oh, now you can gain, if you do successful combos, consecutive hits or whatever, you get this. Or, hey, if you do this type of damage, you get this. Why does a mod have to do that? Why is that in the game by default? Why is in the weapon design of this game, is that something that I have to look somewhere else for? That doesn't make sense. That's where it doesn't feel Final Fantasy to me. It's like somebody it's so confusing, because I'm playing the game thinking and feeling like, oh man, whoever made this, they obviously understand Final Fantasy lore or understand Final Fantasy's basics, but didn't want to implement the gameplay features that makes Final Fantasy what it is, and lean more into the fantasy of it. But visually, they obviously understand. The guys look cool. Rama looks like Rama. Ifrit looks like Ifrit. Again, Garuda looks fucking dope as fuck. Like, they did well with all that shit. It's a very visually impressive game as far as Final Fantasy goes. 1000%. I thought 15 was a very impressive visually game. 7, Remake and Rebirth, are both visually impressive for a modern era of gaming. But can we lean into what makes Final Fantasy what it is? And I think that's what upsets people more. I think that's what detracts people more from the IP more than anything. Because not only are you, hey, let's go more action oriented so we can reach a wider audience, but then you also remove elements out of the game and make it what it is. In the game, I don't have a summoning system at all. So, the game also has a bounty system. You go out into the world, you find these random monsters. Oh, why do I have to go to a bounty board to find monsters, to go through these worlds that have really nothing in them? So you want me to go through these boards to find this one monster? I don't run that fast. You just gave me a fucking a chocobo that feels like it runs slower than I can run. Mind you, I also had to download a mod. I downloaded the mod that when you get into these open world segments, when you can run, because for whatever reason, the person designing this game says, hey, before we allow you to run, there should be a 3-second timer of you walking into your run transition in the open world. So every time that you stop running, by default, this is how the game sets up. You get into these open world segments, and mind you, there's nothing in them that's cool enough to explore for me to be casually walking slow for any reason, or me to want to be in the space any longer than I need to be, at least from what I've experienced so far. Maybe it changes in Endgame or something, or the DLC or whatever the case. But I had to download a mod that took the run transition down to from 3 seconds to 1 second. So that, hey, when I start moving through an area, I can instantly start sprinting. You don't have a sprint button. So you give me these segments and you purposefully made them slower for what reason? I don't understand that. But it's like, there's certain things in this game where it's like, I can understand mods making sense in this case 1,000% because it's only made the gameplay better, right? And again, I'm sure the game by default is 100% great. What I've experienced seems fine. I have my qualms with it. Don't quite know where I sit at with it right now. I do feel good about it and I am interested in it, but I need to play more of it. But I do have over 10 hours in it, so it's obviously doing something. Right. Again, I mean, I don't watch movies and stuff like that or TV as often as I do. So maybe I'm fulfilling a couple needs here by playing this game, watching and playing this game at the same time. So there's that. It's a cool game. Very interesting. Nothing to write home about, I would say. But it's definitely a pleasing game to say the least. So
hey, at least you're getting something out of it. You only had to add a few mods. I mean, way to go.
Yeah. Quality of life.
The eyes are killing me on the characters, by the way. The god eyes are killing me.
I had to, man. I had to take it to the next level. After I found out that when they got their powers, I was like, hey, y'all unlocked your powers now. I got to give you eyes. I saw the option. Hey, you unlocked them? Hey, there you go. You need the eyes. I need you to have the look.
Your generation has been heavily influenced by anime, sir.
That's just me.
There's a lot of you.
It's just me. I like the over the top look.
Everything is Dragon Ball Z. Everything's Dragon
Look, if anybody hasn't listened,
come on, man.
You said what?
I'm surprised you don't have the Dragon Ball Z flames, the power around them.
Oh no, not everything requires that.
Well,
you don't need the aura to. You don't need the aura to get the aura. Yeah.
Get the Riz going. Let's go.
No, man. No, it only works if you have that godlike power on the inside. You know what I'm saying? The main reason I feel like they could have did better with the eyes though. How the eyes look overall. I think they could have been a bit better. I am somebody who is like, if you have main characters, your main characters in your game should be stand out from top to bottom. Like when you're looking at them in every scene, they're like, damn, they got a good looking face. They got good looking eyes. They got good looking, like, cause those are the things that you're noticing. Because especially when you're talking to other characters, you're like, how does this character look amongst everybody else? You know what I mean? And I get certain stories are trying to do certain things. But if anything, this should tell you what I would do if I had my own game.
Right.
If anything. So there's that.
Oh, of course. Mm-hmm.
Vandal says, I was slightly interested. Now I'm not interested at all. Another PlayStation movie game. They ruined the Final Fantasy IP. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. It is. I mean, it is. I found myself in the first 3 hours of me playing this game trying to find out whether I am watching or playing this game. 1000%. It's almost the same way that I felt about God of War in the beginning. The first 3 hours of God of War, I was like, am I watching or playing this game? And I get that the combat gets better over time. And again, it has gotten better, right? but there's also not enough enemies for the combat to matter. Where's the skill expression? Why is there not harder difficulties? It's like you purposely made this game movified. Like, damn, in the gameplay segments, I can't even enjoy the gameplay segments because I only have the normal difficulty. And I'm sorry that I feel like I'm being punished as somebody that maybe the normal difficulty isn't hard enough for me. And it makes me feel away. You know what I mean? Like, it takes the interest out. When something is just a pushover, again, if I just wanted to watch TV, I would just watch TV.
Certain audience that has been born and bred on that type of game now, Steel.
That's insane, bro.
You know, but that's kind of who they were angling towards at the time, right? Obviously, since they, you know, that's, although, I mean, I guess I haven't played either one, so I can't even say anything yet, as far as Final Fantasy 16 versus Final Fantasy 7, and how different they are, you know, the remake and Rebirth. But it just seems like they did kind of sculpt their games towards a certain audience because they got exclusivity deals signed. And that is going to limit, right, what you attract. They think that it's a bigger audience because, you know, a certain platform carries a lot of influence, right? And because that audience specifically looks for certain styles of games and has through now a generation and a half, obviously, or actually almost 2 generations, because you can go back through the midpoint of PS3 when they started introducing this type of gameplay. But I think for the PlayStation audience and how, you know, if you're Square Enix and you're cutting those deals at the time, and your games, you know, specifically are probably going to sell, even if you put them on PC, they're probably going to sell the majority on PlayStation, then you're going to, even though you're a third party, you're going to naturally make your games more in line with what sells on that platform. And that's obviously what they started doing with Final Fantasy. And that's where they started losing their core fan base, because they were looking at the Western PlayStation fan base instead of the original Eastern PlayStation fan base, right? Japan. That's why, you know, the Final Fantasies have been selling less and less in the East. And they've lost a lot of the core fan base from that side because they went too far to the West. And I think that that's probably what they've realized, and why now that they're going to make everything multi-platform. I think we might see a return to more, I'm not going to say they're going to go back to turn-based or anything like that, but I'm just saying they might return to a more RPG, at least with, like you said, Steel, a better feeling world, less, less movie, less big cutscenes, less sitting with the controller in your hands, not doing anything. I think we might see that return by Square Enix now that they're going to go multi-platform. But it is interesting to hear your take on this. So, because it does fall in line with kind of what we all heard when it dropped. So,
really? Yeah, I don't remember everything that people were saying. I know people were saying that it was movified and everything. I just feel like there was just certain parts in this game that it didn't, and maybe it was easier to make it movified, but there was just certain things that I felt could have been turned into gameplay elements, or just could have flowed better if it was more gamified than movified. You know what I mean? Yeah. So,
but you know, both you and I are a lot similar than that. Again, that's why the new God of War doesn't, you know, it was a good game. And like I said, from what I played, I was like, I understood why people thought it was good, but it's not what I was looking like. That's
like, because arguably
I grew up on it. It's like, no,
because arguably I could say the Asura's Wrath, like, and I keep using it as a reference point, but even Asura's Wrath has a shit ton of QTEs in it, but the game doesn't make you feel like all you're doing is QTEs. It's making you feel like moment to moment, there's just badass shit that keeps happening. Like, oh, you get here's some story. Oh, don't put down the controller. You're going to fuck around and press a button. Hey, you better get the timing right, because you're going to be pressing the shit out of these buttons too. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to necessarily do that. It's just, I don't know, man. And Gene, I think Hellblade 2 has more gameplay in it in its first 8 hours than fucking Final Fantasy does.
Oh, okay.
Hellblade 2 has more gameplay in it than Final Fantasy 16 does in the first 4 hours at least. At least I'm pressing up on the controller, fucking at Hellblade. Yo, Final Fantasy 16, I do a fight for 2 minutes, and then boom, more dialogue. I need to know what's happening. I get it, but then, okay. Oh, 5 more minutes, 2 more minutes of fighting? Bad. Now, Gene, that's fair. Yes, Hellblade 2 is not going to last as long as Final Fantasy 16 gameplay-wise overall. No. But that's also a completely different
I don't
experience.
think anybody's...
You can't even compare the two.
Well, and I don't think that anybody ever tried to say that Hellblade 2 wasn't that cinematic experience. Like, that was the one game.
And it was. Right? It did. Yeah,
hashtag just one from COG. I'll steal it from COG. Yeah, hashtag just one. That obviously was the direction that they always intended to go with Hellblade, even from the first one to the second one, and when it dropped, like, we had all hoped that they were going to do more action because of all the work that they did with the combat, right? That was a big focus. So we had talked about Ninja Theory possibly that this game was going to be more action-packed than the first one was. But when it dropped and everybody realized that it was just the first one, but a whole lot better in a lot of ways, I don't think anybody tried to say that Hellblade 2 was anything but a cinematic experience with action sequences in between. Not QTEs, but action sequences. Like that's what the game was, right? And it was about the narrative, and it was about the environments that you were exploring, and discovering. So that's
not what I expect when I'm playing Final Fantasy.
Yeah, Final Fantasy. Right. That's
the difference. And that's what I'm saying. And if that's a hot take, it's a hot take.
Eastside, at least he's starting to call himself a casual dad gamer now, even though he still wants to act like an expert. At least he's labeled himself appropriately, so that makes a whole lot of sense, right? And his favorite RPG is Spider-Man, so don't forget that, right? So, but at least he's being honest about what he is now. He still tries to act like he knows more than people, and he doesn't, but at least he says he's a casual dad gamer now.
Hey, man, you're playing a role, though, so it's all good.
Yeah, it's all good.
As long as you're playing a role, it's an RPG.
It's an RPG. Don't matter what role that is, even if
I'm Gene. You know it's all love, bro. I'm just giving my opinions and my thoughts and how I feel in the moment, because these are things that I was thinking. If I would have been streaming the game, this is what y'all going to realize as well. The way that I feel live is not any different from the way that I feel in any other moment of my life. I'm just telling you what I was thinking about in the moment, because I'm watching the gameplay on screen. And again, this is me almost 10 hours in. So a lot of the gameplay that you're seeing today is me almost 10 hours in. So there is that. Anyway. Pong, if you want to shout out the chat real quick, that has been pretty much it from what I have been playing and getting into this week, prepping for Monster Hunter Wilds. Other than that, I've just been trying to consume content, seeing what other people are doing, and kind of how I want to go about things, because again, the number one thing that I do want people to know, as far as me jumping into Monster Hunter Wilds, as it is going to be my main game, I'm going to ignore everything else that's going on. When you Steel comes up on his, what are you playing this week, Steel? You're gonna be like, it's just Monster Hunter, man. I defeated this monster. I'm gonna come back to you guys with a journey on a week-to-week basis on my most recent hunt and what happened during that hunt, and kind of go from there and have it all live.
Dope,
right?
That should be dope.
It's all going to be right here on Living Split Screen. I'm probably going to make
weekly battle report. Let's go.
Hey, that's it. That's what I might call it. Matter of fact, hold on. You just gave me a fucking idea. Hold on. I'm gonna call it for Living Split Screen. I'm gonna call it the battle report. Hold up. Let me write that down here in these notes. Battle report. Every week, you're gonna get a weekly battle report from Steel. I'll come up with a specific logo, a transition for it, and everything. Gene says still about to master Monster Hunter. I'll be watching. I don't know if I'll master it. I'm maining dual blades, so that's the main thing. If anything, I am going to master dual blades, but it's going to be dual blades in both for me. So, and I just want to get nice, man. I want to get nice. Again, I was telling people my intention is just to become the best that I can be at it. I'm not promising that I'm going to be able to do any time attacks or anything like that, but just to give people a realistic expectation of what Monster Hunter gives you, right? That's kind of my whole intention in putting that on the line, because it does take some effort, man. Because my main thing is going to be soloing. I'm going to solo every monster. That's every one of them. If I can't solo them, no deaths. That's I can't call myself a master until I do that, or at least I get good at that, and then it's cutting down the time, right? So we'll see how things go. I'm excited for it, man. I made the post on Twitter, otherwise known as X, this week, and I made that today, that Monster Hunter Wilds has me feeling like I'm playing Pokemon Ruby again for the first time. Something familiar, but mastery is the focus this time around. Becoming better every hunt and really leaning into the universe of Monster Hunter Wilds. No other game has my focus right now, other than Assassin's Creed. Because I am just definitely interested in that. Everything else can wait. Real life, it's a real life too behind the scenes. So, yeah.
I love it, man. It's gonna be fun watching this. That's for sure. And hopefully you'll join me in my little weak ass and carry me around.
Hey, man, don't worry. I'll be there for you. I'm gonna make sure.
A little bit.
I'm gonna make sure I got a set for you and everything.
I'm not gonna try to take too much time away from the professionals. But
you good, man? Hey. That's the thing about Monster Hunter, is all resources can be used, man. So it's all
that's true.
Good.
That's true. That's true. All right, let's get the chat shouted out, man. We've already been going for a cool hour and 45 minutes. Thank you all for rocking out with us. A usual start to Living Split Screen. Some people would be already getting ready to wrap up with their final topic of their show and closing it down, man. Here's Steele and I talking games without y'all and getting our intros, and just that's what we do here, man. So thank you all for joining us. Again, let's see who's in here. We got the Shine Films. He says, I'm ready for Avowed. I hope I can get into Monster Hunter this time around. The grind is something else. Yeah, Shine Films, that's my goals, 2 goals right there. We'll probably talk about Avowed here when we get into the topics a little bit, because they did confirm that they are up to 60 frames on the Series X, which was a big move this week. And so we'll talk about that, but that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah. I'm not getting the early access for Avowed. I decided not to. There's no DLC for the early access. They haven't even announced DLC. Carrie Patel, the director, said maybe. But because there's no early access, I'm not paying $20 to play 5 days early. So I don't care about the soundtrack or the art book.
That's really it. Yeah.
So I'm just going to wait. I got plenty to play. Right. I'm fine. But Avowed and Monster Hunter Wilds are my 2 this month for sure, that I'm going to get into. So thank you for being here, Shine Films. We got the Back from the Dead. What's going on, Back? Back says, I'll try to carry you Monster Hunter Wilds 2, punk. So LOL. Thanks, Back. Appreciate you, brother, so much for being here, man. I'm going to need some help. Wilfrey Rosario, what's going on, Wilfrey? Great to see you. What's up, brothers? Happy Saturday to you as well. We got the Bold Alpha Wolf back in here. What's going on, Bold Alpha? He says, if they nerf physical charge axe again, I'm out. LOL. Yeah, I hate when they nerf shit, man. Jesse James in the house. What's going on, Jesse James? He said, I'm not interested in Avowed enough to upgrade. I am definitely interested, but again, I just got so many games, I'm not even freaking worried about it. And like, if there was DLC, I always buy the premium upgrade path for early access, but those usually include DLC or the battle pass, right? Like Call of Duty. That to me is worth it, because generally I'm going to buy those anyway. So I'm like, oh, well, cool, right? Indiana Jones came with the DLC, right? That's worth it to me. It's just storybook art, or the art book, the music, and then they also gave you some cosmetics. Not worth it to me this time around. So, but decide for yourself. Who else we got in here? We got Tim, the Sorcerer, of course, in the house. What is going on? He said, real life can wait. LOL. I wish I could say the same. Yeah, well, again, Steele's got real life he's dealing with too. So don't worry.
Oh, if I said it can wait, it can't wait. It's happening.
Can't wait. It's happening is what he meant more so than anything. It's when you got kids, you got family, you got wife. That's getting in the way no matter what. So it happens. So who else we got in here? We got the Nam Omar. What is going on? Great to see you in here. We got the one and only Decado in the house. What's going on, Decado? We got Smitty Smith in here. What's going on, Smitty? Salute to you, brother. Great. Thank you for joining us this morning. We got the MG again in the house. What's going on, MG? We got the Sly Crow. The Sly Crow. He is out here harping for Lancers, man. Needs that tank in the party for the Monster Hunter, man. The Lance, maybe I'll like the Lance Sly. I will try it in the beta. I will try the Lance and see if I like it. I've been surprised.
They got the training area now too, so
Yeah. So
You
I'm
can
gonna
play
try
a
the
bunch of
weapon.
stuff in the training area.
So maybe I'll wind up liking the Lance. Maybe I'll surprise myself and actually want to be a tank this time around. So I actually like the tank in Space Marine 2, which was the first time ever. I like being the heavy.
Oh, you were getting to it too.
Yeah, I was getting to it, man. Yeah. So we'll see. Who else is in here? We got the Opalog in the house. I hope I pronounced that correct. Opalog. So my controller went to sleep mode multiple times playing Final Fantasy 16. I can see how that would happen. Not touching it for a while. JB1521, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you so much. Great to be in here. Great to see you in here. Who else we got in here? I'm scrolling. East Side Bando. What is going on, East Side? Thank you for joining us, brother, as always, man. We got the Oats, of course, in the house. Oats, what's going on? It says Sony was probably devaluing Square with these time exclusivities that didn't sell so they could acquire them. I don't know if it was on purpose. It probably just was starting to trend that way naturally. Again, it was just a bad move. The other Eastern developers, or a lot of the other Eastern developers, had already figured out that didn't work. Even if they wanted to try to say that, Xbox fan base wasn't big enough to be worth it. There is something to be said that even if you try to downplay something smaller like the Xbox ecosystem, at the end of the day, when you put it in front of more people in more places, you don't know where that popularity boost is going to come from. And it could be from that smaller portion of the fan base. It could be somebody from that smaller portion of the fan base that streams or that starts telling other people. Like, you just never know nowadays how that spreads. And Sega, Atlas, Capcom, Bandai Namco, all these other companies started figuring out that even if that might have looked true on paper, it wasn't working out in reality, and they needed to put their games everywhere. And now all three of those companies specifically, and there's more, have found success doing so. And I think that's what Square finally woke up to, the reality, like, whoa, we put ourselves in a really tough position. But don't know if that was on purpose by Sony. I just think it was kind of trending that way naturally because they were catering to that audience more and more, which is not what their full audience was. And I think it turned people off. So who else we got in here? Let's keep scrolling here. Lydia Masters in the house. Let's go on, Lydia Master. Great to see you, brother. Appreciate you so much. Look at this. We got the 108 Dragons TV Lemon in the house. What's going on, Lemon? Always good to see you, brother. Appreciate you dropping on by and saying hi. Hope you're having a great weekend, sir. Who else we got in here? We got the Weapon X in the house. What is going on, Weapon X? We got the one and only Delroy. What's going on, Delroy? Thank you for dropping in here, sir. I hope you've been traveling as always, man, and having a great time with your life, your real life.
I think he said he's chilling right now. He's going to be traveling again in like 3 weeks or so.
See, Delroy's just a world hopping rabbit, man. I'm telling you, Delroy, love it, brother. So get out there, have fun, man. Matty Burns, great to see you, sir, as always, man. I know you're always lurking in the background. Thank you for dropping in and saying hi. Appreciate you so much. We got the MF Great in here. What's going on, MF Great? Great to see you. We got It's Tibby. It's Tibby's in here. What's going on? It's Tibby. Great to see you, brother. Thank you so much for joining the show. We got the one and only Ray Boyd in the house. What's going on, Ray? Great to see you, sir. He says, I find it more rewarding to find cosmetics through the world in RPGs. Yeah, I mean, I like when you can actually find cool shit in the world. That's for damn sure. Whether it's armor, weapons, it don't matter. Cosmetics, that is dope as hell. But I do like an upfront set that at least gives you a nice, deep customization. Because I do think in most games that are going to allow you to do that, that's vital. Once you give that opportunity, I want you to put your all into it. And that's why I love games, appreciate that what they do when they do that. The same with photo mode too nowadays. If you're going to put a photo mode in the game, and I think most RPGs, those types of games should have photo mode now. I know it's resources. I know it's time. I'm not saying it's easy, but if you're going to do it right and put some work into it, because it's free advertising for your games nowadays, man. And when the characters are looking good through a character creation, we've seen that word spread. That was viral for Dragon's Dogma because people were actually creating famous people, like Steele said, they were creating movie characters. Like they were putting, and you could do it and they looked legit. And that actually spread the word of Dragon Dogma 2 even before it launched, because that character creation that they allowed everybody to try out and then carry over into the game. So I think it is important. But yeah, finding cosmetics through the world is dope as hell too. Black Carday, what's going on, brother? Thank you for jumping in here, man. The one and only Brett Bingham, of course, was in here. Great to see you as well. Brett was talking, must have been about Avowed. He said, I heard it was 30 hours long, but ILP said from when they interviewed the team, they are like 50 plus different endings with short, medium, and long-term consequences. Yeah, we're going to talk about Avowed and some of the stuff that came out. And yet, and I was saying that people were comparing it to Outer Worlds. If you mainline the main missions, 15, 20 hours. If you do side content, they said 40 hours or so. Again, to me, that's still crazy, because playing Outer Worlds and explore the world, like there's no way I complete that game in 40 hours. Like there's not, but that's me. And I know it's me. But yeah, I know it's probably going to be longer for most people. I had heard that, but the multiple ending thing, I did not hear 50 plus, but holy shit, if that's the case, then yeah, they did what I thought Obsidian was going to do, which gets me more excited, where decisions matter. So we're going to talk about that a little bit. Who else we got in here? Let's see if I can find anybody else. Did I get Lydian Master? Lydian Master, thank you for dropping in here. If I already got you, you get a second shout out. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, we got the one and only Sin, of course, is in the house today too. Sin, thank you for being here. Sergeant Sentinel Gaming dropped on by. Thank you, Sergeant Sentinel. Appreciate you, brother, for being a part of the show today, dropping in here. General Spartan 27. What is going on, General Spartan 27? Thank you, brother, for dropping by. One of the OGs, Rescue Squad. Culp is in the house. What's going on, Rescue Squad? I see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Of course, the one and only Nixie is in here as always. What's going on, Nixie? Great to see you as well. Let me see. Scrolling. Dr. Scotsy. What's going on, Dr. Scotsy? Thanks for dropping by and checking out the show. Appreciate you so much.
Hey, appreciate that.
Dr. Scotsy says, I'm loving Eternal Strands, but yeah, I'm skipping through every piece of dialogue and just playing for the mechanic. Yay! Another person who hates the Zoomerific shit. Yes, let's go. Thank you, Dr. Scotsy. Yeah, it's awful. Tubabu Kubi, of course, is in the house. What's going on, Tubabu? Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much, sir. We got Jason Max in the house. Thank you, Jason Max, for dropping in here. He said, RDR2 is my favorite game of all time, but GTA 6 might steal the title. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Those are some big words, sir. Can't wait to see what they pull out.
I would expect for it to. The game's going to look completely different than what you thought RDR2 looked, or how Red Dead or GTA looked.
I just hope it's coming to PC shortly.
Again, I can't excuse it if it doesn't release on everything day one.
You know it's not going to release day one, bro. They're console heavy, bro. I just don't see it. I want it to happen though, obviously. Def Flipper, what's going on, Def? Great to see you, brother. Appreciate you so much for being in here. We got the Stanley Francois. What's going on, Stanley Francois? Always dropping by and saying hi. Thank you for being a part of the show today as
appreciate you, Stanley.
It's always, Stanley. Appreciate you. And I think that's as far. Herzog VidX, what is going on, Herzog? I knew I'd see you at some point in one of our chats talking about the potential for Skies of Arcadia coming back. Sega re-upped that IP. If we get a new Skies of Arcadia, or even if we get a remake of the original Skies of Arcadia, Herzog, you know it's one of my favorite RPGs, right? So it's going to be special. Great to see you, brother. Glad you're excited for the potential. I think Sega knows what they're doing now, man. They got a nice roll going right now. They're a lot like Capcom. They're starting to get to that point. We're going to see that old IP come back. And of course, Skies of Arcadia is a lot of people's favorites. So we're going to see that. Brother Psychonauts is joining us from the front line at GameStop. He's probably there right now this morning, unless he's got the day off. Lucky him, but I think he's probably there working. Psychonauts, thank you for joining us, brother, as always. Game on Jesse's in the house. Is going on, Game on Jesse? Great to see you in here as well. He said, I just ran the credits on Sniper Elite Resistance. 7% of the players have finished it. Congratulations, sir. Hats off to you.
Hey, in case you 100%. Didn't know, most people don't finish games.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't, so whatever.
Most people don't.
Oz Hayes, what's going on? Great to see you in here as well. What do you mean, Steel? Everybody. Only real gamers finish games. Let's see here if I missed anybody else. I think that's everybody that I've got. Let's see here. Omi Tomi, what's going on? Great to see you in here. What up, fam? What up to you, brother? Thank you for being a part of the show today. Yeah, Herzog, Sega. Herzog says you're listening and you listen to me. So yes, do Skies of Arcadia. Remaster, remake, bring it back out, and then get a new one on the way as well. Let's get that rolling, Sega. So there you go. Drake Williams says, "What up, boys?" Drake Williams, what up to you? Thank you for joining the show. Appreciate you so much for being here and checking us out this morning. You're playing Quidditch. Omi Tony is playing Quidditch Champs with the daughter this weekend. Hey man, anytime you get the gaming in with the kiddos, it's special. It don't matter what it is, man. It's special. So shout out to you. Have fun on Quidditch Champs. And enjoy it with the daughter, man. You're making memories for both of you, which is important. And that carries over when she gets older too. It's freaking crazy. My kiddos, again, those memories are there for him. And when he gets his family started, I know for a fact he's going to share them with his kiddos too. Dan the Man Cunningham, the OG's in here. What's going on, Dan the Man? Always love to see you dropping by. Thank you, sir, for being in here. All of you, beautiful people. Never, ever expected on Living Split Screen Show. Always appreciated you guys giving us your most precious commodity, which is time, right? We all are limited completely in our time. So thank you all for being here, whether it's for the 5 minutes or the entirety of this show. Steele and I love you all for joining us today. So thank you all.
Yeah, 1,000,000% greatly appreciate y'all. Let's get into these upcoming games. Now, I'm probably gonna have to reset up some stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. So give me a moment as I do that. But we got a few games. We got a few games coming out this week. You know, some good old Sid Meier's Civilization 7 to be had on there.
Mixed reviews.
You said it has mixed reviews? Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What are people saying about it? What's going on with
it? Man, there's lots of stuff. Simplified it down. Again, chasing after a bigger audience. Can't do that with the granddaddy of 4X strategy. You can play with it. You can change some things, right, Steele? But when you have a hardcore fan base, there's been plenty of 4X strategy games, but Civ is the one. It's kind of like Age of Empires and RTSs, right? Civ is the granddaddy. Civ set the standard for 4X strategy. And when you have a pretty, again, it's always going to be niche. Call it what you want to. It's still very profitable for PC. That's why there's so many 4X strategy games come out on PC. And we've even seen more come out on consoles along with the RTS genre. So, but when you are that game Steele, like Diablo is to, ARPGs.
Yeah.
We talked about this. You have a hardcore fan base that comes out and supports every single fucking game you put out. You go away from what made you that granddaddy too far. You stray too far trying to get a bigger audience, and you upset that core fan base. You got a problem, and that's what they've done here. They've upset the core fan base. They upset them last with 6, with how many bugs there were, how many problems there were at launch. Some stuff still never got fixed on Civ 6. Some of the DLCs were really good, according to the big time players. Eventually, they did get some better reviews going for Civ 6, but this is another mess up for them. And on Steam right now, it's mixed reviews, and a lot of people aren't happy. And again, a lot of it comes down to the simplification of a lot of the mechanics, and really taking some of the strategy out of it that people really fell in love with in the first place with Civ. That Civ's kind of set the tone and set the standard for. Again, it's very similar to Diablo and what's happened to Diablo through the iterations. So we'll see if they can bounce back. We'll see if they can make some changes. Again, I don't have a problem with franchises that have been around for a very long time trying to evolve and change. We talk about this, Steele, but you got to remember that balance, and you've got to keep your core fan base that made you big in the first place in mind, and not lose sight of them chasing this mysterious, bigger, wider audience that you're going to grab. Right now, I haven't played it for myself, so I'm just going by what I've read, what I've heard people say. I've watched a couple videos on it. Again, you chase sometimes and you lose sight of these people that are the most important to you, these things can happen. So we'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Well, Sid Meier's Civilization 7 is the 7th mainline title in the franchise. Civilization 7 is a 4-time strategy game developed by the legendary team at Firaxis Games. Players establish their civilization, construct cities, and architectural wonders to expand their territory, conquer or cooperate with rival civilizations in pursuit of prosperity, and explore the far reaches of the unknown world. Shout out this Civilization, man. Never been a game for me, but hopefully it finds an audience out there, man. Hopefully it doesn't, get too sucked up in the hate. So, let's see. What the heck? Why isn't this scrollable? What happened? Let me give it a refresh. Oh, I had to refresh it. Now it's scrollable. Then up next we have a game called Undying. Apparently this released on PC in 2023. Early access has been in 2021 and isn't officially coming to Xbox Series and PlayStation and the Switch. And Undying is a game where you are infected by a zombie bite. Anling's days are numbered. She must now fight to survive, not for herself, but for her young son, Cody. Ensuring Cody's survival in this zombie-infested world by protecting him, searching for safety, and teaching him valuable skills at any cost. It doesn't quite explain how she's going to handle her being bit by a zombie. I figured that would be in the description somewhere, and she's going to learn how to deal with her being bit by a zombie. So preventing herself from becoming a zombie herself one day. But for those who are interested in that, man, top down, running away from zombies, figuring stuff out, little puzzles going on and stuff. Maybe you're into that. If you're liking what you see in the gameplay. And on the audio side, it's Undying, man. Says it's an action adventure indie game. So, all right. Then we also have Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 that's releasing on February 11th. That's releasing on Xbox, PC, and PlayStation. Kingdom Come, if you guys are not familiar, apparently this game is age restricted for videos. The collector's edition includes a copy of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the crown jewel of every noble stash. With everything an aficionado or a newcomer to the series shall require, Kingdom Come Deliverance, that's not what it's about. It's about this guy named Harry and him getting into shenanigans. Shout out to Harry and his shenanigans. So, shout out to Kingdom Come Deliverance, man. Let's see. So, what do they? So, is that what? Is there early access?
It's already released. No, it's already released.
Oh, so is there? So, is there collector's?
They had moved it back a week. So,
is the collector's edition just coming out later then? Maybe this is a
I don't know. But they had announced that it was coming out a week early. I think last month they had made that announcement. Okay. I want to say January. Maybe it was the end of December when they announced that was going to do February 4th instead of February 11th.
Okay, well, apologies to me then. I mean, really, I guess releases.com has it off, but hey, all good. Yeah. Next, we got a cat game that PlayStation loves so much, it looks like. This is also releasing on Xbox, PlayStation, and Series. This comes out February 11th. This is a game called Calico. Quilts and Cats of Calico, inspired by the board game Calico, invites you into a snug, endearing world teeming with adorable cats. Here, quilts give way under the pressure of their paws, and the air resonates with contented purring. This world is a kaleidoscope of patterns and designs, awaiting the craftsmanship of a master quilt maker. It's a game about cats, and patterns on quilts, and you get to see the quilt have bouncing animations from them running on it. So, shout out to that. If you're into quilts and Cats of Calico, it's coming to everything. All right, let's see what else we got here. That was for February 11th. We also have Urban Myth Dissolution Center. This is releasing on Switch, PlayStation 5, and PC in 4 days. Urban Myth Dissolution Center is a single-player psycho-detective mystery adventure where you would take on the role of a Azami Fukurai, tasked with the unraveling mysteries as she helps run the day-to-day operation of the titular Dissolution Center. She's no ordinary rookie, though possessing the ability to see the memories of places through her glasses, utilizing her unique gifts and under the supervision of an unenthusiastic but capable colleague. There you go. Urban Myth Dissolution Center for those into that. It has a nice bit art style and look kind of cool, actually. Shout out to Urban Myth. Then next up, we got Amber Isle. Amber Isle is a game that's coming out on the 13th and welcoming players to the eponymous Amber Isle, a friendly village fit to bursting with an eclectic mix of prehistoric animals. They call them paleo folk. As the new and only shopkeeper on Amber Isle, it falls to players to stock their store with everything their paleo pal might need. So, Animal Crossing kind of thing. Shout to the Switch, having those kind of art styles, man. Those types of games. Then we also had Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip. Terry wants to launch himself into space using his new car. Doing something this cool and reckless will surely make him the talk of the town. Run, drive, and glide through this journey, small, big discoveries as Terry works towards achieving his goal. Terry wants to get into space, man. So there goes that action adventure game. We're driving around the city. Got some cool stuff going on in this one. This one's also kind of cool. Weird looking character. You got some games in here. Okay. Hey, game out there for somebody. Rugby 25 is also coming out this week. Welcome to the ultimate rugby video game experience, Rugby 25. Whether you're a seasoned pro or new to the sport, Rugby 25 immerses you in the fast-paced, hard-hitting action like no rugby video game before it. Hey, look, man, if you're into rugby, maybe you don't want to get into that rugby action in real life. You got Rugby 2025 you could jump into and get some hard-hitting action in. Shout out to rugby. That actually looks like the game would actually seems like it would be pretty fun. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can't imagine what the gameplay would be like, but I think it probably would be pretty fun. Get some intense moments in there. Shout out to rugby. Then we got Recall, Empty Wishes. Recall is a psychological thriller set in Taiwan during the 2010s. Follow Yani, a sister determined to uncover the truth behind the mysterious disappearance of her brother, Tommy. This is another action adventure indie game done by Puff Hook Studio. So shout out to that. Let me see if I can skip a little bit forward to see if we can get a little bit more of some gameplay action here. As another bit style game mixed with some art in there as well. Some drawn art. Here we go. All right. Then Planet Coaster 2 is lining up, and that's just an update, so we'll skip that. We do have, here's one for me this week.
Why do you hate Planet Coaster 2?
I don't hate Planet Coaster, it's just an update.
Oh, you did? You just skipped it like it was nothing. So
yeah, it was an update. I'm not going to tell an update for this week. Planet Coaster 2, there's an update coming. That's all you just hate
it. That's fine. That's fine, Steel.
This is for upcoming games, not upcoming updates.
Planet Coaster 2 touched Steel wrong at some point. So whatever.
It did.
So let's go.
No, I was just so excited to actually get into this one. That says Snezinka Sentinel Girls 2. This comes out this week on everything. This is the sequel to Marfusha Sentinel Girls, the second entry in the series of a high-tempo shooting game with simple controls. Play as Snezinka, an employee of a private military company in a dystopian world depicted in a 2.5D pixel art. Go to various different battlefields to defend your objectives from the enemy onslaught. So it's kind of like it's kind of like a side scroller shooter, walking around shooting enemies and whatnot. Little contra action maybe going on. More so look like you were more so standing in place, hunkering down and whatnot. Maybe it's the side scroll version of what's
Nike?
that Infinity Nikki. Not Infinity Nikki, but Nick A. Yeah, whatever that game is.
Yeah, Nick A.
The shooter.
Whichever way you go with it, yeah.
So there's that. Another action shooter.
While Steel with the Planet Coaster slander.
Hey man, I'm sorry, man.
Although he says he's with you, so.
Okay, well, see, that's appreciated. I appreciate
it. Haters.
Then we had another great one lined up with Shujinku, releasing on PlayStation and PC. Shujin Go is a dungeon crawling JRPG that offers a unique opportunity to learn Japanese as you play. It features thousands of Japanese words, phrases, kana, kanji, and grammar elements that players can master through focus, diligence, and consistency. So it's a game trying to teach you some Japanese. It's kind of cool. I feel like we don't get a lot of these now. What if this game actually does pretty well teaching you some Japanese? Not only is it a good game, but it teaches you learn a whole language.
Oh. Tim the Sorcerer.
Tim
Sorcerer says do we have commercials on Steel?
Commercials?
Yeah, Tim Sorcerer says not trying to bitch guys, but I got like the 8th
commercial. Man, you got commercials?
Yeah.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I can let me get through this day. Let me get through these upcoming games and I'll get it situated for you.
I'm surprised this is the first time I saw it in chat. Most people will point that shit out. Sorry, everybody, if you guys are getting commercials.
Yeah, usually that's not.
A lot of you are premium, I'm sure. Like, yeah, Nixie just put it. He's not premium, so premium is life. But yeah, sorry about that, Tim the Sorcerer. So I didn't see.
Yeah, usually
I've got it up. I don't have premium, but I've got Discord up, so I wasn't even looking at the.
Yeah, usually I don't enable that the monetization side until after the show goes live. That way, everybody the day of can just get a consistent viewing experience. I think that's just really dope for people who tune in day of, right? Where you don't get that, where you don't have that. Whereas afterwards, boom, you gotta kind of deal with that wall. But yeah, I'll fix that up for you guys after. Apologies on that. I never intentionally do that. Day of, I don't want any commercials or anything kind of breaking things up. So
right.
Let's see. Nam says we don't need a game to teach us Japanese when we have Steel to translate. Oh God.
No, appreciate you pointing it out, Tim, for sure, because it's not intentional.
No, definitely.
So obviously,
yeah,
thanks for
appreciate that. Next up, we got Metal Suits Counterattack. It's a side-scrolling running gun action game set in the future. The main character, Kevin, who lost everything and was reborn as a cyborg, begins to take revenge on Galata, an alien who took everything from him. In 1473, Kevin was once hailed as a war hero, now an old and sick veteran. He is living a peaceful old age on a nursing spaceship with the beloved dog Andy until the spaceship exploded to an invasion by the alien Goleta, or Galata, whatever the name is. So, hey man, you're gonna go get revenge. He killed the dog. It's a John Wick story.
It is classic John Wick story.
Looks cool though, man. Where shmup, you know, shmup action in. There you go.
Shmup.
Then what we got next? We got Slime Heroes. Slime Heroes, you journey through a whimsical world entrusted to an unlikely hero, a slime. Tasked to save it from a mysterious corruption. Explore the expansive 3D world alone with or with a friend, and encounter ferocious enemies, challenging but approachable puzzles, and uncover forgotten treasures. It's a co-op action game, man. Coming on Xbox and PC. This game is not going to PlayStation, apparently. Although it says here it's supposed to come out later on PlayStation. So
okay.
The timed exclusive.
All right. Chalk that one up.
Bo says, I see more ads and lives than ever. I think YouTube is trying to strong arm users to premium. Nah, we do have an option a lot of the times for live content. I don't mind giving you guys some of the behind the scenes stuff. A lot of the time that is controlled by the whoever's channel that you're watching, creator. Right? Yeah. So in most cases, if you are getting ads live, that means that person has activated that for the stream. They may do it to where it doesn't happen often, right? Because you do have that option, but we as the channel control when the monetization takes place. Personally, I like to enable the monetization afterwards, because the day of, I want everybody who tunes in to have a seamless and flawless as much of a flawless experience as possible, right? That gives you incentive to come day of, right? That's kind of how I view it, right? Instead of putting it behind a paywall for you to get an ad-free version. Nah. Day of, come check us out live. You get completely ad-free. After that, that's when the monetization gets pulled up. So if you tune in, unless you're on the audio side, because on the audio side, I don't think they incorporate those ads and everything. So Yobi says, if you have an Android and you want premium, hit me. I got you. Hey, Yobi said he got that premium connect. Nah, shout out to YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium has been super clutch for me. Super, super clutch. All right, next up, we got Tomb Raider 4 on the, what is this? 4, 5, and 6 remastered.
Correct. Yep.
So now they did 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6?
Yep.
Damn, I didn't think they were going to do all of them.
Yes, sir.
Damn, Pong.
Got the whole collection,
I got to play Tomb Raider?
I mean,
I got to run back through it?
Remasters, so it's going to show its age. So I don't know. Sometimes you don't like that too much, but yeah, they're available.
They've updated a little bit. They made it look cleaner.
They made it look cleaner, yeah, but
they made it look cleaner.
The controls are a little bit better, but again, it's still not going to be this isn't a full remake, so let's not go buck wild.
Nah,
this isn't Resident Evil 2, right? So,
yeah.
But it's a remaster. You know, I love it. So again, I like all of it. At some point, I'll make a run through of them again, for sure. I mean, 4, 5, and 6 was like 4, 5, and 6 was like, whatever. Not, most people didn't like them that much, or that's kind of when the series started falling off, right? But I think there's still some fucking awesome fun in Tomb Raider to had there with Lara, no matter what. So yeah, I think it's dope as fuck that they're bringing them all that way forward. So
hey, you get the whole collection 1 through 6. Shout out to Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider is a classic. Not enough needs to be said. Super dope to see them come back this way. So hey, there we go. Lydia said the achievements are wild in these remasters. Hey, that's why I don't do the whole achievement hunting thing. I think it's weird. At least for me, I just don't see the point in it. You were making it a job for no reason. No, those noodles need to be warmed up for 7 minutes. So do 5 minutes in a normal bowl. Tim says, member for 18 months. He says, you guys are premium with or without commercials. You know what, Tim? That's heartfelt, man. Much
Look
love.
at you guys.
Much love.
Look at
Much
you
love.
guys. Whore divorce. Let's go.
Woo.
Choo, motherfucker.
Yeah, PSN is still down with nothing to be said. William. Still down. Let's see what's up next. Next we got Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak 2. This is also releasing on PC, PlayStation, and Switch on the 14th. No longer threatened by the mafia organization Almada, the people of Calvert have returned to their peaceful lives. But one day, a shocking series of murders involving a mysterious crimson beast sets the wheel of fate in motion once again. Various factions spring into action, both those who abide by the law to uncover the truth and those looking to capitalize on any new developments wherever possible, no matter how sinister. Legend of Heroes. I heard this is a good series for people, man. A lot of people like Legend of Heroes.
A really good series, and the previews looked really good on it. Yeah. If you like the JRPG style, and you it's very good. It's very good. Unfortunately, Xbox doesn't get them because it's Neon Falcom, which is one of the smaller Eastern devs. That still has not gotten on board with putting their stuff on Xbox. But yeah, if you got a chance to play them, I would play. Again, there's a ton of JRPGs out there that you can get into, but this is one. Legend of Heroes is a good one according to everybody. So this one looks really good. Looks interesting.
That's dope. That's dope to hear. Actually,
I'm
trying to fix this layout a little bit. So I think I got the.
Kato calls Tim the Sorcerer the teacher's pet. Oh, you guys.
Teacher's pet?
Yeah.
Why you say that, Decado? What's going on?
Nice. Just because he said something nice. Look at it.
Oh, Decado, what we doing, Decado?
Look at man. The high school shit never leaves, bro. We never leave high school, no matter how old we get, man. I'm telling you.
What did Tim say that was nice? That he loves us?
You guys are premium with or without commercials.
Oh, man. That could have just been a nice statement, Decado. You show us love, too. Man, we don't call you a teacher's pet. Nah, it's nothing but love. We're teasing out here. Shout out to Legend of Heroes, man, for people that are into Legend of Heroes. Next up, you got Afterlove EP. It's set in the lively city of Jakarta, Indonesia's capital. Afterlove EP blends visual novel, narrative adventure, and rhythm game elements. The unique experience comes from the creator of Coffee Talk and What Comes After. Hey, this is a 3-bit game.
Yeah,
essentially what this is. So 3-bit, if you're out there,
I'm sure
this is a
probably
game
be hearing
for you.
about it on. Probably be hearing about it on Pixelated Exos or FSP at some point that he played this.
No, you got to make sure you remind him.
Yeah. Yep. He'll know. It's probably on his wish list already. He's probably pre-ordered it.
Shout out to Afterlove EP. It said it's supposed to be an adventure indie game. So
yeah.
Shout out to that. Let's see
what
we got.
3-bit loved Coffee Talk, so that's why.
Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
It's legit. He loves those games. So shout out to 3-bit.
Next up, we got Blood Hunting. Blood Hunting is a true survival horror experience that sets the stage on how dangerous revenge can be. It's not a game I'm going to be playing then. That's what that says. No. If you can survive it, this first-person survival horror game will provide plenty of clues to help you uncover their story. You are Chase Jones, who lost his family when he was young. You will need to put the pieces together to understand what happened to them. As you uncover the truth, you become aware of what you must do. Unfortunately, those responsible have begun to hunt you so they can put an end to this investigation. An unknown stranger helps by sending text messages to your phone. You have to survive long enough to discover the truth and try to do something about it. For all you horror fans out there you go. Blood Hunting. I'm good. And that is going to be it for your upcoming games, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Good little list right there, man. Actually, if you notice, I did take out some of the PC games because PC has a million games that release on a week-to-week basis. So I find that just limiting it down to what's releasing on consoles is going to be a bit easier because a lot of that, what most of the majority of people care for is the games that kind of release on everything. So that's kind of my thought process behind it. Hey, if you're more so on the PC side of things, let me know. We can make some adjustments, maybe throw some additional things in there. But we also don't want this section to take a zillion years. So there is that. But shout out to the releases. Home. Where would you like to start, brother man? We kept talking about Avowed, hinting to it, so.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we could start with Avowed. I have zero problem talking with Avowed. For sure.
Avowed. Woo! Avowed this week. There was a few different news bits that came out about Avowed. Let me see what I got here for you. So I know on one side, Xbox and Obsidian Avowed supports cross-buy with Blizzard's Battle.net, which is one thing to talk about, but I think that's on the lesser side of it. The main crux is going to be this article that I pulled from GamesRadar.com, and this is talking about Avowed won't have enemy scaling, Director confirms, but it will have jank. You got to accept a little jank to do something fun and creative. Games Radar goes into a subtitle to say that welcome to the jank house. So I don't know how you should feel about that, but let me get that up here on the show stuff screen for you guys. So
wait, this really happened?
Huh. What? What happened?
I was not expecting it. I got my Macari delivery from California, like already. I just ordered it the other day.
Oh, damn.
I gotta go check. Just side note, because you guys know how I feel about censorship of shit. This is going to sound really random, but it came out this week. And again, I don't buy movies anymore, but I've started thinking about as I get older, I do want to get the 80s stuff and the early stuff, the stuff that I really like the 80s collection going, the stuff that goes out of print now. Like they're not doing all the 80s movies in 4K. So there's a lot of stuff that's out of print already, and it's starting to get really expensive on Blu-ray, and even DVDs are starting to get expensive. So I am thinking about that collection. Anyways, randomly this week, it was announced that Crocodile Dundee is getting a 4K version release, but they censored it. They took out over 2 minutes because there's a scene. There's a scene and a couple parts in there that they would find offensive these days. So they censored the 4K. So I was like, oh, really? So I went instantly to Macari and found somebody selling the Blu-ray version. I got Crocodile Dundee 1 and 2, the dual disc set for $11 before those prices get jacked through the roof. Once everybody finds out that it's censored on 4K, that news is starting to get out there. So I ordered it real quick, knowing that was going to be something that is going to be not available forever. So I ordered it up real quick. So anyways, side tangent, but fuck censorship. All right. I don't care what it is. Fuck censorship. I hate it. So anyways.
Oh, that's fair. I didn't even know that was.
But we're talking about the Sheila part. Yeah. We're talking about the Sheila part. Correct. Yes, sir. There's like 2.5 minutes were edited.
Sheila part.
Yep.
Which part is that?
Yeah.
The Rhino part?
Yeah. No,
I'm thinking about Ace Ventura.
You're talking about Ace Ventura.
You said Crocodile Dundee. I'm sorry.
You're talking, well, it's kind of the same. There's a part in Crocodile Dundee where there is a woman who is a man, right?
Oh,
and he called her out on that, and he grabs her, if you know what I mean, to prove that she's not a woman. Right? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they're taking that whole part out. So yeah.
I mean, hey, to each their own, I guess.
Yeah, no. We doing that. Not to each their own on censorship. No, we're done. We're not doing this. We're not doing this shit. I hate this shit. That's the problem that I've said all along, Steel, about going full digital, is they can do this at any fucking time. And that's books, movies, anything, CDs, it doesn't music. It doesn't matter what we're talking about. They're going to be able to censor everything, change things, memory hole, entire books, portions of books are going to memory hole history without having a physical version of the original out there. That's why, I'm trying to get rid of all my shit. Like I'm not in that mode anymore of collecting shit anymore, but there are certain things I do want to start picking up, books, movies, etc., to have the physical versions that I can give to my kiddo, at least when I pass, or whoever, pass it on to somebody, so that those things remain, because those are going to become more and more important as we go into the future, where everything all physical starts to get wiped out, right? So sorry, I didn't mean to take this aside. I was just shocked. I got a message because we're in the middle of a snowstorm, and I didn't think Macari would be delivering that quick from California, but they did. So shout out to them.
No, that's actually kind of cool that they got that in there. Damn. All right, so Avowed won't have enemy scaling directly confirms, but it will have jank. You got to accept a little jank to do something fun and creative. So this is written by Ashley Bardon, and they say, welcome to the Jank House. They continue to say, we are very close to reaching the end of the rainbow with Avowed's impending release, but Obsidian's game director, Carrie Patel, wants you to have reasonable expectations. No, Avowed won't have enemy scaling, though it sounds like the game may feature some jank. Enemies do not scale with your level, Patel puts. It's plainly in a new rapid fire interview with MinMax. This might surprise you. Level scaling is becoming more common, evidenced by RPGs like Cyberpunk and Diablo 4. But I'm looking forward to exploring Avowed's dangerous cliff sides with the knowledge that power is power. I do think that that's interesting. I don't know how I necessarily feel about that. I do appreciate any enemy scaling when it's done right, but there is also something to be said about going back to other areas or earlier areas and truly feeling like you are overpowered.
I love
right?
it.
Hey, if you put in the work to do that, you did something out of kind of order, as long as it's not story related or anything like that. If it's something like on the side, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. So that's cool. One of the most liberating feelings I've experienced involves returning to a game like Dark Souls starting area as leveled as a grass-fed cow and chewing up everything in my path. That is 100% one of the dope things about Souls games, is that first experience. There's nothing like that first experience, because after you go through it the second time, it is different. You're stronger. You can bully enemies. Sure, there are some enemies that still may give you some problems, but for the majority, you are stronger than what you were. So less surprising that the game's lack of level scaling, however, is the fact that Avowed might have some bugs at launch. Big buggy launches such as Civilization 7 recent stumble into the spotlight have seemingly become synonymous with AAA gaming. Yeah, that does apparently seems to be the case. That said, bugs have always been a part of gaming, and some people have been huffy about it. In their defense, I don't think anyone has ever outright enjoyed paying for a game and finding out it's easier to break than glass. In 2009, a younger Games Radar even reported on the fact that the EU was proposing a law that would secure refunds for broken video games at release. I think this does need to be implemented. If your game is not active at release, bro, I don't care how much time that you put into it. Well, I think there's some reasonable things to be had there, though, right? But I think you should be able to get a damn near automatic refund if the game is broken and you didn't spend more than 3 hours in the game. 100%. Go on to continue to say, but if we could ignore gamers' rights for a second, we can recognize that most unique new products aren't flawless at first. To that point, Patel thinks jank is unavoidable while taking risks. You got to accept a little jank to do something fun and creative, Patel tells MinMax. We find out how fun and creative Avowed is when it releases on February 18th. Now, there isn't too much to get into about this as far as, oh, the game is going to come out broken. I did see some people running with this saying that, oh, here goes Xbox again, setting the stage to allow for devs to release mediocre games and it not be released at a quality bar that is fitting of the industry. And again, Xbox is slipping on their quality bar because of Game Pass. Game Pass allows for people to create games like this to where you can say a little jank is acceptable and release it to everybody and it's okay. I don't necessarily take it that way. For me, from what I've experienced in these games, and again, especially with multiplayer, my lineage with multiplayer games as well, there's always going to be some of the bugs in the game. For me, what's more so telling than anything is how the devs react to the bugs, how quickly that they fix things, because I can completely understand, especially being somebody who has a background in tech as well, that just because I do something one way on my end does not mean it's going to be the same way that it's get done on your end, right? Again, me and Pong always go back to the Cyberpunk analogy that we have, that me and Pong had very minimal issues when Cyberpunk 2077 came out, but it doesn't mean that the other 70% of people seemingly that were having performance issues and the known issues, that was not the case, right? Again, me and Pong could probably end up playing Avowed and have very minimal issues and not see any bugs. And there could be a list of people who see all the bugs and issues behind us, right? When you are making the bigger games, and I think this is the point that she's more so speaking to, when you're making games, especially games that have consequences for your decisions, things that are supposedly happening in the background to help the game feel more alive, you are going to run into issues that you may have not run into internally, right? There are unforeseen issues and circumstances. And I think that's just part of what makes some of these big games great. Again, I know Pong has mentioned this about, you know, the Bethesda jank, right? A lot of what makes Bethesda creative and Bethesda dope, outside of my NPC running into a wall and acting like they are not part of the battle, is the random little stuff that can happen. Right? Because of how in-depth some of the mechanics behind the scenes are and what the engine is kind of thinking and going through at the same time. So I don't take this as a negative mark on the game. I just take this as more so like, hey, there's gonna be a lot of people who play this in very different ways as we continue to see from games, right? You can test the game out a million ways internally, like I mentioned, and then you get it out to the millions of players out there and they find ways to break the game. That is a known thing to happen, right? You have devs come out, oh, we thought it was good, and then we got to put it in the hands of everybody and everybody found the problems. And then we're sitting here like, oh, you didn't see this? It is something to talk about. But Pong, as far as this being a determining factor of Xbox's direction, them allowing janky games in part of their subscription service because Game Pass has fostered an economy or a base of gamers that are part of a fair, what does they say? It's a, it's a welfare pass. Because you have the option to not buy these games day and date. These devs are not seeing the proper support. So, you know, it's okay for the devs to come out and say that, hey, we're going to have a game that has little jank because, you know, that's the standard bar that Xbox sets for us.
Show me a perfect game. I dare you. Show me a perfect game. Nowadays.
What? Last of Us 2.
Not perfect.
What? It had to be
Spider-Man
perfect.
2, Jank.
It's perfect.
Again, I don't care. Like this is, I don't know why people this is a big deal. Like because she says it out loud. I mean, I just don't know. I have a hard time, Steel, because again, first of all, number one, I don't care about Jank. I don't care. I played too many AA and indie games throughout my entire life, going back generations to care about fucking Jank. I don't care. A game-breaking bug? Yeah. Something that corrupts my save or makes me lose time? You know those are my limits. But as far as Jank, especially in open world RPG like games, and again, this isn't fully open world Bethesda game, but it's a semi-open world and it's big areas. I think she's more personally talking about some of the combat and that kind of stuff, which they have smoothed out. I've seen some of the videos now and they talked about that as well. The first person combat is never smooth. People call it janky all the time. That's like the number one complaint about first person games is when you go to melee combat, it feels janky. Like that's what people always say. Again, to me, I don't give a two shits, right? Played Oblivion, played Skyrim, right? Played them all. Don't care. So I don't know why people pull this shit out. I didn't even hear that people were pulling this shit out just because of that. But again, show me a perfect game nowadays. Again, maybe there's one out there that came out completely 100% polished. We certainly have had some really polished games, no doubt about it. But I think there's always going to be some level of that nowadays. We've talked about it. I hope AI starts to help them test for some of that stuff down the road. Sure, some devs are already implementing it because there's just no way to test a million, 5 million, 10 million people playing your game all at the same time. There's just no way to test for all of those different things that are going to happen. And like you said, Steel, we've had situations where nowadays a game for one person, even on the same exact hardware, can play completely different. We had that experience in Cyberpunk.
Keeps happening. Battlefield with you.
Yeah, 2042. Like what I was seeing for Mav on his screen, and he was playing on a series completely different than what I was experiencing on mine, right? I didn't have any of that shit. Anyways, I just really don't care. I think like I said, if your question is about the jank, I'm not going to get it up in arms about this. I think it's weird that just because a director came out and admitted that there's going to probably be some bugs, which again, most people expect nowadays, suddenly it's a talking point about Game Pass again. Come on, man. I mean, again, even Indiana Jones Game of the Year for a lot of people last year wasn't perfect, right? There was some jank to Indiana Jones, right? I've already seen it. It is what it is, man. But it has nothing to do with Game Pass. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has to do with how games are made nowadays. It has to do with the engines. It has to do with the devs. It has to do with the pipeline. It has to do with the publishers. It has to do with the whole system. We know the system's been broken for a long ass time. They've all been talking about it. All of those different things contribute to a level of jank in games nowadays. So it is what it is. We had jank back in the day.
Well, Pong, to offer you some of the opposite sides, just to get your full thought on it. Nixie throws in there. He says, Pong, just because you don't have an issue with it doesn't mean it's a throwaway topic.
But it is because you're asking me to care about something I don't care about. Right? Again, if the game is completely broken, I come out and talk about games. If we're going to talk about had Avowed come out and said they were only going to have 30 frames, right? After the delay and everything else, and the console was only going to have 30 frames, I talk about it, right? What I'm saying, Nixie, is this is not a Xbox specific problem, and that's what this was. The suggestion was that this was because of Game Pass, right? That this is across the board. Sure. You want me to sit here and say the game industry needs to get their act together? Yeah, I've talked about this. They need to fix their fucking pipelines. And like I said, I'm hoping AI is going to help them do what they need to do to make sure that the quality levels of games coming out are much better than what they are, right? We talked about this with Star Wars. We talked about it with all the games that have come out in different varying degrees of shape, whether it's been awful or whether it's been pretty damn good. So I don't know what more I could say about it. I mean, the specific question here, this has nothing to do with Game Pass, though. This has nothing to do with Game Pass fodder. This has nothing to do. They already delayed this game. They got the game to have a up to 60 frames mode on Series X, which means they were doing the work. They polished the combat which we've seen the videos, comparison side by side. They went through and polished a lot of the game. Her just coming out and saying that there's going to be some jank shouldn't be shocking to anybody. Like, again, is it just because she said it out loud and we shouldn't have directors or developers come out and say, hey, my game might be a little bit buggy when it comes out? Like, okay, well, if we're talking about that, you would just rather them never say that and present the game and just, let everybody else decide whether or not it's janky or buggy. Okay, well, that's fine. I just don't have any problem with her coming out and saying either. I mean, I don't. I mean, it is what it is. Again, if this game comes out,
arguably,
this is one of my most hyped, anticipated games. If Avowed comes out, if it's got Zoomerific writing, like I complained about with Eternal Strands, like I butchered Dragon Age Veilguard for, you're going to hear me come back and talk about it. If it comes out and it has game save bugs where I lose time or bugs that cost me time, for a fact, I'm going to be out here talking about this damn fucking game, right? I will be complaining about it. But again, overall jank, Nixie, if you're telling me that you only play games that are jank free, and that's the only way you've ever played video games, I can't argue you because I don't know your history with video games, but I want you to give me a list of games. Give me your top 5 games that you consider jank free that you've played, right? That you feel are close to perfect, right? Modern games, right? I guess that's the only basis, but I don't even know why this is a big deal. Like I don't. So again, if the game is broken, if the game is extremely buggy, people are going to let the internet know about it. We know about that today, like this day and age. When Redfall came out, right? I don't think anybody didn't know that it had massive fucking issues because everybody was talking about it. Everybody was posting videos about it, right? When Spider-Man 2 came out and there was a lot of bugs, even if people were trying to deny it, the videos, the screenshots, everything were out there. People talk about it no matter what platform nowadays it is. If a game comes out that's broken or buggy, over the top buggy, Cyberpunk got destroyed, right? Because of the previous gen versions, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't think it's like something that's hidden nowadays. And I don't think it's something that's covered up. People talk about it for sure. I just think right now as a topic, I'm like, okay, great. So it's going to have some jank to it. Okay. Right.
Yeah. I mean, I get
Nixie.
I get the opposite side.
Nixie. Oh, brother. Like, how am I dismissing it if I say that I'm going to play the game and if there's major issues that do concern me? How is that dismissing it? What my point asking you for your jank-free games is, why is this different? And I seriously ask the question, is it just because she said it out loud? Is that the only difference here? Why you think it's somehow more important this time around than any other game that just drops and is bad because she's just saying it up front before the game releases?
Ninja.
Like and an expectation wise, Nixie, do you seriously have an expectation when you buy a game nowadays that you're not going to have bugs in your game? Like, is that your expectation? Not the argument of whether we should expect that, right? With $70 games now, with all that cost, like whether or not we should expect our games to be bug free.
I mean, my expectation is for the game not to have bugs in it.
Okay, fair enough. But do you honestly pop in a game and not to expect to see a bug on nowadays Steel? Honestly,
I still do.
without modding it, without doing anything. So when you first popped in Dragon's Dogma 2, you thought you would never see a bug in that game.
Well, I don't go in with the expectation that there's going to be a bug, but I've also proven. Yeah, I don't go in with the expectation.
So you go into every game nowadays, knowing the industry and what we've been playing for decades, that you are going to have a bug-free experience this time around, even though 99.9% of the time that's not going to be a reality.
I don't think about it like that though. So like painting it as black and white as that. That's not the way that I look at it. I don't go into games like, oh, I'm expecting for a bug to pop up, but I also don't go into games thinking this is going to be a completely flawless experience.
That's what I was asking you though.
But I would hope that it would.
Right, but if somebody held you down and said, I'm going to cut off a finger. Give me your answer. Is this game going to be bug free or not? What would your answer be?
If I had to bet, I'd probably say there's probably going to be a bug.
Right.
If I had to bet, but I don't, I think that's also different from that being my expectation. I don't have the expectation though. Right. So it's like, I've also been proven I'm not overly critical about games either though. Right. So it's like there can be bugs that are in the very beginning of somebody who can be extremely critical about games that they say something in the first 10 minutes. It's like, oh, I see the trees. I said that in Stalker. In Stalker 2, I booted up the game and there was literally somebody walking in place in a cutscene and it got pulled all the way back and rubber banded. I didn't. Yeah. That shouldn't have been there. Was I expecting for it to be there? No. Did it take me out of the experience? A little bit. That is an issue. Was I expecting to see that? No. But I'm also, I get
it. I'm on a different plane. So, and you know me, I don't see bugs a lot of times, right? Because that's why this is so hard. But Nixie did clarify. So let me get back to Nixie here real quick. Nixie did clarify it was for him just a simple fact that she said it out loud. And he thinks that's a dumbass move.
That's fair. That's fair.
That's fine. Again, Nixie, that's fine. Again, does it bother me? No, it doesn't bother me that she said it because again, my expectation personally is that games are going to have bugs these days. I don't think that's somehow crazy. Like I don't. But anyways, if that's the whole point that you think that her being out here in interviews and talking about her game shouldn't have said that, okay, I can see your point there. Sure,
I do agree with that,
and that's why I question whether or not that was just what's the difference here for people is because she said it out loud. Okay, I can hear that for sure. I mean, if you're trying to promote your game, you probably don't want to highlight the worst aspects of it, or say that there is going to be problems because people will run with that, especially when you're not going to give specifics.
Yeah.
Then sure, absolutely. I can hear that, Nixie. That's fine. I get you. I get where you're coming from then.
Yeah, and I think that's, I mean, but that's also why I led with like I didn't take it that way, but I can understand why you coming out and saying this about the game. This is just not how you want to speak on your game. But again, like, and Bold is touching on it as well now. He said there's varying degrees to jank. Some are whimsical, like in NPC, ragdolling on the ground or wall, and there's crashes, and a lot of other, but that will frustrate the player. It depends on your jank. And that's what I'm saying. Like, but that's why I'm saying, like, I get if people, to Paul's point, I get if people go into games now expecting for there to be some form of an issue. I feel like that's the glass half empty kind of mentality though. Or glass half, it's like it's instead of being glass half full, I would think. Like
what, expecting it?
Yeah, like just expecting for there to be bugs
because it doesn't take anything away from the game. Again, unless it's game breaking, I have to go into every game and see what like Bold Alpha said, there's varying degrees, right? I have to go into every game and see what it actually is and whether or not it affects me. Again, the only person I care about is me up front when I'm playing the game, right? Obviously, I could speak on massive amounts of bugs or bugs that are obviously bad, but like screen tearing to some people out in this community is fucking awful.
That's not a bug though. That's a performance issue.
But
I get what you're saying.
That's part of overall jank, though.
No, that is part of jank, though. Yeah, no, 100%.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So, but there's some people who that absolutely destroys the experience if they see screen tearing. I kid people not. People don't believe me that I don't see screen tearing, or if I do, I've seen so much of it in my lifetime of playing games.
If you were experiencing it. The main reason that I can believe you on that.
I had to have, because I've played so many freaking games. Of course I have at some point.
But you would definitely notice it today, because even me, and I'm not the one that's overly critical. I'm still playing games 1080p and think that a lot of the games that I'm playing look better than they've ever have. Still, I like 1080p is one of those things, like, it's not like 720. There's a difference. And again, the further you go up, the better it gets. But there is some of those differences that are still happening. And again, for me, it's just I don't go into every game expecting for there to be some form of an issue. I get if some people do, but unless I see something that pulls me out of it, I'd leave it. Again, it goes back to putting everything in its own vacuum, right? It's not like, oh, because there was bugs in Cyberpunk, I'm going to think that there's going to be bugs in The Witcher, or that there's going to be bugs in this game, or there's going to be bugs in every game that I play. I just take it like, okay, hey, this is the experience, and then what do I get, or what do I see in that experience?
Well, Nixie, that's what I was kind of getting to, Nixie. Like you were asking me, like I felt like you were asking me to be a drama queen. Like you said, life goes on. You've experienced work. Like that's what I was saying. Like I think we kind of in agreement there. That's why when you were like, well, it's not just dismiss it. Well, again, until I play the game, until we actually see what she's talking about, right, specifically. And now I understand that you were just talking about the fact that she said it out loud. So if you want to talk about that part, if I was a director, if I was in Carrie's shoes, right, and I was promoting my game, would have I voluntarily given you that information? I don't think saying out loud that our game probably going to have some bugs or some jank is something that you have to voluntarily give. That's not like confirming or denying like 60 frame modes. That's not confirming or denying like anything performance wise, resolution, right? Mm-hmm. You can't hide that shit. That shit's got to be known. The customers have a right to know how it's going to perform on specific hardware, right? That's different, right? So if I wasn't Carrie's shoes, would I have offered that up in an interview?
No.
Promoting my game? No, I wouldn't. No. So I can see where you're coming from there, Nix. So no, I wouldn't have. Do I think it's the end of the freaking world that she did it? No, because I've always asked devs to be more upfront about shit. So to me, I'm just kind of like, okay, well, hey, she's getting that out of the way right up front. But yeah, if you're trying to sell your game, Nixie, from a standpoint, if I was a Microsoft exec, if I was Phil, right, would I want to hear one of my devs talk about that shit? No. I would probably send off an email and be like, hey, just be careful in your interviews. Let's not talk about jank and bugs. Let's let everybody judge it for themselves when it comes out. So yeah, Nixie, I'll give you that. That's probably not the way I would go. And if I was in a high position, I probably would say something to her for sure. So
yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely the main takeaway, if anything, is just that how you speak on it, especially when there's been such a tough time you marketing things in general, it becomes a little bit of an issue.
Oh, sorry, Nixie. You were talking about Shade. Well, it kind of fit into what we were talking about anyways, Nixie. So because that's kind of what my first thought was, like Nixie's trying to like wants me to be some kind of overreacting drama queen here. Like I just not going to be about this. But so it kind of fit in there. So sorry if you were responding to Shane about something completely else. Shane G, by the way, thanks for dropping in, by the way, brother. I didn't see you earlier, so great to see you in here.
Appreciate you, Shane.
Yeah, interesting conversation. I had not heard, again, I've been out of it this week, so I read some of the highlights of Carrie's interviews because she was doing a lot of interviews this week. And her rapid fire one was awesome. I still have not watched the full thing where she answered like 175 questions, rapid fire questions. That's where the 60 frames confirmation came out. So I have not caught up on all this. So I didn't even know this was a thing still. You totally caught me off guard here. I didn't even know that she had said that there was going to be some jank and that whatever. Okay, cool. All right. Whatever. You got to accept a little jank to the exact quote I'm seeing on the screen. You got to accept a little jank to do something fun and creative.
It doesn't.
Okay. I mean, with that full quote, I can kind of get they're taking risks. So she's kind of saying that she's not just coming out and saying, hey, our game's going to be janky. She's saying we took risks, which could cause some jank. I mean, that's part of the creative process. Like I said, that's kind of goes into the whole Bethesda bugs thing. Bugthesda, and why some people like myself think some of that stuff is charming. So I could see how she, in her mind, if that's kind of the concept that they have internally, how she wouldn't think it was a big deal to say that out loud, but how, like Nixie's pointing out, if you're trying to sell your game to the audience, to the consumer who is potentially buying your game, that quote unto itself, even with the context of, hey, we're trying to be creative here, so we might get a little jank, is probably not the best thing to say. And like I said, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Nixie, I mean, that's a bigger conversation. It's a bigger conversation whether or not how much, mediocrity and why we have what people consider mediocrity in this industry. Again, I got to play the game first. So, and again, that's going to be subjective as well because there's lots of people who find lots of games. Again, we've got a whole generation of people now that just sit around saying everything is mid. Okay, literally, we have a whole generation because of social media that say everything is mid. It doesn't matter if it's a car. It doesn't matter if it's a video game. It doesn't matter if it is a famous actor, right? Male or female that are handsome or beautiful or whatever you want to say. We got a whole generation of people that just go around, oh, that's mid. They're mid. Mid. Like that's like everybody's attitude. That's like a huge problem attitude nowadays. And I think it sucks because that's not who I am, obviously. So, but yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. Not everything is supposed to get the mid title. That's not how that works. Hey, but I mean, that's how you feel. Then great. But yes, Dixie, I'm all right. Real life. Let's see. Mid is definitely overused. That's how people describe a lot of things. Doesn't describe anything. Shane says, I don't consider almost anything to be mediocre. I like 99% of the games I play. I despise the mid generation.
I lean your way, Shane, for sure.
Yeah, mid is literally for things that are literally that. It's not so everything. It does not get that title. So overused. And usually it is pertaining to things that had a certain amount of hype, and then you get into it, and you find out that it is mid. That's how that's supposed to be used, right? Now, again, you can use the term. English language is free. You can use it however the freak you want to use it. But there's just certain terms that people, you're just trying to describe something without describing it. And just labeling it as mid doesn't describe anything. No. What do you find mid about it? What makes it not appealing to you? Like when I say something is mid, like if I would say something is mid, I would explain to you why I feel that way. I would want to have more of a conversation. Like I feel like it's this way because of these reasons. Right.
But I think that's the biggest cop out. That's the reason why, Steele. I think that's even the biggest cop out because when you get down to it, there are very few things that are just straight up, quote unquote, mid. Because if you actually got down to describing things, even when you were describing Final Fantasy 16, right? Mm-hmm. You still had a lot of exciting things to say about that.
Yeah.
Right. But
I wouldn't say it's mid. No, yeah.
But right. But some people in your same shit would just call it mid and just call it a day. But again, what I'm saying is if you actually have full out conversations and you would go back and forth of the good, the cons, the pros and the cons, like people who listen to me describe Eternal Strands, right? If they just listened to my critique of Eternal Strands, they probably would have said that I thought that game was mid. But I actually think the game has more than that because of the exploration and because of the powers, right? And that's what I tried to explain after that last week when I got the criticisms out of the way. So to me, that's why I'm continuing to play the game because it's above mid. It's got a ton of redeeming qualities that I actually love about that game. It keeps me playing. But again, we've got this whole generation of people that just simply say mid. And I think a lot of it is just to be that troll online. A lot of it is to just garner that attention. But it's so pervasive now because of social media. It's so pervasive that like it's one of my most hated words now. Again, I get a lot of hated words as an old guy online that are overused, but mid has become that, bro. I can't stand people. This whole thing of everything being judged as mid is ridiculous. Like ridiculous. Like I can't with it. Anyways, but I'm going to see this game for myself when it comes out. Thank you for clarifying your meaning behind what you were saying, Nixie. I always appreciate when you do that. And like I said, I do agree from that standpoint. If I was Carrie, would I have said it? No, I would not have said it for sure.
Yeah, I agree. To move forward, so we were talking a little bit about Battlefield earlier.
Wait, hold on, Steve. Before we go, can we talk about a little bit about the good stuff Avowed? Can we talk a little bit about?
Oh yeah, what about it?
Some of the other stuff that came out this week. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit. So again, for anybody who doesn't know, Carrie, in the quick what I want to say. I just said it and now I just lost it. Anyways, in one of the interviews, rapid fire, when she was doing the rapid fire questions, she did confirm Series X up to 60 frames. This was something, and I haven't watched the whole thing, but we got a summary. Shout out to Okami13 _ on X. He always does a great job summarizing a lot of this stuff. Him, Shinobi, all these guys. He came up with a short summary of some of the stuff that came out this week about Avowed. And so the 60 frames mode is fantastic. Up to 60. Again, don't care. There is rumors that there is a 30, 40, and up to 60 mode. Again, all we've ever asked for is options out of these games. Again, I didn't like the delay last year for the reasons that Phil said, that there was just too many games. I say just drop the games. Neither here nor there. It was one of my most anticipated. I'm selfish like that. Every game that I'm the most anticipated in Xbox first party winds up getting delayed. So I'm not going to say anything is my most anticipated anymore when it comes to Xbox first party, because every time it happens. So got over my disappointment. We had a great end of the year last year. Now Avowed is coming way back up my hype train as we get close to launch here. Super hyped for this game. One of the questions was 60 frames, because I said if it's only 30 frames, I'll be playing on the PC. Again, you guys know I don't like getting locked to the PC. I'd rather have the console version be good. Just like Starfield, I played over half my time on Starfield is on the console versus the PC. I like to have that option because, again, I get home from work. I don't care how much I get used to my PC. There is still just the convenience factor of turning on the console that I've always talked about. That's why I love console. That's why I consider myself a console player still. So the fact that this now has an up to 60 frames mode, I've got a VRR OLED. I am sure this is going to run just fine on my Series X. I'm excited for that fact. I'm glad if the delay helped them get that mode in there, because originally, shout out to Cog and Maddie. They had the interview last year with the animators from Avowed, and they were the ones who said, "Oh, well, we're locking in on 30. Don't think you really need a 60 frames mode." Remember, that was the quote last year that kind of started that conversation again. And, those of us that want options, just two, performance and quality, this is great. This is fantastic. So I was excited for that. You did touch on the no level scaling. I had mentioned this earlier. Carrie also said she was asked about DLC. She said maybe. Okay, so not out of the realm of possibility that we could get Avowed DLC, which is dope. I was hoping they kind of had some planned already. But if this is a maybe, then okay, I'll take my chip and chair. For anybody who has played the Pillars of Eternity series, there is cameos from that series. So if you played the turn-based strategy game, you're going to recognize some people. There are around 100 NPCs in Paradise, which is the biggest town. You can side. This right here is beautiful to me. This is why I love Obsidian. Okay, this is why I'm excited for this game. The decisions that you can make in these games are true decisions, and there are consequences, but they allow you to go to the dark side. You can side with the antagonist in this game. You can choose to betray your homeland, the Adrian Empire, just like you could in Outer Worlds. Any game that allows me to go bad or good as I see fit, and I have consequences, I'm all freaking in. And I think it was Brett Bingham earlier said that there's word. I hadn't heard 50 plus, but I'm going to roll with it because that sounds more interesting to me than anything. 50 plus potential endings based upon the decisions you make in the game. This is going to be one of those games as to why I love Obsidian, why ever since I started podcasting, I said Obsidian is one of the most underrated teams that they have, that I said that under Xbox, Obsidian was going to take that next step up and become that next big RPG. Well, they're already well known, but what I'm saying is that popularity of their games between this game and Outer Worlds 2, if this all sticks landing wise, they are going to be up there. They're going to move up the ladder. And this is why I love Obsidian. Their world building, their character design. I said they're the little brothers of Bethesda. Everything they do, I love this shit. So hearing this and the possible multiple endings, this is why I love Obsidian. So I am now even more hyped about it. Increasing your dexterity will make your attacks really fast. So if you are the complete melee based, if you're going sword, or if, whatever the case may be, it sounds like it might even affect wand casting, then your attacks will get really fast. You can tell your companions when and what to attack and upgrade their abilities, a la Mass Effect. That sounds exactly like Mass Effect, where you can kind of command them what to do. You can start a new game after rolling credits, but can't continue exploring. There is a point of no return, and Carrie did confirm that they will tell you when you are coming to that point of no return. So you won't accidentally go too far, supposedly, and get to that point. So you can dual wield a wand and a pistol, which is dope. I'm going dual wands up front. Although the more I see the magic casting out of the book, the more that looks dope with the wand. But I think I'm going to dual wand. I'm not interested in the pistol so much. That might change, but the fact that you could have a pistol and a wand, hey, let's go. More options. And kicking is not your only way of yeeting people. So there must be more options to send people off cliffs, or, whatever the case may be, into spikes, maybe, whatever. So that was some of the extra good stuff. And there was more screenshots released this week as well. And I got to say, Steel, on top of watching the videos, and shout out to Colt, who did his video on Avowed, and showed off the combat differences. On top of the combat, the environments, we're seeing more of the environments. They are looking really fucking cool, man. These environments are going to pop off the screen. I'm super happy with the color palette that they've chosen to go here. Would I like a darker game, kind of what we saw in the trailer? Yeah. Do I think we're going to get some of that in some of these environments? Yes. But overall, I think this game is going to be a looker. So I'm super hyped for that as well. Again, if you didn't hear me earlier, early word is same size as Outer Worlds, the original Outer Worlds. Some people are saying 15 to 20 hours if you want to mainline the quests, 40 hours if you want to do the side quests. Again, for me, as my type of game player, that'll be 80 plus hours if I actually do finish this game. But I couldn't be more excited for this game. So lots of positive came out of Avowed interviews this week. So I just wanted to point that out, Steel, before we move on. Lots of good shit there, brother. So, are you with me, or did I lose you? Steel's go. So that's fine. I'll continue on. But yeah, no, Avowed is back to one of my most anticipated games. Dizzy Delta 99, thank you for dropping in here. See you as well. Appreciate you dropping in here. Let's see here. Soul Khan is in the house. What's going on, Soul Khan? Oh, I can also mention too, she was asked about PlayStation 5, and it was we'll see. Probably means it's coming. So again, where we're at with Xbox, it's probably coming. Shouldn't be a surprise if they do announce it down the road, but whatever. At this point, it is what it is. Rayo, it says, I'll definitely be more than 30 hours for me. Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to Avowed, it'll definitely be. Bold Alpha says side quest content first. Correct, Bold. Exploration and side content is key for me. Meeting all the NPCs, especially when it comes to decision making and all that kind of stuff, even the small side stuff that you can decide to do, that is dope. Also, Colt did say in his video that while this is, again, a semi-open world, it's not a full open world game, much like Outer Worlds, he did say the areas are very big, tons of exploration, stuff to find in those areas. So again, I am cool with all of that. Like that's good. But do I want to see Obsidian do a full open world Bethesda style game someday? A big one? Yes, because I believe they could do it. But if they're going to continue to be the masters of this smaller type experience, and I think Outer Worlds 2 is going to be bigger, on more towards that scale, because they said it's going to be about double the size. That was the whole joke. I'm cool with this. I'm cool with this. If Obsidian knows what they're doing here, so I am great with this. I can't wait to see it. Let's see here. What else we got going on while Steele's taking care of real life stuff? Let's see here. Let's go up here. Oh, Nixie, that's right. PGA 2K5 25 demo did drop this week. Glad, brother. I know you're a big 2K25 game player. So that is freaking awesome that you got that demo. I used to play a lot of the golf games back in the day. I tried again, but then again, there's too many games nowadays, bro. And I just tail off. I can't do sports games anymore. I was such an NBA 2K guy. Just can't do it anymore, but I'm glad you got it. Bololf says, I think in the first deep dive, said the side content could have multiple ways to complete quests and different endings. Hopefully they'll deliver because I love stuff like that. Me too, Bold Alpha, and it sounds like that's going to be the case. So happy and excited. Like I said, if the extra time, the delay, again, obviously they weren't sitting around on the game, even if Phil says it was because of how many games were coming out. They obviously worked their butts off on this game to even prove it even more. So now that it's upon us, I am so freaking hyped, man. I can't wait. You back?
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, I'm back.
No. I was just taking up time, brother.
I appreciate that. But yeah, that Avowed info does seem to be good. Again, the Soul 60 frames thing. Again, I'm going to keep reiterating that I think it's inexcusable to not have 60 frames day one, especially in the type of game that it is, first person, also having the third person option. It's a me thing. I will continue to say, if there's one thing I do think that needs to be mandated, is that bare minimum, your game needs to be 1080p 60 frames from the very beginning. And then you design and develop your game from there. I do think out of everything that needs to be mandated in the gaming industry, that is number one. Of everything. If there's one thing to mandate, that would be the one thing for me. So, and then if you want to give people options after that, you can. But I think 1080p 60 is the starting point, and you upscale, downscale from there, and go from there to base your design and everything off of that. But that's just a me thing. So, we'll see. Again, I'm interested in jumping in since it is gonna have that third person option. Hopefully I'll be able to jump in there. Again, we'll see where I'm at with Final Fantasy 16, and we'll see how I'm feeling. Well, by the time we get there, something's going to happen. Either maybe I don't end up finishing Final Fantasy, or maybe I don't get a chance to jump into Avowed, because again, Monster Hunter's right around the corner. So, and I don't think I'm going to end up getting early access either. And me getting early access would be the one thing that would help me out a lot in determining whether I do jump in there. And not having, again, like we spoke about earlier, I think that's the biggest negative to me. And I wasn't aware of that. Again, I hadn't looked at to see what all the extra additions or whatever. That is one of those things that I do assume, is that when you give early access, that there is like some DLC or additional content that is coming with it. And the additional content that I'm seeing right now, it's not, I don't think it's worth it to me for that. So we'll see. Maybe it's something that I line up later. And again, I do think it's another one of those games that even with mods, that game is going to be absolutely crazy later on, especially if it ends up being a really solid freaking game, right? And it being from, as Cog calls them, the Black Rock, coming from Obsidian, right? And knowing the lineage that they have, they seem to be on the path to victory. So I would just have to put faith in the game. Again, Avowed is the first game from them that has had my interest for quite some time. So there is that. So Bold says, speaking on FF16 real quick, it's total nonsense that they put Clive in Tekken 8. He is a pain in the ass. I don't know. Maybe by the time I get to Final Fantasy, because I do want to see, right, how his feel in the story is. I mean, I kind of like the direction that they're going right now, but he does still come across like doesn't have enough of a cool factor yet. Not enough yet. So we'll see what happens. Let's see. From there, we were talking about the Battlefield stuff earlier as well. Battlefield releasing coming out with the Battlefield Labs that people were able to sign up for, that we dove into a little bit about. And supposedly, Electronic Arts has confirmed a planned launch window for its new Battlefield game. This is coming from VGC, Video Game Chronicles. And it says, as part of its third quarter earnings result on Tuesday, which is this past Tuesday, the publisher said it's planning to release the next franchise entry before April 2026. The game has an expected fiscal year 2026. That's a 12-month period starting April 1st, 2025 and running until March 1st of 2026. When did 2042 come out, Paul? Was that 2 years ago? Was that 23?
22?
No, Nixie, I'm not playing Kingdom Come. I have no genuine interest to play Kingdom Come. I did from some of the stuff I saw, but from what I heard ACG talking about talking about it this week, and the guys over there, and they were essentially saying that, hey, without playing the first game, there's like a lot of context that is lost, and I appreciate that out of the game. But jumping into the second game when I haven't played the first game, is something that I don't like to do, especially if there is context to be had there. A lot of lineage, a lot of things that connect.
I disagree with those dudes over there. I disagree with those dudes over there about that context, whether or not it's important. Sure, you might miss some side character interactions. You might not know the characters as well that you're meeting and that kind of stuff that you could in the first one. But you don't have to play the first one. You don't.
I mean more so from a me perspective, because that's how
No,
I like to approach that.
I heard
when somebody tells me,
and unless you're a hardcore Kingdom Come Deliverance, like I need to know all the lore. Most gamers aren't lore heavy, or they have one or two games that they like, that they do get into the lore, right? Yeah. Most gamers don't do that. And again, for me specifically, even the games that I love, like Skyrim or anything like that, like I don't get into the lore like that. So I think most average gamers can jump into any game and not miss it, right? It's not that big a deal to the overall experience. But anyways, Nixie, to answer your question, I think I talked about this last weekend too. Eventually I will be jumping in. That was a day one for me. But with how busy I have gotten real life, and I knew this year was going to be like this, and just with how many games are coming out, and because of Avowed, my hype for Avowed is back at the top again. Mm-hmm. And because Monster Hunter Wilds is a game I want to jump into out the gate, at least. Again, I'm not going to be Steel, but I want to get into Monster Hunter Wilds when it first drops in. I decided that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 will be put to the backlist right now, but I eventually will be dropping into it for sure, because I want to play that game. It looks gorgeous. The reviews are amazing. They took everything they learned from the first one and just did it bigger and better, which is all I ever asked for from developers. And supposedly the performance issues that the first one saw, the jank that the first one saw, is not as present in any way, shape, or form. This is pretty well done game, performance-wise, on PC at least. So I will be jumping to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 at some point this year, but just not right now.
Yeah, what I was going to add on as well is because of the type of gamer that I am, I would want to play the first game before I jump to the second. That's how I take that more so than anything. But it's cool to hear, because I see people in chat mentioning as well. Bo says it gives you like a 10-minute breakdown of what happened previously. Yep. Jasper says you also have flashbacks and stuff like that. So that's cool. But in a game like that, I would just want to play the first game, knowing that it does have those ties, so you get the full breadth. And I also heard it's a lot of it's just like the first game but better, right? In a lot of different ways. The other thing too is seeing how it leans much more on the sim side of things as well. I've come to realize things like that don't speak to me either. So I'm not in a super rush. It probably has some accessibility options and stuff like that for you to tailor the experience however you would like. But for me, I'm just not looking for that, especially for a game that's, the combat and stuff like that isn't typically, at least in that style of game, isn't typically what I look for, or what I want. And I'm more action. I'm in my action bag right now. So not my, I want to play a sim style game through this grand open world and do all the because again, I'm also somebody who's going to want to explore every crevice of the game, right? Like we talked about earlier, I am one of those people that when somebody tells you, and again, I keep finding this out, when somebody tells you that a game is 20 hours long, I end up playing it and it's 40 hours, 60 hours long, because not only did I play it on hard, but I also was looking at stuff. You know what I mean? So knowing who I am.
For sure. Yeah. Battlefield, by the way, was 2021 still. It was 4 years ago.
It was 4 years ago. Damn.
November 2021. So yeah, coming up this year will be 4 years.
So Battlefield releasing that time that long ago, that long ago, 4 years. I don't know if there's necessarily enough time for it to be released in 2026 though. The next Battlefield entry, maybe if Zampella, I mean, he does have a high pedigree, and I could see him getting the ship in line.
Or studios.
So I mean,
that's a lot of people, bro.
There is, if anything. From that most recent presentation that they did when they showed all the studios that were working on the game, that would give me some faith and some belief that it could be done within that time, that 4 to 5 hour period, 4 to 5 year period. Just because, again, there's a lot of the bones that you already have. It's just kind of sifting through it and defining what your core experience is again. So, Zampella has a high pedigree for releasing stellar games. So I don't have any reason to not believe it could be 2026. I do hope. I also do hope that Call of Duty kind of decides to step away this year, and then we can go into 2026 with a hitter like Battlefield and it be back where it needs to be, right? Because I know other people have mentioned that there's other games that are out there similar to Battlefield, like Delta Force, and there's another one as well. They still seemingly, at least from what I've seen, don't seem to carry or aren't moving the needle forward enough in comparison to Battlefield, right? It's not like they're moving in and taking the place. I don't see people saying, oh, well, no, this is truly the Battlefield experience that everybody's looking for. It's like people are still looking for Battlefield. So I guess we'll see what ends up happening. Nixie says, I don't know if you guys touched on Battlefield, but what I seen plus the gunplay looks really dope. Yeah, from what I've seen and everything, it looks like exactly what we have been asking for Battlefield. Get back in the Bad Company 2 days, do complete destruction where nobody can hide, right? And give people good maps, good gunplay, class-based system, so people can play their roles, right? And just get back to what made Battlefield fun. Get back to where you were a year in after Battlefield 4, or, after you fixed everything, get back to where you were with that, except more destruction and make it more about the moment gameplay. So that's the main thing for me. Nixie says, love that they are heavily testing the game too. That's the other thing as well, is that does tell me at least that they do want this one to hit, right? They want this one to hit hard. But that's what also makes me kind of hard to believe that it's going to end up being 2026 unless this year is completely focused on doing a lot of that testing. And if they are literally right there and doing the testing and then implementing the testing is going to be able to get done pretty quickly, because again, separating it out with the different teams, again, you saw how they had their single player team working on this and they got the multiplayer team working on this. That will help out a lot, because it's not like one has to go in hand with the other outside of, like, if you want to pull characters or whatever. But again, like Nixie says in chat, in Zampella, I trust, and he hasn't given me a reason to deny him. Even with Titanfall, for what you could say about it, the reason why Titanfall didn't blow up the way that it did was because of timing. That's the only reason, right? Because it's still, for whatever reason, especially with Titanfall 2, has carried over time with people falling off, then a big slew of people jumping back in, falling off, and then big slew of people jumping back in, and people all of a sudden saying, oh, damn, there's no other experience like this, man. What's going on? I mean, again, I was playing Titanfall 2 again for those couple of weeks on hand, but they weren't supporting the game anymore, right? So without the constant updates and stuff like that, it's going to be interesting to see how Battlefield chooses to move forward and kind of build off of what they've done with 2042. They are planning on bringing back that Battlefield, what was it? The library or whatever. I forgot what the specific name for it was. It's in 2042 as well. The Battlefield.
Oh, when you talk about the Portal?
Yeah, Portal. They're bringing Portal forward. So we'll see how that goes.
Sorry. I was reading Eastside Vandals going after MBG and Astro. Cyborg clipped him.
On Twitter.
And he actually got a response from MBG too, which was funny as shit. So shout out to Eastside. I don't know if you're still in your Eastside, but
that's
shout out
funny.
to you, brother. I was reading that. Sorry. But yeah, no, the Portal is confirmed to be back as well. Yes.
So I got hope for Battlefield. I'm always going to have some hope for Battlefield. I liked what we played in 2042. I think it's a solid game. Is it what Battlefield used to be? No, it's not. But only reason why it wasn't, because it took them a year to finally get back to a class system and make it feel like Battlefield again. Because when it released, they tried to do different shit, and the different shit didn't work. right? Like Battlefield is literally about the class-based system. When I'm a medic, I'm not supposed to have access to a toolkit. I'm not supposed to have access to an RPG unless I pick up the class, unless I pick it up off the floor or whatever. There's certain things that just are not supposed to be part of certain people's kits, and having that flow to where you can do whatever with whatever class took away what made Battlefield. So it's going to be interesting to see how they implement that back in as well, and see how they refine the game overall. I just want more destruction, focus on gunplay, make it fun, and make sure you bring us some maps. So, yeah. Go ahead. What you got to add on as far as Battlefield? What you've seen this week, and any other expectations that you might have? Unless you're kind of feeling like me, you feeling good?
I think. Yeah, no, I'm feeling great. Obviously, like I said, I downloaded 2042 because of it. I will always come back again, and I don't lie to you guys. I just love Battlefield. So yes, kids would call it cap it or whatever the case. I don't care. When they show me a teaser and I see that potentially the biggest thing for me in the teaser was the Levolution Steel. I'm not holding my breath yet. I'm not holding my breath yet. But the thing is it's been confirmed from one of the devs as well. Steel, even this week or last week maybe. No, it was this week. It was on the 4th, I think. I wish I had the exact tweet. But one of the devs from the Battlefield team actually confirmed, because somebody had asked him a question about if they were looking at the older games, which Zampella originally had said that they were going to do. And he said they were cherry picking. They were going back to the older games and cherry picking the best parts of what made each part of the Battlefield franchise the best at that moment. And they were cherry picking. And then they were discarding the stuff that didn't work. And that's how they were forming this game. And he said it was hard to explain until you jump into this version. And he was talking about their new version. But what I saw in that trailer still was a glimpse. And again, it was cut up. I don't care. People, said, "Oh, there's like 2 seconds like of actual gameplay." Like it was all
I didn't see it and then be like, "Oh, that's not real."
Listen, but I saw it, and like I said, I'm sure it was the campaign. But what I saw still was organic destruction on buildings. And so I'm not, like I said, not holding my breath that we're going to get Bad Company 2 Levolution. But I think there's a possibility because, again, Zampella's not a dumb dude. That's why I've always said in Zampella we trust. Ever since this, just like Nixie was saying in chat. We've been saying that for years when we found out he was taking over the franchise. If there's one person that gets it, common sense, what made our games great? They started chasing in 2042 Call of Duty with the operators, with these big set pieces of destruction, etc. And obviously the operator thing was so they could start selling skins like Call of Duty, because of course we know EA at the top, that's all they want is money. They want monetization. That's all they fucking care about. Okay. Again, it's a business. So they did the operator thing, which was a massive no. Took out the class system, right? They're bringing that back instantaneously, right? Okay, that's back. Zampella's already confirmed it, and they confirmed it in they're talking about the Battlefield labs this week. The class system's back. So engineer, assault, medic, and recon.
Bird.
They're back. They're back, right? So that's number one. But when I saw in that trailer, those buildings organically seemingly coming down steel from destruction, that tells me that Zampella might have also figured out, and it wouldn't be hard for him to do if he's listening to the fan base, that the Levolution needs to come back. We don't want
There's no other game
set
like
pieces.
that.
I've seen some people say that they really enjoyed Battlefield 4's version of the Levolution, but that's where we started to get away from it. No. I want Battlefield 3,
everything.
Bad Company 2 Levolution.
Everything.
Where the battlefield starts out with a bunch of buildings, and if it's a big enough game, by the end of it, it's a flat, rubble-filled playing field with no sniper nests anywhere unless you find an outcrop or around a corner from some blown-up building.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, that's what I want back again. Now, if we get close to that, I will be happy. And what I saw in the trailer still was the potential, as they showed one part when it's running. If you look closely, they pan up, a rocket or a grenade or a tank shell hits the building at the top, and that stuff starts coming off the building organically from the top. Then, dude, towards the end of the clip, turns RPG, hits the side of the apartment complex. The whole facade of the apartment complex starts to crack and crumble and start to come down. This is what I want back again. So I've got hope still that Levolution is coming back to more of the original style of why they promoted it so hardcore, and what actually grabbed people's attentions. I love the fact that it looks like they are sticking with the military sim style. Again, they've gone a little sideways and a little some of the stuff in 2042. They got a little creative, but they were playing with future stuff there. But that's what set Battlefield apart from Call of Duty, especially now that Call of Duty has fully embraced what the fuck they are, which is not a military sim first-person shooter. They are a Fortnite military shooter. Okay, that's what they are. They've got the crazy skins, which I love. You guys know I bought the dragon skin right away from Call of Duty. I don't mind that they embrace that. That became their identity. That's cool. That's what they are. I want Battlefield to retain that more classic, that more classic military style. Let's not go over the top too crazy. And let's stick to that. And it looks like that's what they're doing here still. The tanks rolling out. They showed off the jets. And then, like you were just talking about, Steel, the portal coming back was a big scare that we had when 2042 did not do what they wanted it to do, because we thought the portal was great. When we jumped into 2042, we were playing the new maps with all these big set pieces. That was all dope. But we got to go back, Steel, to updated old Battlefield 3, Bad Company 2 maps, and got to relive the memories of what Levolution was like. They brought back the mortar shells for the snipers, for the recon, like all that stuff that was missing, they brought back and when we jumped in the portal, that's what we were playing. We were like, oh God, remember this? And the maps, when you jumped into the maps, nostalgia kicked in. Oh, remember that spot over the rocks? You had the sniper spots up in the rocks. Everything was there. But we were scared that because 2042 didn't work, that they might shy away from the portal this time around when they were rebuilding it, because it is extra work to bring in those old maps. But they've confirmed that Portal is going to be in this one. They've already asked people what people want to see in Portal specifically. Fuck yes. I am so freaking hyped right now for the new Battlefield. Like I said on Thursday, I honestly, Steel, even if they came out and said, hey, listen, we've revamped all of this, we've brought all this stuff back, but we're going to start smaller, because they did confirm too, Steel, that there's a campaign. A lot of people didn't think they were going to have a campaign, because remember they had that new studio out in Washington State that they closed down within a few months, and that was supposed to be the campaign studio. So a lot of people were thinking they were going to just not do the campaign and Zampella was going to focus on the multiplayer. Well, they confirmed full campaign in this game, so that's cool as well. But like I was saying, even if they came out, Steel, and said, we've revamped everything, we're bringing you a campaign, we're bringing you back multiplayer, we're bringing back Levolution, we're going back to the basics again with Battlefield, but we're only going to have, let's say, 10 maps, 15 maps, which would be small for these days when a multiplayer game. I'd be cool with that, Steel. If they get this done right and they start smaller and then build off the success, and they can start convincing some of the older Battlefield players that have absolutely sworn off Battlefield at this point. There are people who love Battlefield as much as me, but they have sworn off Battlefield because of what's been done to the franchise, and I don't blame them in the least. Okay, I don't blame you guys if you have sworn off Battlefield. They've done too much damage to the reputation. Again, too many broken launches, too many missteps. Battlefield 5, 2042, Battlefield 4's launch was even more horrible than most Battlefield. Again, they've done a lot of damage here. But if they can bring some of those people back and start convincing people, even if it's a smaller set of maps, even if it's not what we would consider 2025 type of multiplayer is, I'm cool with that. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying up front, if they can get it all right, and that's how they start this, because like you said, Steel, it hasn't been that long. Yeah, they got 4 studios working on it, but it hasn't been that long. I'm cool with that. I'm good with this rebuild of Battlefield. Bring it back. And I hope that's exactly what's happening. And I am really trusting Zampella here to do it right. And from what I just saw in that short teaser, like I said in my post on X, I'm whispering, we may be back, boys. We may be back. We will see. We will see. And we will find out probably, if not the end of this year, early next year, springtime next year, before April, they said. So I think they stick to it. And hopefully, cross my fingers, I get into labs and I get to see for myself, because I will test it. I will beta test this. I want to see what they're doing. I'm excited.
That's gonna be dope if you're able to get in 100%.
Yeah.
It's interesting because talking about EA and what they're doing with Battlefield is seemingly getting back on track. There was also some interesting things about Veilguard this week because EA apparently came out and explained that there's a crazy explanation, and this is coming from Forbes, for why the Veilguard failed, and it proves that EA doesn't understand Dragon Age at all. So, if you don't know what I'm speaking to, and again, this is coming from Forbes.com. This article is written by Eric Kane. Just to give you a TLDR real quick, EA said, and again, I'm going to get into this article, that the reason why Dragon Age The Veilguard failed was because it wasn't live service. That if it was live service, it would have done better. Now, let's see what this article gets into. It says, a little while ago, I wrote a piece on Dragon Age The Veilguard's disastrous sales ought to rekindle a desire within EA and BioWare to make the once great RPG series great once again. In this piece, I note several problems with the game, including the lack of depth in RPG elements, the uneven writing, and sometimes preachy, heavy-handed politics. One thing I didn't go into much depth on was the corporate meddling and after some pretty wild out of touch comments by EA chief Andrew Wilson. It's time to take that into account. Let me get that back up on screen for you guys. And he goes on to say, move this over so you guys can see it. Oh, damn. I guess because I made it smaller. That's weird. Put it in a different spot. Hey, website to website, things change. What can you do? All right. Goes on to say, in order to break out beyond the core audience, games need to be directly connecting to the evolving demands of players who increasingly seek shared world features and deeper engagement alongside high quality narratives in this beloved category, Wilson said in an investor call. Dragon Age had a high-quality launch, he continued, and was well-reviewed by critics and those who played. However, it did not resonate with a broad enough audience in this highly competitive market. Wilson is saying two things here. He says, first, that the game was received well by players who played, which is implying that the game was only negatively received by gamers who sat it out, relying on negative YouTube and social media backlash. This is a curious statement on its own. He effectively saying that bad word of mouth was one reason the game failed, which is certainly true. He does not really interrogate why the game's optics were so bad. Second, he suggests that the modern gamers actually want shared world features, aka some form of multiplayer or a live service element. And sure, lots of players do want that in video games these days. That's why so many online multiplayer from Call of Duty to GTA to Marvel Rivals are such a huge success. That, and they do what they advertise very well. They understand that their target audiences, something the creators of the Veilguard clearly do not. The gamers actually want shared world features, aka some form of multiplayer or live service element. I really hope that that's not what he thinks. That that's what players want. They want every game to have live service elements in it. I don't think that that's what people are asking for. But this also suggests that gamers don't want single player games, which is demonstrably false. Now, this is something that I have spoken to previously. Though I did not say that people don't want single player games. What I have said is that we are in an era right now where single player games are becoming reliant on live service games and multiplayer games in order for them to continuously be funded and created going into the future. So I don't know. And I think there's been plenty of games that have come out as well that I do think prove that people still want single player games, but not everybody can just keep turning around these things and not see a certain amount of profit. Again, not everybody's going to be a Witcher. Not everybody's going to be Baldur's Gate 3. Not everybody's going to be a Starfield, regardless of how you feel about that. Not everybody's going to be Elden Ring, right? And they talk about that a little bit here and Baldur's Gate. And they say, look no further than Baldur's Gate 3 for an example of a single player game, albeit with co-op features. And again, it does have co-op in it. Elden Ring has also limited cooperative and PvP multiplayer, but the game is largely a single player experience. I list both these games because they are the closest thing to competitors that the Veilguard has in modern gaming landscape. Both games are almost certainly did benefit from their inclusion of co-op, and I'm sure many players who enjoy co-op would have liked to have it in the Veilguard as well. But neither succeeded because of their multiplayer components, but rather because they gave gamers exactly what they wanted. Great RPG experiences that would have been great even without multiplayer. I still think that thinking that the game would have been better with a live service element, I think that says more, or with some form of multiplayer. And this is the part of it that I kind of have problems with. Just because you have co-op in the game does not mean it's a live service or a multiplayer game. That's not how that works. Just because Elden Ring has the option for PvP does not mean that it's a live service game, or I wouldn't even be able to say that that's comparable to Dragon Age the Veilguard, because the games play vastly different from each other, right? It's just in a completely different category. I get why they used them here. Even Baldur's Gate, I think, wouldn't be a good example either, because again, it's a different type of game, right? So, and the co-op in there is more so is literally an option that they were leading in with from the very beginning.
Very few people are doing co-op on Baldur's Gate 3.
And which has come to find out to be more and more true, although people were very upset that the Series S wasn't able to do co-op.
Because it was a talking point against the Series S. Right. The Series has always had it, so I always agreed with it that sure, you keep that rolling, because there are people that do the co-op for sure, and that's fine. You can ask for it, and again, the Series has always had it. But again, we know that very few people play co-op Baldur's Gate 3. It is a single player game for most people. The vast majority. Anyways.
So he goes on to say, what strikes me about Wilson's comment is just how breathtakingly out of touch they are with Dragon Age with what Dragon Age players actually want. Like so many corporate suits, let me scroll down a little bit, who only understand trends, Wilson identifies a broad market within the gaming space, players who increasingly seek shared world features. And that's where I do agree with what the writer is saying here, as far as him being Wilson being out of touch, 1000%, because you could have looked at your older games and seen that's not what people were asking for. Matter of fact, you probably could have just went into the community and see that they weren't. I didn't see it. I know nothing about Dragon Age, and I have never seen anybody say that, you know what Dragon Age needs is co-op. I heard they say some of that in Dragon Age Inquisition, right? Where co-op would have been a nice feature to have an additional person that you could run and do stuff with, dungeons and stuff. And I think they actually had some of that, right? From what I've heard Pong talk about it. And again, I'm completely clueless about that, but I don't think that would have made Veilguard any different, because they didn't design the game that way. In Dragon Age is not such a known commodity that you making it multiplayer all of a sudden would have made it a completely different experience. I mean, shucks, the Canary or whatever them people call the dragon looking people in here look ugly as hell. There's nothing cool about the fucking game. There's nothing cool about that, right? Again, we're talking about another game like Concord that had other issues other than it being multiplayer. What actual Dragon Age players and RPG fans want from a series like this is a return to form, a gritty, well-written story with meaningful choices, tactical combat, and deep RPG elements. I'm sure you could do this and include shared world elements like co-op or competitive multiplayer, or some kind of shared universe similar to Destiny. But that isn't what RPG fans are pinning over. I've always thought that co-op would be cool in a game like Skyrim, but clearly Skyrim succeeded without it, because there was and there remains a vibrant RPG community that adores single player games. Other thing about Skyrim too is Skyrim's doing as well as it does because the modding community is relentless on that goddamn game. So, and that helps when you have those capabilities as well. I'll get into this last little bit here. It says, this is why it's important to remember how dangerous corporate meddling can be when it comes to video games. The corporate suits identify profitable gaming trends and then mandate that these trends be adopted across all categories. But that's why there's supposed to be game designers and people who are able to find out what needs to happen. And that's why we hold those people as such regard, right? Because you are literally the person who is designing the basis of this game. So they go on to say, and look how well live service worked for BioWare's Anthem, a game with some genuinely cool ideas that would have been 1,000 times better as a single player game, and even better if the flight mechanics had been less arduous. Now, this is where the writer is going off on the deep end. What the fuck are you talking about? Anthem would have not been better as a single player game. I would argue that it would have been 1,000 times worse, because if the story wasn't already good multiplayer, it wouldn't have just miraculously gotten better with single player. And not only that, Anthem was already stated as being a looter shooter game. That was the intention of the game. So it's like using that as a reference point. And the reason why Anthem failed is because EA didn't believe in it. Seemingly. Now, there's other things behind the scenes that have apparently happened as well, right? BioWare had some things going on, apparently. Some people might have not been being completely honest about what was happening. But Anthem, I still believe if they would have released a proper Anthem 2.0 and stuff like this is what's making me believe. How do you have such a belief that Dragon Age the Veilguard would have done better as a live service game, but the game that you had a live service element to, that you had a team working on to build out and essentially remake and release a 2.0 version of, that a lot of people were speaking up about, saying that, hey, EA, you should do this. Hey, EA, no, don't close it. Hey, we're excited about 2.0. I think that's quite different than trying to compare this to Veilguard. I don't know, in my eyes. Or saying that that's why it didn't succeed. I don't agree. If you can look at the failures of Anthem and the Veilguard and not spot a trend, I'm not sure you're in a position to judge what players actually want from BioWare games. The only thing Wilson gets right here is in the fact that Veilguard had a good launch. Unlike Mass Effect Andromeda, it was pretty solid on a technical front. The truth is that the game had been a game that appealed to RPG fans and a long-time Dragon Age players, it would have been a massive hit. Pong, how do you feel about the crazy explanation for why the Veilguard failed? And does this prove to you that EA does not understand not only Dragon Age, but I would argue gamers in totality at this point?
If this is truly how he feels, then yeah, this is another example of an executive who is completely out of touch with the industry and completely out of touch with, gamers in general. Which wouldn't shock me. Again, what they did with Dragon Age in the first place should have been a key. That there's a lot of people who don't understand. But be that it as may, I also do think that this could just be a throwaway set of excuses, because I think it was Hogue. Hogue pointed out this week. Shout out to Hogue. He always has some good takes out there that he puts out there on some of these topics. I'm going to paraphrase him, but he said that obviously when it comes to execs, and this is speaking to shareholders. This isn't speaking to gamers, right? When an exec speaks, even when Phil does it, but Phil has his way of doing it. Every exec is a little bit different. They're not necessarily speaking directly to the gamer, even if they're being interviewed by a gaming site. They're speaking to their shareholders because they represent a publicly traded company. They have to. There's certain things they can't say. There's certain things they can say. So they have to be careful. So that's always in the back of an exec's mind. So when it comes to talking about a failure of any product, but we'll just stick to Dragon Age here specifically, you could throw out any number of excuses as to why you believe it failed. And obviously shareholders think money, shareholders think monetization. That's where we're at in this industry. Again, this industry is a business, one of the biggest business, well, the biggest entertainment business in the entire world right now. So speaking from that point, he's positioning himself as somebody to the shareholders. He's positioning himself as somebody who has all the lights on upstairs and understands they should have gone for the golden goose, the multiplayer, the shared world experience. He's throwing out all the buzzwords, right? And ignoring what some of the obvious facts are about why Dragon Age Veilguard probably failed. But he's throwing out the right buzzwords, and that's why Hogue said he can say whatever he wants to. This is for the shareholders, so he's just throwing shit out there. Okay? But if he honestly believes this, then yeah, you've got a bigger problem. And then I still am. I'm truly concerned for Mass Effect. But, this could highlight something where Mass Effect is, has no chance. If this is what we're going to have people at the top believing are the reasons that a game fails. To Yobi's point, and this was something I was going to bring up while you were reading all this, Steel, if this truly was their concern, or they truly thought that this should have been a multiplayer game, this game was a multiplayer game. They took out the multiplayer part. That has been confirmed.
I forgot about that. Damn.
Yeah, no. Yeah, the Veilguard started as a multiplayer experience, right? They decided to take that out, that it wasn't working. So that agreement would have had to come in from the top. And that's when they brought in,
I forgot about that.
They took out the multiplayer and started working on a single player. And that's when they brought in new people like Corinne Bush at the top to finish out the game as a single player experience, right? So if he truly believes that, why'd you let them make that choice? Why'd you take out the multiplayer? Right? So that's where I go, okay, whatever. I can't, again, you're an exec, whatever. Okay. So this is what I started out this conversation today when I was doing my intro, and I said that if this is how the industry is going to continue to act, if this is how they're going to continue to think from the top to the bottom, if we're going to have these examples in this gaming industry that should wake people up to what is actually happening, or what gamers are truly looking for in their gaming experiences these days, then maybe, like I said, I'm never going to root for people to lose their jobs. I don't roll that way. I don't bring that negativity. But what I will say is, if you're not going to learn your lessons as an industry, then maybe contraction is the only way that you're going to learn. And maybe we do need to have this industry get small again, or smaller, so that people finally understand what's going on here. Because if it's not an EA exec saying some crazy shit like this, when the game was a multiplayer game and they turned it into a single player game, ignoring all the other problems, the valid criticism and criticisms that were out there about this game, right? And you're just going to ignore all of that, and you're going to come up with this. Okay, well, then maybe your games should disappear. Maybe your game should not have success, because you're not going to find success with that kind of mentality. And if people like Corinne Bush are going to come in and make decisions to the game that obviously were very poor decisions, and had there been any criticism internally that was allowed, and would have realized self-insertion was not going to be a winning formula for this type of game, and you're going to have her as the director, even if she came in late to the project, but she takes full responsibility for that team. And she was out there talking about how much work they did and all this bullshit, and how great the writing was and all the character. Like, again, you are the leader. I don't care who you are. The quarterback gets the criticism unfairly and gets the praise unfairly. That's what you take on when you take on a lead role. So if you're going to have somebody like her show up and take the game in the direction that she did after they decided to move it to a single player game, and finish up the game and put it out the door, and it fail, and then she walks away from that team, and she is hired by some of her friends at another company to start this process all over again. If you're going to have people fail upwards continuously in this industry, which is a problem in this industry.
Seemingly.
Okay, again, we all know the good old boys club at the back in the day. Certainly, there's always going to be an aspect where friends take care of friends in any industry. We know this. I'm not stupid. But back in the day, there was a lot less forgiveness for failure when the industry was smaller. There was a lot less forgiveness of
I'd say
you
that's
getting
now,
a
too.
high position. Huh?
I said there's a lot less forgiveness as far as the audience goes, at least now.
As audience goes,
finding out the hard way. Yeah.
But I'm saying that more people fail upwards seemingly in this industry now.
Yeah,
Again, people back in the day, they could fail as a director still, but they would get hired at another company where they were known, right? Their experience doesn't disappear, right? That experience doesn't disappear, but they wouldn't get hired as another director. They would hired as part of the regular engineering team or what animation team or
internally
whatever.
It was more critical. Whereas now it's like outwardly, it seems to be more.
Yes. So we have a lot of people that get to fail upwards these days and go make the same mistakes potentially at another dev team. So to me, if this industry is not going to learn the lessons that need to be learned, that you can't take, again, especially when we're talking about an IP like Dragon Age that is well known, that is established, and you're going to try to bring it back after all this time, and you're not going to treat it with respect, and you are not going to go out and get good writers, and you're going to ignore parts of your fan base to go make the game that you just want to go make and make the statements that you want to make and make it about you more than about the actual IP and about that fan base that was developed around it, well, then again, this industry might deserve to go through some contraction at this point. And we're seeing a lot of this these days. Not everywhere, but we're seeing a lot of it. And we're seeing people go, we did our best. I'm really happy. Really happy with my team. It was great. It's fantastic. And we got execs like this guy going, if we just had really turned this into a monetized game, if we put a battle pass in Dragon Age Veilguard with some freaking multiplayer in it, that would have totally changed this whole game. And this game would have been probably would have been a full-time success. We probably wouldn't be even talking about this right now. Like, we would have been really happy with the numbers of players. Like, if we're going to continue to get this shit, yeah, man, I can't. Again, I'm starting to get really cynical. I can't look at you guys and say that I feel sorry for you at this point. So I think this is just going back to the exec's comment, Steele. I don't think he necessarily believes that. I think they probably know internally the real reasons why this game failed. There have been, as the article pointed out, too many examples of single player games doing even lesser single player RPG games, not with even the Dragon Age IP attached to it, doing much bigger numbers, right? Than 1.5 million with EA Play.
Yeah.
So that's not bought. That's just 1.5 million players with EA Play. We've seen too many examples of single player games succeeding at much, much higher levels, bro. Much, much higher levels than this game without any multiplayer, without any shared world experiences. So I don't believe that this is his true thoughts. I think he's avoiding the real reasons because, again, they're not interesting to the shareholders. And some of it is going to be touchy to talk about now, still to this day, because there is, we're going through a period of time where there's a lot of on both sides. And we know that, again, with the conversations around a lot of the stuff that was in Dragon Age Veilguard. So I think he was avoiding some of that and just talking shareholder buzzwords to get through the interview and to make excuses. And I hope they learn their lessons. Like I said, I am in nowhere near holding out hope for Mass Effect, the new Mass Effect. I want it to come out and be wonderful. I would love to see, obviously, one of my favorite franchises come back from the dead after Andromeda and start all over again and capture a part of that original trilogy, even though I know it's never fully going to capture that moment in time because you don't have the same people, not even close to having the same people. I don't care how many of those people you bring back. They were at a different point in their life. The industry was at a different point in time. They were doing things outside the box back then. So I'm not expecting it to be revolutionary like the original Mass Effect trilogy. But if they could capture a piece of it and bring Mass Effect back, I would be the happiest person alive. And I hope that's what we get to whenever it launches 3, 4, 5 years from now. By the sounds of it, we're years away. I will be right back here praising the hell out of it. I'm just not going to hold my breath with this kind of talk, Steele. I just can't, man. I just can't, brother. I think it's sad, but I think EA has proven time and time again too, as well, that they don't get it. And there's too many franchises. Like I said, this comes off my heels of telling me that I tell you in Zampella, I trust. Zampella's over Battlefield. He's the one person in EA I do believe in. I just don't think Mass Effect's going to do it. So that's my point, Steele.
Yeah, we shall see what ends up happening. I think they're going into some depressing news like that, and I see some people mentioning in the chat. For me, again, I don't think Veilguard's a bad game. I do think that there's two opposite sides on that as well. Is there some agenda stuff in there if you feel that way? Sure. Again, if you don't have the lineage with Dragon Age, unfortunately, I don't think Dragon Age has drummed up enough of an audience over the years to have a miss like the Veilguard. I would have liked Dragon Age to possibly go back into doing like a Dragon Age 1 remake to revitalize the franchise and to garner a new audience, right? Do a remaster or something to that, just because it has been so fleeting over the years. It has not been consistent over the years. And I would have liked to see what a proper Dragon Age 1 through 3 would have looked like with a character that maybe you can progress through the different games and everything. I think that stuff like that, I think that would have been a smarter concept to go with than trying to continuously build out an IP and then make excuses for why it ended up failing, right? Because a lot of the times we have the conversation of gameplay mattering more than anything. And I would say that Veilguard's a good example of a game that does have gameplay more than anything, right? Out of anything that you can say, out of all the games that have released in the last decade, Veilguard does have some very appealing gameplay. It does. It's very attractive. It feels good. Now, if you want to compare that to just Dragon Age by itself, again, to me, I'm going to tell you that it is the best combat that Dragon Age has had up to this point. Does that mean that it excuses everything else about the game? No. That just tells me that there is more of a disconnect there. And I think it goes beyond just the fans. I do think that there is an audience effect on things as well. And the people have spoken. Again, at the end of the day, you are beholden to the customers. And if the customers, the fan base, both agree and say that, hey, this is not the game that I needed it to be, then guess what's going to happen? Your game is going to fail. Gaming is an industry where not every game is supposed to be successful. It's not. It'd be nice if people could carve out their own path and find some form of success. But this is 1000% is an industry that unless you produce, you are not going to win. And just because you participated does not mean that you get a trophy, no matter how people feel about this shit in modern era. Just because you participated does not mean that your studio should be awarded. Or just because you made a game does not mean that, oh, you get a pat on the back. You make a game, you have to sell a product. Your product better appeal to an audience. And again, I do think that this also goes back to QA testing being non-existent, as we know nowadays, right? Because there's a lot of things, because if anybody would have QA tested properly Veilguard, I'm pretty sure people would have came back with, hey, these are some of the things that may be troublesome. And maybe that could have helped them save some things, right? to get things back in line with where they needed to be. But if EA was satisfied with the product that was produced, again, that does force you to look at things sideways. And I currently, as much as I'm excited about Iron Man as an example, I don't know if Motive is going to be able to create a good Iron Man game. I hope that they do, but you blatantly told me that you also didn't see the potential in Anthem either. I hope that gets translated. Maybe that's why. You got the Iron Man IP, so now you can translate some stuff over. I am so hopeful that that's the direction that EA goes, and that hopefully Vince Zampella can help drive some funding back into EA, because that's probably why they wanted Zampella on Battlefield in the first place, because they needed to get some success out of Battlefield. So we'll see how things go. I see y'all having some interesting conversations in chat. Fuzzy says, get ready to buy some Iron Man skins. No, they better not fucking do that. That's going to be fucking annoying. And it needs to be a proper Iron Man game, but it doesn't need to be this, like, I don't know. I don't know what it needs to be. I didn't play the older Iron Man game that came out that was supposed to be based on the movies or whatever. I didn't play those. I heard they were decent, but again, when you have examples of like Anthem, if it's not similar to how Anthem felt, I don't know what we're doing. And I do think Iron Man could have different suits for like different situations and stuff like that. So, coming off of EA, I do think that another bearer of bad news in some ways, if you want to call it that, was Wonder Woman having big trouble after big losses for Warner Brothers. This week, Wonder Woman, the game, there's some heat out there that they just recently had to essentially reboot the game. And I think that was at the beginning or middle of 2024. And Brett, am I getting him confused, Brett? Because he says, I thought Motive had Black Panther. That's Amy Hennig, right?
No,
I thought
Hennig,
Motive was
no. There's
their studio's called something different.
Games. There's multiple Black Panther games being made, right? So Amy
they're
Hennig
under EA though.
No,
Amy Hennig is not under EA.
No, she's on
her own thing.
What the fuck is it? Can't think right now. Got too many things on the head. The hell is her name? What? It starts with an S. What the hell is that name? What is it? God,
I just try to pull up her information up here.
Hold on. I can't think of it.
Let's see.
Oh my God,
Jackie Dexter.
God.
Why is it not one of her main things that pops up? It doesn't tell you her thing at all.
Yeah, it does. It's got to. Hold on. Find it.
Striking Distance? No.
No. It starts with an S. Why I can't.
Let's see if chat got it.
Skydance New Media. God damn it.
Skydance. Yeah, nah, I wouldn't have guessed.
She's Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra, but then there's a Black Panther game being also made by EA. So, yes, there is multiples of those.
You can get on round 3. Yeah, so yeah, Amy's doing the Black Panther cap on 100%. So, and Brett says, "Still my bad. I'm thinking of Cliffhanger." I got you. Yeah, Motive is doing Iron Man. So at least that's what I recall. But yeah, the Wonder Woman game is in trouble after big losses this week. Pong. There's an article here that I want to get into, but just like offhand, like when you saw this information get out there this week about the Wonder Woman game possibly being rebooted just last year, how did that end up making you feel? What you thinking? Unless you need a moment here.
No. I think this is terrible because I was looking forward. Obviously big time to Wonder Woman. I was kind of excited for this. We talked about it originally when it was first announced, right? And ever since that time, I've been waiting for an update. And obviously, again, Monolith being able to put the screen Wonder Woman with real authority and a different look. Like I said, it's not a superhero that we've seen a lot of in video games, right? So Wonder Woman's never been really put out there. And I thought with Monolith doing it, and potentially, obviously using the, just lose my train of thought, using the, what's her thing? I can't think. Steel. What's the thing? Oh, you're gone again. Never mind. But being able to incorporate everything that Monolith does extremely well with the Wonder Woman game, and I was off the charts hyped, right? So, and then it went dark. We got the initial teaser, it went dark, and then we obviously got continuous kind of updates on WB and where they were at, and there was a lot of talk about what's the system that
Nemesis system.
Thank you. I was hoping to see the Nemesis system. We were hoping to see the Nemesis system in Wonder Woman. But then we got the continuous talking about WB, how many problems they were having. Sometimes they're going to be sold. Were they going to break off the games division? Like, we started hearing all of that. And Wonder Woman just went completely dark, and Monolith went completely dark, right? And we've had, we had games like, Suicide Squad come out, which, again, even though Steel and I like Suicide Squad, most people obviously didn't, and that was from their best studio. And they've had just all these issues that keep propping up. The only thing that has kept WB games afloat has been Harry Potter. The success of Harry Potter was their lone bright spot and kind of has carried them this entire time. So we started, wondering about Wonder Woman, if they were going to show it. I kept saying maybe it's going to be at the next show. Like, I was hoping that we were going to eventually see something. But
crazy.
Here we go.
Some time.
Here we go. Fully rebooted in early 2024, Steel. And the game already costing over $100 million. Again, I want to see a great Wonder Woman game.
It's insane.
I want to see the Nemesis system used, since they went through all that trouble copyrighting, keep it away from everybody else. So I want to see this game come out. I hope this is not another situation where WB puts a game out there to die. I hope that they've got whatever they decided to reboot it makes this a success. So looking forward to hearing more. Obviously, at some point, the fact that they didn't cancel it, I guess, says enough. At this point, the fact that they didn't
must have
take
something
the $100 million write-up.
They must have something there.
They must have something there. So I've still got hope, but obviously we're not going to see it. If it's 2024 and they rebooted it, I mean, I would imagine 2027, 8 at the earliest, maybe. So even if they use a lot of the assets and stuff, even if they got like all the character models, even if they keep the same animation and design, the character design and stuff like that, they'll have a lot of that done already. But 27, 28, somewhere in that neighborhood, I guess I'll just have to wait. But go ahead, read the article.
Shadow of War came out in 2017, so like we're talking about some time since that studio's last put out a game. But the article goes into and says Wonder Woman game in trouble after big losses for Warner Brothers. This is done by Brendan Haney, and this is by CBR.com. Let me get that up on the screen for you guys. And they go on to say, every web page always does something different with their site, bro. It's never like I try to set it up for like so everybody can see the words that are on screen and everything, and it's like it's not the same like the where. Anyway, things are not looking great for Warner Brothers gaming division going into 2025. After a year of massive losses for the company, Warner Brothers had many big releases in 2024, many which underperformed to a degree that has caused ramifications for the rest of the developers under the company's umbrella. This has led Warner Brothers to reevaluate future projects currently in development and put lots of pressure on high-profile titles. Warner Brothers has been criticized many times recently for how the leadership of the company has handled projects that it doesn't see as profitable. Both Batgirl movie and Coyote vs. Acme was completely shelved before ever releasing. causing a lot of fan backlash from those who were excited to see those films. This same mentality has carried over to video games with Warner Brothers, ending support for 2 major releases in 2024. The next big release for the company is the Wonder Woman game, which has a lot of pressure to succeed, but might be dealing with the fallout of their previous games' failures. The first major release from Warner Brothers in 2024, and the latest game from the acclaimed Rocksteady studio, was Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. Taking place in Arkham Universe, players got to control members of the Suicide Squad as they worked together to battle against Brainiac and his mind-controlled Justice League clones. The game unfortunately underperformed for a multitude of reasons. The seasonal format of the story beats led many to believe that they were just killing the actual members of the Justice League rather than clones, which was revealed later.
Many fans love how we have to relitigate Suicide Squad every single fucking time. Sorry, I'm going
to get into it too. Many fans were upset that their favorite characters were being killed unceremoniously, dropping the game before they reveal that they were still alive. The game also suffered because it was a live service looter shooter, a market that is incredibly hard to break into. This led to the game having its final season recently, with no more planned content to be released for the game. All right. So let me sit here with Suicide Squad real quick. I in no means am going to say that Suicide Squad is the greatest game that has ever been made. I am not going to sit here and say that everybody needed to play the game and feel good about it. I don't think that. My issue is that a lot of what Suicide Squad's problem was, at least in my opinion, from what I have observed, was a lot of outside of hate, misunderstanding, and people not willing to give a game a fair shake for just being a good game. We knew that this game was going to be a looter shooter years before it came out. They delayed the game. I don't know if people thought that they were going to take the looter shooter elements out or what. People also were writing the game off with what they were doing with the characters. I want to once again remind people that the Suicide Squad is not a renowned group of characters that people genuinely give a fuck about. They don't. The movies haven't done the greatest. And for somebody who has a huge lack in knowledge of the Suicide Squad and a lot of DC characters, right? I appreciated with what they did with Suicide Squad and Kill the Justice League, because it made me care about a cast of characters regardless of what their gameplay elements was, which I thought their gameplay elements were fun. And I get, hey, this shark having a gun, this person being able to teleport, this doing this and that other thing. Although the game explains why these things are possible and why they are approaching it the way that they do. People were so in line with, oh, well, if it's not comic accurate, then it doesn't matter. Ooh, these people would never do these things. These are comic created characters and characters that never got the true light of day and have been around for quite some time. And these are these people trying to give these people some attention. Again, if your focus is, oh, it needs to be comic lore accurate or it's not viable. Look, I hear you, bro. I know I can probably find things in the Arkham trilogy that maybe were not essentially comic accurate, quote unquote. You know what? But I do appreciate the Arkham trilogy. I do. Asylum, City, Night, greatly appreciate those games. I love those games just as much as everybody else does. And I thought Rocksteady did a solid job, especially with the story of Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, that carried that mantle forward. But people were so caught up in, oh, you're killing this person, you're doing this. It's like, do you not also understand that may not be everything that is going on? Do you not understand that there was these multiversal things also happening behind the scenes potentially. Were you even really willing to or wanting to play the game in the first place? Because the people that I've talked to have actually played the game, and not everybody feels this way, but most of the people that have actually played the game felt like it was a good, solid, fun game, right? Now, again, there were some mishaps that I felt. Me and Pong have mentioned this here plenty of times, right? We were high with Suicide Squad. I still give Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League an 8 out of 10, bare minimum, as far as an experience across the board. Mainly, we fell off of it because we had endgame issues. We had Jasper, who had an issue just accessing endgame content, period. And then when me and Pong were in a server, for whatever reason, there was server decay. So over time, you would have not only input latency, but there would also be lag. But neither here or there, Rocksteady is, at the end of the day, like I mentioned earlier, it is up to the dev team to create a product, and it's going to be the audience that speaks and says whether that product is a viable thing or not. I do think that Suicide Squad, it being a co-op based game, maybe they should have did a beta test or two before the game released to really get the opinion of how people feel about the game. So they can be more aware of what they're trying to do. Because I would say even on the looter side of things, maybe that's where it fell short as well, right? And you are asking for time. But even if you take it as a single player, team-based, co-op, optional experience, I think it was a good game. And again, maybe this comes down to how you market it, right? Maybe if they would have marketed it better, instead of saying that, oh, it's this looter shooter, maybe you call it something different and says, oh, and it has optional end game. Right? Because again, before you get to end game, it's very hard for me to understand how somebody can say that the game is bad. That the story is bad. Oh my God, Harley Quinn shot Batman in the head. Oh, come to find out, it wasn't even Batman. It was a clone. So you were mad for no reason? Because there were things throughout the story that were kind of hinting that that was probably something that was the case. That's what stacked on top of each other. That's what made the whole experience dope. The moment-to-moment gameplay, the moment-to-moment story that was being told, Wonder Woman was a standout in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. The standout out of all the characters in the game. Made me care about Wonder Woman more, got me more hyped for the Wonder Woman game than I was already hyped for it. Just based off the Nemesis system as an example, right? But there's a lot of things that are being set into motion here. I just wanted to kind of sit on the whole Rocksteady Suicide Kill the Justice League thing because, dude, we got news this week as well that they are going back to Batman. How they go back to Batman is going to be interesting to see. I would want Rocksteady to move forward and do Batman Beyond, right? Because I think that would be the easiest direction for you to go. That would give you a lot of room to play with and a new character and still involve Bruce Wayne and be able to carry people forward and get people back in line with the Batman expectation. But I thought we didn't like pigeonholing devs into making a certain type of game. Isn't that something that we talk about all the time as well? Oh, devs shouldn't be pigeonholed into making only a certain type of game. Although Rocksteady is being pigeonholed into making a certain type of game. You see how ass backwards this shit gets sometimes? Like how we're so picky and choosy about what makes sense and what doesn't make sense? What we allow, what we don't allow? Oh, well, it didn't make no sense for Rocksteady to do Suicide Squad anyway. They should have just made Batman. So people can't do nothing different. And then they get severely penalized to the point to where now people are saying, oh, Wonder Woman's in trouble because you got all these big losses for Warner Brothers because the gaming community doesn't necessarily know what they want. And, oh, Warner Brothers. Now, it doesn't excuse Warner Brothers either. Warner Brothers has copyrighted the Nemesis system. And now I see people saying that, oh, well, maybe they're not going to use the Nemesis system now. I don't see how you could use the Nemesis system in this hero game. Do most of these villains die in any Heroes shows that you've ever seen? Or do they always come back later at some point? Most of the time they do, right? I would probably say 90% of the time, the villains always come back, right? How cool would Spider-Man be if it had a Nemesis system? Where you beat Lizard for the first time, and then he comes back while you're swinging through the city, it knocks you, it hits you upside the head, and says, now fight me, Spider-Man. Rhino, you beat him twice. The third time, runs up on you, grabs you from the back of your head and throws you across the map. Now what, Spider-Man? I'm back again. Isn't that what made that stuff cool back in the day? I was like, oh, look at this dude pulling up. He wants to throw hands with Batman again. Oh, here goes the Joker. Oh, here goes Penguin. Oh, here goes whoever. They're back at it. But you can't see how it'll work in a Wonder Woman game? Or in a superhero game in overall? Wonder Woman game in trouble after big losses for Warner Brothers. Game suffering. Warner Brothers making live looter shooter games. Wonder Woman is Warner Brothers' next hope. I don't know if this is something that they're saying is what they are personally hopeful for. Let's see if they get into it in an article here. It says, in a new report by Jason Schreier at Bloomberg, inside sources have stated that Monolith's Wonder Woman game has had some major roadblocks to its development. The game reportedly has been delayed even further into the future, nowhere close to releasing anytime soon. One of the biggest reasons for its delay is that it's changed directors, with the game development starting over almost from scratch. After the most recent failures of Warner Brothers gaming division, taking a step back to polish and perfect the game seems like a smart move. The Wonder Woman game has a lot riding on it, both as a game itself, but also for Warner Brothers. The company is already pulling back from gaming with a fewer releases planned for the future, and instead of playing it safe, to not have any more losses. The other thing that's also interesting about Warner Brothers this year is that Mortal Kombat did not perform as well as the previous one did. It's not holding people. So what do you say about that? Because I think what ended up happening, you had a better game in Tekken that came out, and that got more people's attention. You also had Sparking Zero that came out, got more people's attention, right? Was it necessarily a bad game though? No, I don't think so. They also had Hogwarts that came out, was extremely successful for them. As Pong mentioned, it's probably the main thing that is carrying them on their back. They also have the Quidditch game that has come out, and seemingly, the people that I hear talk about it say it's pretty fun. But this Wonder Woman is the game that you got a lot riding on, huh? Okay. There are also reports that Rocksteady will be returning to making Batman Arkham games after a previous failure. The safest possible move for the studio to make. With Wonder Woman being the next big title released for the company, it could either be the start of a major comeback or be the final nail in the coffin. Nail in the coffin for who? For EA? Or not for WB, excuse me? You think Wonder Woman would be the nail in the coffin for WB? I mean, spending $100 million and not having it.
They're in trouble because financially they're in trouble. Again, without Hogwarts, they already would have been sold off.
Hogwarts and Mortal Kombat, I think, they've done enough.
Do shit.
They did enough to keep them afloat.
Sure, but it wasn't contributing. Hogwarts is the one that's been contributing. That thing's been in the top selling list for ever, bro. Like, it keeps being up there. Hogwarts is their bread and butter. That's the only thing that's kept them. Otherwise, they would have sold off. So, I mean, I understand because there's been how many times in the past 3-4 years now that where we've talked about WB and what's going to happen to WB, right? So I don't think that's I don't think it's being dramatic. I think after the failure of Suicide Squad, which was like upwards of $250-300 million, whatever it cost them, WB's not like, they don't have it like that, brother. So I'm sure, especially for the gaming divisions in particular, that if they get another massive failure, if they're going to reboot Wonder Woman, they're going to spend another, let's say they just double, let's say they go to 200 million on Wonder Woman and it fails again. Yeah, they're going to be, now they could have something else come up in between, right? But I also saw Eastside pointing out in the chat as well that Rocksteady's lost now a ton of talent, right? The original founders have now started their own studio, which we knew. We talked about this, and they're actually working with Xbox. So, you know, they're kind of like BioWare, right? How much of the original talent's there? How much of the original vision's there? You and I both love Suicide Squad. That we thought the combat was freaking amazing, right? You know, saw a lot of people think that the combat was great once you got into it. But how much of that original team, you know, I mean, how much of the original spark is there? So does that mean that like going back to Batman automatically guarantees success? No. I think an easy money pot for them, Steel, is something that's been talked about for years and years and years, is get the Arkham trilogy up to 60 frames, do a remaster.
That'd be a good money maker for them. Yeah. Relaunch the collection.
Bro, easy
include
money.
Origins.
How many people? Yeah. How many people have wanted that? Bro, easy money. Easy. So I think that's where I would start if I was WB. I'd have a team doing that. But yeah, I think there's a lot of concern for where WB's headed. And obviously this latest Wonder Woman thing is not going to help at all. Like that sucks. Like I said, I was super excited to see what they had cooking. I wanted to see it.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm excited. Again, I haven't become more excited for Wonder Woman. I still haven't seen the 2 Wonder Woman movies with Gal Gadot. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm not even that dude. The Nemesis system was the one thing that was doing it enough for me because, again, coming off of playing Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, 2 games that I could not recommend enough to people. Those are 2 action games, bro, that everybody needs to play. Yeah. Even if you're not a fan of Lord of the Rings. Please play those goddamn games because there's literally no other open world action game that plays and feels like that and gives you those moment to moment combat segments or just being out in that world, making you feel like you're part of the Lord of the Rings than those games do. And I think gives them plenty of leeway, Monolith at least, to believe that they're going to make a good product. Right. But it is concerning that this was announced almost 3 years ago, it feels like at this point. And now, because of the change of directors, this person wants to go a completely different direction.
Yeah. And I wonder how much pressure this puts on whatchamacallit to get Hogwarts 2 out.
Hogwarts Legacy 2? Portkey?
Guaranteed that. Huh? What is it?
Isn't it Portkey Games or something like that?
Portkey Games, yeah, Portkey. That sounds right.
I'm doing on top of
yeah,
that.
I think that puts pressure on them to get Hogwarts Legacy 2 out the door, right? And because that also is almost a guarantee. If they don't mess with the formula, if they've got a good story to continue forward,
carry your character forward.
Yeah, however they decide to do it, as long as they've got that in place, they've got a winning formula that obviously a lot of people loved. You could put out a number 2 and sell. Like, you know, again, it'll sell very, very well. Even if you don't sell what the first one did, you're still going to sell extremely well. So therefore you kind of, that would be a nice bump for WB as well. But I think that puts a lot of pressure on them to make sure that game gets out and gets out sooner than later. And that we can't have like delays, or we can't have all the time in the world to make sure that's, you know, the perfect second outing, right? The sequel, the way they could had they had other franchises succeed. So I think this does put a lot of pressure on them as well. But that could be a W for them. But I would do the Arkham remasters, resell those. I don't care. I think it's worthy. As long as you do it right, I think it's worthy. You will have people lined up in droves. It wouldn't be that massive of a project. Those games still look really great. Do that. That's an easy cash flow to get everybody going. And then, like I said, get Hogwarts 2 out. And you could be okay while you're waiting on Wonder Woman and potentially Rocksteady to do the next Batman, which sounds like they are trying to do. And I will say this as well. Special Nick, love him or hate him, I like Special Nick. He obviously has been correct about things. He's a good dude. He's been right about things. Again, not everything's gonna be perfect, but he did retweet his original tweet from a couple years ago about Batman coming back from Rocksteady. And part of that original rumor that he had that this was going to happen was that Sony was trying to secure rights. So he made sure to retweet that and put a winking GIF along with it. So just throwing that out there, WB probably could use a money bag right now too. As crazy as that sounds to take Batman, even time exclusive, they could use a bag right now. So just throw that out there. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Some quick hitters, right? Real quick. PlayStation 5 is going to be receiving Age of Mythology retold. So hey, you know, it's coming, man. I mean,
freaking awesome, bro. Expand that RTS
get more people
out,
coming.
baby. You know how I feel, Steel. I'm like you with Halo. I'm like both of us with Gears. RTSs belong to everybody. Freaking more age for everybody. Get them over on PlayStation. Let that crowd that who doesn't get hardly any RTSs outside of some third party, but let them get some of the greatest RTSs over there on PlayStation 5. Let's get a new fan base rolling on console for RTS. Let's go.
Let's do it.
So, and it means more work for, World's Edge, more money for them. More potential that we get Halo Wars 3 down the road from somebody if the RTSs take off on PlayStation 5 and they can make some money over there, and RTSs aren't expensive, so they can make money. So, hey, man, let's roll them out, man. Let's roll them out. I think it's freaking fantastic.
Understanding came through. He says, no, I'm fucking tired of Batman, SMFH. Hey, I feel you, man. Like, I don't blame you. I mean, we got good Batman games. Let's try a different character out, see what you can do with a different character. But apparently, maybe you would try Superman or something, or somebody else, the other important character, right? But people keep saying they want Batman. I just think if you do Batman this time, you need to do Batman Beyond. Don't do regular Batman again. I don't need regular Batman. Give me a futuristic Batman, if anything. I think that would be dope. And then give me the trilogy, because I think there'll be plenty of time to have that separation and truly appreciate the original 4 games. That would be the way that I would approach it, at least, right? If they're going to go this direction. He says, he also says, tired of rumor channels too. It's almost like gossip, in my opinion. Man, look, everybody likes gossip, bro. Everybody likes a little something. Whether it's again, we consider it more so speculation about stuff. That's what makes the gaming industry a lot of fun. If I just talked about my personal likings for everything, we would just have a short show, right? But I like having a breadth of conversation involving you guys in it as well, having varying opinions and whatnot, because again, it's easily to be understood for me. And understanding of it, I mean, if you think gossiping is for the ladies, you don't like gossiping in the gaming industry. The only form of gossip that I don't like is when you're gossiping about other people. But if you're gossiping about things that's happening in the industry because you're excited, it's just like, again, it's just like a shot. It's just like,
it's got
100%.
Shit, man, rumors run wild, trades, 100%. All sorts of shit, man. I love.
Yeah, man. And if you're not into those middle of the line conversations, I mean, it is what it is. Like Nixie says, it's talking shop. You chopping it up with your boys. Gossiping is when you're bitching about shit about your own personal shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's just a whole different level to that. But I mean, if that's how you feel, understanding, look, I'm not here to change your mind, your opinion. You don't have to understand. But we always led with the RTS view and the ECP. You know what you're getting here. You know what? As an example. And if people in other places, I know Boom, he likes to step into Speculation Town as well. If you think that those places are more so gossiping than anything, than having a conversation, then I feel you, man. You got to find what works best for you. I play these games, that's more so the thing than anything else. I don't play X, Twitter, and get into the in-between things. So, when you come to LSS, you're going to get gaming conversation. The first 2 hours of our show, in comparison to any other place that you're going to go, you get guaranteed conversation about games that we're playing right now, whether they're past, current, or future, whether we're testing stuff or whatever the case, and you get that shop talk that Nixie mentioned, and that's what we lean into, man. So again, hey, to each their own. I get it, but speaking of RTS view, we're getting some RTSs on PlayStation, and I think that's worth the conversation.
And Brett,
gotcha. I get you understanding. I'm not trying to attack you.
Oh, yeah. No. The old rumor, Brett, about WB getting bought by Xbox when we were in acquisition season, that turned out to be real. We saw that on their list. We got their shopping list during the court documents, right? And WB was on there. So that always made sense. Me and Mav, and Steele, I think we had so many conversations about WB games coming into the fold before Activision Blizzard was ever announced. It just made so much sense, especially if you were going to gobble up the IP and get control of the IP on top of it, right? Not necessarily the movie rights, but just the gaming rights. That was going to be a massive, and it showed up on their shopping list that they were looking at when it came out in the court docs. They had all remember that huge list of all places they were monitoring and exploring and investigating of whether or not they wanted to make a purchase. WB was on there. So yeah.
I mean, I would like to see that. Batman on Xbox, Spider-Man on PlayStation. I'd like to see that competition.
Oh yeah, for sure, Steel.
I mean, but that's the kind of competition that I would like to see.
It wouldn't happen anymore. It would be multi-plat no matter what. So
no, it would still be multi-plat, but you have Xbox developing it. You know what I mean? So again, for me, it's always going to go back to more so. I care more so about the quality of the games and who they're made by, right? So I think that matters more than anything. So yeah. More stuff coming to PlayStation. I think more people should be on the lookout for that. Another quick hitter is Platinum apparently losing 5 more leads, which that was hinted at this week. This is coming from Video Games Chronicle. It says that speculation has swirled in recent weeks about the future of Platinum Games staff after Kamiya announced a new studio backed by Capcom, which is partly made up of Fortner Platinum developers. This was followed by recent speculation that many of Platinum's other lead creators could have followed Kamiya out of the company. On Tuesday, Kamiya seemingly confirmed several high-profile Platinum exits with a bonus segment on his latest YouTube video, which includes, in his words, footage of former Platinum game director's drinking party. In addition, the party was attended by Bayonetta Origins director Abibe Tenari, Bayonetta 3 director Yusuke Miyata, Astral Chain director Takahashi Tora, Metal Gear Rising director Kenji Saito, and Anarchy Reigns and Resident Evil character designer Masaki Yamanaka. Other than Tenari, who previously confirmed his departure from Platinum last month, this would mark the first confirmation that the studio has lost Tora, Saito, Miyata, and Yamanaka from its ranks. All have recently worked on Platinum projects such as Bayonetta 3 or Bayonetta Origins. It goes on to say, games are made by people, Kamiya says in this video. Wherever they go from here, they'll create things that only they can. Please look forward to their work. It's not clear where the directors have gone next or if they will be joining Kamiya at his new studio, but a social media update from Tora suggests that the Astral Chain designer could be founding his own studio. I wanted to get a little bit further down. Goes on to say, last month, Platinum broke its silence with a statement about its future, which was followed by an announcement of a new Ninja Gaiden game, which it's building in collaboration with Koei Tecmo and Microsoft. Speaking to VGC in December, an interview discussing his new studio, Clovers, Hideki Kamiya explained the reason for his decision to quit Platinum. If I was satisfied at Platinum, then I wouldn't have left, he said. There's a way I believe games should be made. He's always been adamant about that. Although Clovers hasn't named specific people, some notable faces appear in this team photo, and it goes into also as such as the cinematic director Kunihiko Suda, who worked on the cutscenes from the original Okami, Devil May Cry, and Bayonetta, Astral Chain, and more, plus Bayonetta series animator Rai Yamamoto. I don't know what impact this is going to have for the current Platinum team that is helping develop Ninja Gaiden 4. And since they are helping develop Ninja Gaiden 4, I don't think that this would have any huge impact. I mean, leads leaving is always a big thing, right? But since they're not working on like their own game per se right now, I don't think I would have a reason to worry, right? Obviously, you have enough heads at the top that have a direction for Ninja Gaiden, and it sounds like these people were high enough up the echelon that their expertise may not be needed in this scenario. So I don't think this has any effect on Ninja Gaiden 4, but it is interesting to see people continuously leave Platinum, as we thought that Kamiya, I know that was the rumors before, that he possibly was the problem for Platinum Games. So, you know, kind of seeing the opposite kind of happen and also other people leave behind is interesting, to say the least, because that at least tells me, along with Kamiya's comments, again, you got to take them for what they are. He says he would have stayed if he was happy. And again, I know creatives, right? If you are creative, it's hard to kind of lock those people down. And if they aren't able to create things in the way that they would like to, right? Maybe that could be an issue for them. So maybe that's part of the reason why he left. Maybe that's been the kind of the turmoil. But for Pong, do you think that this gives you reason to, just off the heels of the Ninja Gaiden 4 news, because I did hear some people talking about that this week, that, oh, you know, you get good news about a game coming to Xbox, and then look, Xbox proves that they got another team that's not worth nothing, got some mediocre studio that's got all these important people leaving, and Xbox is about to get another mid game because you got the top talent leaving. And, you know,
the whole thing is that game's been in the works for a while, right? So I'm assuming a lot of that talent, and it sounds like a lot of these guys are the heads or the leads, right? So a lot of the I'll call them grunts, are still at Platinum as far as we are aware of. But again, they've been in the works for a while now on Ninja Gaiden 4. So I'm assuming a lot of the work as far as that stuff goes have been completed. From what we saw, the action looks fantastic. So I don't think there's any doubt. Could eventually, yeah, we were just talking about this. We just talked about this with BioWare, right? We just got done talking about this at WB Games. Yes, this drain on talent, when you have some of your best, your most experienced people start leaving out the door, can eventually come to a point where your dev team is a shell of what it used to be, and you do see a decline in quality of games going forward. Of course, that's a possibility. Is it also a possibility that you have a lot of people who are still there that were right behind them, that learn from them, that take over the lead roles, that are more talented or the same level of talent? They just never had that role because they were younger and came into the industry later. Yes, we've seen plenty of dev teams continue forward, losing a bunch or all of their original creators, founders, etc. So I think it goes both ways. So, but with specifically Ninja Gaiden 4, I'm not worried. I do think it's funny, like you were saying, Steel. I brought this up before. Obviously, Kamiya is one of those, we'll call them eccentric directors in video games. One of those standout personalities, for good or for bad, that we have had few and far between in this industry through the years. We don't recognize a lot of the top people in the industry because most of them never get the spotlight. And that, we've heard, is also a choice from a lot of publishers and devs. They don't want rock stars. But Kamiya is definitely one of those that has stood out. He has not had the best relationship with his consumers, the gamers. As everybody knows, he blocks everybody. Remember, he famously would block anybody who would speak to him in English versus sending him a message in Japanese. So he is obviously an eccentric, and he can be what many people consider an asshole, right? And that, a lot of people thought that was an internal thing. People talked about his and Phil's relationship, obviously, and you know, how all that went down and whether or not they hated each other. But when you see him leave, start his own new studio, and the people from his studio, especially the old school guys, the old crowd, starts following him. Well, if he's an asshole to gamers and in general, kind of outwards, he must be a pretty damn good leader internally to garner that kind of following, Steel. So I'll be excited to see what his new studio decides to do, what they're going to start creating, because that is a lot of talent. Again, whatever you think of him personally, he's obviously talented. Now he's got, leads from Bayonetta, etc. I mean, again, this is some of the best action game creators. And Steel, you were just talking about how you were heavily focused on the action game side of things. We are starting to see signs that the action game, not the Souls-like, the Souls-likes are obviously blowing up as always. They've created a whole new genre, but the action games, the Devil May Cries, the Bayonettas are about to make a comeback potentially, right? And start seeing more of those. So I can't wait to see what they come out with, man. But yeah, I'm not worried about Ninja Gaiden 4. I'm not.
Nah,
oh, you just
sorry. That's a bet.
I didn't know you.
No, you're good.
Apologize.
No, you're good.
You were still on my screen, but you were frozen, and then it clicks because when I click over to Discord, it shows you still, and then it shows you disappeared. I'm like,
yeah, that's my fault. Sorry, guys. Up and down, but I 100% agree with that as well. I'm not worried about Ninja Gaiden 4. I don't think there's a reason to worry off the heels of that, and we'll see what else ends up happening. As far as my list goes, that's pretty much all that I had, ladies and gentlemen. 5-hour almost show. Guys, like, where else can you get this action-packed, top to bottom, getting into all the
Iron Lords?
Yeah, I mean, hey, just the two, just the two of us. Again, man, there's a lot of content to be had here. Ladies and gentlemen, again, I want to reiterate to everybody out there, look, I will do This Day in Gaming, Tim. I am going to do it today. Don't you worry, Tim. I told you I was going to bring it back last week. I'm going to bring it back. I got you. But I did want to remind people again, before I get into This Day in Gaming, that if you're looking forward to it, Monster Hunter, again, Monster Hunter Wilds, I'll be doing gameplay for it. Releases on the 28th. Hopefully I'll be able to get a stream in that morning. I don't know if they're doing a midnight release, but I'm definitely going to be sharing out my channel and stuff like that, so people can start following if you're interested in that. I am going to drop it in the chat. So for everybody that's still here, interested in This Day in Gaming, I'll drop that link in the chat here in a little bit as I get that set up. But we got a couple weekends before that happens, right? We do have Avowed that is supposed to be coming into early access this upcoming week. So that's going to be interesting. We also are going to have the embargo be lifted. So we're going to be able to see how people are feeling about Avowed this week. That's going to be interesting to get into next Saturday. So hopefully y'all going to be tuned in and locked in for that. We'll see how things go. Maybe Live in Split Screen ends up getting a code and I end up getting some time in. But I'm probably going to spend that time getting more time into Final Fantasy 16 mainly. So that's kind of my current ambitions, my current likes. But let's get into our This Day in Gaming segment. Unless, Paul, you had something else that you'd like to drop in here real quick for us.
Brody, let's go. I gotta get my partially sick ass outside and go shovel about 7 inches of snow. So
Jesus.
I know, but it's supposed to be below 0 tomorrow, so I ain't doing it tomorrow. I gotta get it done now. So
I can understandable. Yeah, so you live with that stuff, man. I couldn't
know, but I don't want to anymore. I'm done. After 50 years, I'm done, man. And like I said, like of all times, of course, it's gonna happen when I'm just coming off of being sick, and I really am not 100%. And yet, gotta go get it done because I ain't doing it in below 0 weather tomorrow. So I gotta go do it where it's at least 20 degrees today.
Jesus.
So, yeah.
Jesus.
Let's go.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and knock out This Day in Gaming and we'll move forward from there. So This Day in Gaming, we're starting in 1999. If you're not familiar with This Day in Gaming, this is the segment that we haven't done in a while, but it's a segment that we go back 30 plus years in gaming history because gaming is art and should be treated as such. This way you can possibly remember some games that you used to play back in the day, and more so than anything, just appreciate where we are today in comparison to where we were in previous years. The other thing that makes This Day in Gaming extremely unique as well is that every year, since days don't fall on the same day, every year you're going to have different releases that come up. That was one of the things that made This Day in Gaming super unique before, and it's something that's going to be super dope to bring back. But this week we're starting in 1999, and to start off, we got Mario Party releasing on Nintendo 64. Shout out to Mario Party. Then in 2003, on the Wonder Swan color, you had Rockman EXE WS, their Wonder Swan color. I've never heard of that.
What?
Had to be a knockoff Game Boy.
You know who
Wonder
Rockman
Swan
is,
color.
right?
Huh?
You know who? Wait. Come on, Steele. You know who Rockman is?
Rockman?
Yeah.
From Mega Man?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't know what a Wonder Swan is, though.
Wonder Swan is legit.
Okay.
It's a handheld. Who did it? Chat. Want to say. Oh, good God. I want to say Bandai. Was it Bandai that did
Holy
Wonder
hell.
Swan? Or was it Bandai that did it, or was it what the fuck? Who was it?
It's by Bandai.
Was it?
Yep.
Was it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Wonder Swan. Yeah, I've never played this thing.
Okay. Well, no, I mean it was Japan. So I mean, again, unless you were King David and importing shit, right? So I mean that was, but yeah, I remember it from magazines back in the day.
There you go. Wonder Swan, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. Okay.
Hey, thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know Rockman is, but yeah, Wonder Swan.
Oh, okay. I was that's what threw me off at first, right? Was Rockman.
Nah, I know Rockman.
You would have said, oh, otherwise known as Mega. I was waiting for you to go, otherwise known as Mega Man. But yeah, anyways, but yeah, Wonder Swan. Okay.
Oh no, I was more so baffled by the Wonder Swan thing. I was like, what the fuck is a Wonder Swan? Yeah, nah, Rockman, I get that. I haven't seen that name in a while. Him being called Rockman.
Yes, correct. I just watched because it was on the Amazon thing.
Oh, damn, really?
The Mega Man one. Yeah.
They called him Rockman in there?
Yeah.
Really? Oh, wow.
They got the Rockman reference in that one. Yes.
Oh, okay. Damn. They took it back to that. That's dope, actually. Damn. Okay. Then in 2005 on the GameCube, PlayStation 2, and Xbox, you had NBA Street Volume 3. What a fucking classic.
Let's fucking go. NFL
Volume
Street
2 and Volume 3.
NFL
classic.
Street was my fucking game, bro.
NFL Street was fun as fuck.
Bro.
I love NFL Street.
Ridiculous. So good.
Then in 2005, you had a Shadow of Rome on PlayStation 2.
Cool.
Then in 05 on PS2, you had Tekken's Nina Williams in Death by Degrees. Okay.
Is that standalone game? Was it an action game? I think,
yeah.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. Barely, I remember that one.
Okay. That's crazy. Then in 05 on Game Boy, GameCube, and PlayStation 2, you had Winnie the Pooh's Rumbly Tumbly Adventure.
Game of the year.
Go.
Bring it back. Cowards. Bring it back.
Then in Japan in 2007 on the Wii, you had Cooking Mama. Cook Off. I've heard people like Cooking Mama.
Bro, people love the cooking games. I've played it. We've played a couple of them. So, but
okay.
I can't do it, bro.
Then in 2007 on the DS, you had Luminous Arc.
Ooh, that was an RPG too. Pretty sure.
Luminous Arc is a strategy turn-based tactics.
Yep.
Shout out to Luminous Arc.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2007, you had Outrun Special Tours on PlayStation 2.
Shout out to Outrun, arcade favorite of mine. Let's go.
Shout out to Outrun. Then in 2008 on PC, you had Conflict, Denied Ops. Then in 2010 on Macintosh and PC, you had Max and the Magic Marker.
That was Xbox. That was an Xbox One.
Oh, really?
Early generation. That was one of their games in Game Pass, I think, right? With the Max and the Magic Marker. Yeah, where you could draw things on the screen. It's in Game Pass right now. You can go play it right now.
Damn.
Yeah.
I play it right now in Game Pass.
Yeah. I've fired it up before. It's pretty fun.
Okay, bet. Then in 2011, the DS released Naruto Shippuden Shinobi Rumble. Shout out to Naruto. Mm-hmm. Then in 2011, you had PlayStation 3 released Stacking. Also in 2011, on PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, you had Test Drive Unlimited 2.
Oh, fucking so good. Oh, God. Test Drive Unlimited is so fucking good, bro. Can't believe they screwed up bringing back Test Drive.
Hey, Solar Crown not looking too hot.
Oh, I told you guys off the demo wasn't too hot. Jesus. But you could go shopping still. You could buy houses. You could go buy clothes.
Yeah.
You could stop at the store, get the fit, even though you never saw yourself really. Oh, sorry.
Hey, you know,
Trying to get out of here.
How it goes. Then in 2011 on DS, PC, PlayStation 3, Wii, and Xbox 360, you got You Don't Know Jack. Then in 2011, DS got Zombies Seeker.
Okay.
Then in 2012, PC got Jagged Alliance back in action.
Mm-hmm. Good tactical. Big case. They just had a new one come out last year.
Oh, okay.
Wait for it to go on sale. It's got some performance issues, but tactical turn-based game. Cool shit. Yeah.
Then in 2012, you had the 3DS released the Denpa Men that came by Wave. Okay. Then in 2013, PC released The Shell Part 2, Purgatorio.
Okay.
Then in 2018, PlayStation 4 released Dynasty Warriors 9.
So freaking good, bro. I want to try the new one. I got to try the demo. I want to see what it plays like. Tim says Jagged Alliance 3 is awesome. Tim, how's the performance? Are you playing PC? Are you playing on Xbox? You must be playing on Xbox. How's the performance on Xbox? Let me know, because I'm waiting for it to go on a bit deep sale, but I am going to get it at some point too. Oh, it's in current Humble Bundle? Oh, I'll have to go check it out.
Damn.
Thanks, Tim.
That'd be real good.
Love me some Humble Bundles. Let's go. That means key shops are going to have it cheap too. So let's go. Might have to look at it.
Then in 2018 on iOS, you had Final Fantasy 15 Pocket Edition. Okay.
I remember that with the little, I remember that little anime characters, the old school. Yeah.
Then in 2018 on Nintendo Switch, you had Mercenaries Saga Chronicles. Okay. Then in 2019 on PC and PlayStation 4, you had God Eater 3. I tried to play that. I couldn't get into it, but
I figured you wouldn't be able to. I love God Eater, so
I like the concept of it, but I couldn't get into the gameplay. Then in 2021, Macintosh and PC released Honey Pop 2 Double Date.
Honey Pop was just free. I've actually got it on Steam now.
Oh, damn.
They released the first Honey Pop on, so waifus galore. And it's a 3-match game, bro.
Oh, is it really?
I love 3-match games, bro. I love 3-match games. So it's got a good mix. I popped it on. I played
Jesus.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
And then in 2024, PC, PlayStation 5 released Hell Divers 2. 1 year anniversary already here and ready and willing. Was not expecting for it to be here on this day in gaming, but look, this is what happens.
Yes.
Super dope, man. Helldivers 2, man. What a fucking fantastic game. Was dope for us to jump back into. I don't think I'd ever return to it, but that's how these things go.
I'm disappointed, Steel, is the return of this day in gaming, and there was no Japanese titles in there for you.
That is true. No Japanese titles.
I was waiting for one.
No Japanese titles to speak of this time. Nothing crazy to say. So unfortunately, we can't dig up off the hype on that. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of episode 170. I believe this is 176 this week. I greatly appreciate everybody for tuning in, and you can find me Steel Rain. The T is a 7 everywhere. Google's probably the easiest place. When Paul's going through his outro, I'm going to drop in my link for the new channel. So I got to build up some subscribers there. And again, want to be very honest with what's going to be there. Monster Hunter is going to be the main thing there for right now. Live streams are definitely going to be there as well, with that content being uploaded to Living Split Screen afterwards. So if you just want to watch it here and you don't want to follow me over there, hey, that's perfectly fine. You'll still get the content here on the back end. I'll make it there its own thumbnail for that and everything, just to kind of keep things a little separate, but just to kind of have people interested, because again, I don't want to, just because we do long form content, I also don't want Living Split Screen to be just, it's only Monster Hunter content here, because we do a little bit of everything. So if there's other games or whatever else that I want to throw on, I'm still going to go everywhere. Like, the mentality is still having everything in multiple places. But I do want to help kind of build out what I got going on, and see what ends up happening. So if people want to follow me because they start off with Monster Hunter, they want to find out if I'm a cool dude or not, they can. And if people are right here on Living Split Screen, y'all want to follow me as well, over there, or you stay here, tune into the content afterwards, you're more than welcome to do that. I just appreciate everybody across the board. Again, I with Monster Hunter Wilds, I want to be able to build a community of people that are of dope people that, aren't super overly critical, aren't sweating all the goddamn time, aren't beating people up about dumb shit, and build a kind of something that's somewhat open, that people can kind of find people that like to run with and to kind of go from there, man. So that's kind of my intention. I'm not looking to be a pro or anything like that. I just want to be a spot that people can come in and have a good time, watch me get beat up, get frustrated and stuff like that. And overall just enjoy me playing a game. This is like the way that I feel about Monster Hunter Wilds is the way that I felt about Gears and stuff back in the day when I wish I could have been streaming those games on a day-to-day basis. Right. For all the hundreds of people, millions of people that are out there. Like, I wish that I could have been one of those people back in the day who was streaming the content and putting it out there for people, because we were having just the amount of fun that we used to have back in the day is just absolutely insane. And I think that adds on to the experience, right? The solo experience, the co-op experience, and then also whatever games that we end up going into. Because again, not like Monster Hunter is going to be my forever game, but it is going to be my main game. So, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, follow me everywhere. X, otherwise known as Twitter, is still the main place. I am on Blue Sky if you want to follow me there. I don't like Blue Sky because I can't just upload my clips how they are. They're just 1 minute clips. Like, damn, I can't upload them to Blue Sky flawlessly. I gotta downscale them and all. It's like, damn, man. Like, Twitter just lets me pop them up. I could just drop them in, put a little caption on it, and send it, and it gets uploaded. It looks decent. Good to go. I like that. I like being able to just throw them up there. I might just start doing that with YouTube too, but I think it looks better for long form content. So it is what it is. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, greatly appreciate you guys. Much love to everybody who is out there checking in with us. Pong, get these beautiful people out of here. Let them know what they can find you in another fantastic episode, man.
Oh my God, it was great to be back in the chair today. A little therapy session. I had to skip Xbox Ultimate last night to get some sleep. I didn't get home until late from work, and I was dead. But we're getting better every day. But great to be here with you, brother. Chop it up and catch up with you. And then, of course, to be back with the chat again, bringing the good conversations, bringing the good energy, bringing the passion, just like we do, to be able to talk about our favorite industry here, even if we come from different sides. And as always, this is when my throat's going to start to give out, of course, just because. So thank you all for being here. Nothing but love and respect to each and every single one of you. Again, for giving us your time, which is beyond expectation, because you don't get any of that back. You can never earn any more. So we're all on limited time. So thank you for this. Love being here with you all. And you guys know how to find me, Pong So on the X, formerly known as Twitter. Pong So on the Xbox and Steam and Epic and GOG and everywhere else. Follow me, I'll follow you back. So if you guys didn't know, PTK did put out a post. So he put out an accidental post that we were coming back tomorrow. We are changing our day and time. So he had put out an original post that we were coming back tomorrow. But he forgot that tomorrow was Super Bowl Sunday. So we are going to be back, not this weekend, but the following weekend. And we are going to be back on Sunday. And I believe it is going to be, if I remember correctly, 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 o'clock Central Time, I want to say. But we will tweet that out next week. But the Shop Podcast is coming back. New time. New day, but we are doing it. So me, Fuzzy, PTK, and hopefully a guest or two, as always, we'll be doing that next weekend. So enjoy your weekend, enjoy your Super Bowl Sunday. By the way, everybody, I don't know, I got no horses in any race anymore, so I really don't watch. I still pay attention. I still know kind of what's going on, but obviously, if you're an Eagles Chiefs fan, man, may the best team win. So, and hopefully the refs don't favor Mahomes this game for once. Let's just put it that way. Let's hope it's a fair fight. Anyways, otherwise next week it starts all over again. Tuesdays, Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Boomstick is the man 5 days a week. Go check them out Tuesdays, though, for Xbox Factor Podcast, All Good Things Green, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time there. And then my week, God willing, I'll be back with Mav yet again for another episode of PM in the PM on Thursday. Pong and Mav in the PM, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, a two-man show. Unless we do have a guest, we may have a guest this week, actually. So keep your eyes and ears open for that one. It'll be a pretty damn cool guest if it's actually happening. And then, of course, Fridays, it's Xbox Ultimate. If I can make them, I make them. But otherwise, the fam gets together. We have lots of laughs. But we also have lots of good conversations for the Xbox Ultimate, also on the Fun Speculation Network, Friday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, hopefully Steele and I will be right back in these chairs next weekend, going live, raw and uncut with you guys on another episode of Living Split Screen, as it should be. Otherwise, y'all, it's the golden age of gaming. Please, whatever you got going on for the rest of the weekend, enjoy it. Play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Steele, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, again, I dropped that link in chat if y'all are interested. If not, much love to you nonetheless. Y'all be safe out there, and check you out next weekend, next Saturday, hopefully, for the next episode of Living Split Screen. Y'all be safe. Y'all be easy. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?